Hello, everybody, and welcome to another stream. I'm Psychic, I'm here with Pinball, he's grabbing food real quick, and I would actually recommend you do the same, because today, we are going to be watching every single FNaF game theory, but if MatPat says something completely incorrect, we're going to skip the video. And I think we decided that we're going to base this off of incorrect using information that we have now. So, if MatPat says purple guy's the phone guy, we skip the video. Inky be looking different than normal. Yeah, I've had enough time to fix the thumbnail. Inky has been feeling sick, so he will not be joining us today. I didn't know that till like a few hours before the stream. I'm sorry about that. But when you're sick, you gotta rest up, and it's okay. And being on stream does take a lot of energy, so it's okay. Anyway, hi, Kirby Lover 7. Hello, Clavis Key. Hello, Montgomery Gator, and hello, Takers Everything. This is gonna be a long one, so I would recommend getting some popcorn, getting something to drink if you're gonna stay here for a little while. Other people might be popping in later. But yeah, I'm just gonna wait till Pinball gets back with some food. He should be.
I have been here.
Oh, and he's just here. Okay.
I waited for you to start monologuing. All right.
Then I guess we're just gonna get ready and get going. So let's go over to the live scene. We have the first one right here. Oh boy. Well, I think I'm going to add a thing up in the corner that says like how long we got into the last video. What's the longest time we can go without MatPat saying something correct? So we're just gonna get started. We are, to be honest, the first video is gonna be a quick skip now. I could see that, Klavsky. I totally MatPat just in the stream already. I'm just gonna be short, I'm sure. Okay. The reason we're doing this is because MatPat's retiring, and we're not making fun of him. I want to make that very clear. We're not making fun of him. We're just enjoying it. And, it's okay that MatPat is wrong sometimes. We're not, saying he's a horrible theorist because of it. It's just a fun little thing. Because these videos mean a lot to me because, this is the kind of stuff that, inspired me to become a content creator. So I wanted to watch them again, but with you guys. That makes sense? I think it makes sense. Alright, let's get started.
Hello once again, theorists. Welcome to MatPat Plays. Today we are playing the scariest game of all creation. Probably never heard of it. It's called Five Nights at...
That's wrong, I have heard of it. I'm kidding.
What's this? It's a camera. The camera came up. Oh, was that a bunny? Was that a bunny? I think it was a bunny. Oh my gosh. I am so scared right now. Oh god! Oh. It was only the fan. It's only the fan. Only a fan. I have never played a game this intense. Oh god! Shut the doors, shut the doors, shut the doors!
Descent type, do we count incorrect knowledge currently incorrect, or was only also incorrect? It's based on what we know now.
I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared.
This was such a funny, because everyone back then was saying FNaF was the scariest game of all time.
Oh! God! Just the fan. Just the fan.
I forgot that the fan joke was
I don't know about you, but every time the camera...
I think Amnesia released at that time too. I think that was...
Oh yeah, you're right. I never played Amnesia. JPEG, the fan.
Amnesia's great. That's worth a stream. I got terrified of that.
I'm down to play it. I don't know what it's about, so...
About a guy that has amnesia and needs to figure out why he needs to do something.
Oh, there's the bunny rabbit. Shut my door.
I feel like the only reason we're not skipping
Truly compelling gameplay.
It's because it's just a very long intro.
It is a very long bit.
Almost out of power. 11% and it's 5 a.m. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh, please don't get me Freddy. Please don't get me Freddy.
That's impossible to get on night one, I'm pretty sure.
Is this what it takes to get news on news?
At ads that look like this.
Oh, we got
are lying
ads.
to you.
No.
Mass-marketed hair care.
Oh yeah, I
doesn't
forgot.
work.
They're gonna be ads. I'm sorry, gamers. It's not impossible to get on night 1. I have not seen this in so long. This like intro segment. And yeah, on my listen. I'm pretty sure YouTube is like
Hello,
slowing down
Internet.
people who use ad
Welcome
blocker.
to Game Theory, where fear is our middle name. Matthew Fear Patrick.
I'm pretty sure that I mean I can check real quick. I can try going to an ad blocker, but I'm pretty sure that it doesn't work because YouTube's been like slowing it down if you use ad blocker. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, what Jay said in chat. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Okay, so we're gonna have to deal with ads. I'm sorry, but I'll skip them as fast as I can. Okay.
A very strange name. Okay, I'll admit it, I didn't give Five Nights at Freddy's enough credit when it first came out. A few jump scares from creatures that, aren't that scary. People overreacting to it on YouTube. Meh, pass. But then when I asked you about it, you showed overwhelming support for an episode on the game on Twitter, so I began to dig.
He had no idea.
Deeper. And what I found was some of the most interesting storytelling, most intriguing mysteries, and most disturbing events I'd read about in a long time. Now, if you were just to play the game straight through 5 days, the story would actually come across as pretty superficial. You're the new night guard watching the security cameras at a Chuck E. Cheese style restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. 4 animatronics roam the halls at night because the owners don't want their servos to lock up. Bad news is, you can't let them near you or else they'll kill you on the spot because you look like a naked endoskeleton. Ow, ow, show them those circuits. Apparently, one of them bit someone back in 87, presumably 1987. And the past guard leaves you recorded phone messages to act as your tutorial. That is, as much as he could record before he got himself killed. And that's it. Stay 5 nights, collect your paycheck, done, game over, play something new. But playing it that way is doing the game a huge disservice, because that's not even scratching the surface. If you're really observant, you start to unravel the layers of unsolved mysteries around this place. You find that there's a 5th animatronic, that posters on the wall will change randomly, that news clippings appear and disappear, telling the dark
I feel like at this point there's not much to talk about because it's
putting
just, like,
it all together. Here's the rest of the
everyone's
story.
seen this. Everyone knows what this
Fazbear's
is.
Pizza, once a popular restaurant, fell into hard times when 5 children went missing there after being lured to a back room by a man dressed in a character costume. Though a suspect was caught and convicted, the bodies of the children were never recovered.
Okay,
The
that's something I
pizzeria
never
was
really
also
understood. The whole
threatened.
conviction thing.
Oh, that's a retcon.
Oh, okay. Never mind that.
Was shut down due to sanitation complaints as foul odors
that's the
started to
retcon.
come from the animatronics.
Oh, you think that's the
blood
retcon?
and mucus
I think it's
oozing
the
from
retcon.
their eyes and mouths. The last article, written years after the incident, states that the pizzeria would
retcon
finally
for
be
FNaF.
closed by year end. In addition to the core 4 robots, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, there's also a 5th, unofficially referred to as Golden Freddy. Ignoring the rules of physics, Golden Freddy appears and disappears at will, can inexplicably travel through doors, wherever, causing strange hallucinations. And when he attacks you, you're not taken to the typical game over screen, your game crashes.
True.
So that's
That is very
unsettling.
true.
And there's also strange messages appearing on the walls, repeating the words, "It's me." According to the game's creator, the place is indeed haunted by what we can only assume to be the spirits of the 5 lost children.
Dun,
So
dun,
that's
dun.
the gist of it. Murder, missing children, foul odors, killer robots, and pizza. But that story leaves a lot of lingering questions. Who is your character? How's he fit in? Why does he stay for 5 nights when he's very clearly confronting the possibility of death? What more can we know about this terrifying Golden Freddy? And most importantly, what is the complete story behind 5 Nights at Freddy's? They're all good questions about a delightfully incomplete and mysterious story with just
Pizza.
enough threads to keep you theorizing. So now, if you'll indulge me, let me reciprocate that story with one of my own. I think you'll find it interesting. December 1993, Aurora.
Aurora Borealis?
Is this where we skip? This is definitely where I think we.
Colorado,
Well,
10 p.m.
he is
Tuesday
telling
night
a
at a
true
local Chuck E.
story.
Cheese. After a
He
family
is.
birthday party runs long, manager Margaret Kohlberg and teenage employees Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Bobby Stevens are forced to stay late to close up
Skip
shop.
later.
But as
This-
Margaret
okay.
tallies receipts,
This was always like uncomfortable, like having, like connecting it to like a real life tragedy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
in the
tried to do the
back,
same
Bobby
with Skibbity
scrubs
Toilet.
down
What?
He tried to do the same thing with Skibbity Toilet.
Oh, he did. Oh, I never watched that video.
the kitchen, and the other three
Couldn't
work
imagine.
outside in the main arcade. Unknown to any of the five, there's actually
I'm gonna turn it down a bit so I can hear you a
person
bit
locked
better.
in the building with them, waiting silently in the darkened restrooms. A 19-year-old named Nathan Dunlap. Earlier that year,
It may be
Nathan
true, but it's
began
morally
working
wrong.
there as a cook,
I
no
can
waiter, before
somewhat
getting
agree with
fired
that.
in July after a disagreement over his hours. Now,
I
5
think
months
that
later,
like there's a
back.
way
At
to
10:05,
do like
he left the bathroom,
cleaning
pulled out a
stuff to
small
real life
caliber
stuff,
candle,
but
and proceeded to execute everyone in the building.
this way,
First
like
Sylvia, then Ben,
I don't know.
then Colleen.
This one just feels
Dunlap then moved to
icky.
the kitchen, where he surprised Bobby Stevens. The bullet entered Bobby's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Then finally, Nathan moved to the back, the office, where Margaret opened the safe before Nathan shot her twice, proceeded to grab her bag, filling it with $1,600 in cash, arcade tokens, and keychains. Spurred on by the building security footage, police were at his home a few hours later, where he was promptly arrested. Eventually, he was tried and sentenced to death, but his story re-entered the news just recently as his punishment has been postponed, leading people to debate whether he's able to sleep soundly, knowing that his execution has been delayed. This is a tragic story, a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any
But
way.
I will connect
I
it
want
to
to
the bear
address it
game.
because I have a strong suspicion that this story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's
Okay, is that where we can skip it?
Oh yeah, that's where we can skip it.
All right, so we made it 7:54. Okay, next video.
Hello? Hello?
Let me write these down on a notepad.
Hello, and welcome to the new and improved Five Nights at Freddy's 2 video. I'm here to answer any questions the game may have left unanswered. The game's developer, he's a pretty tricky guy. Don't worry, though. We'll get everything cleared up. Oh, and, watch out for the puppet.
Jump scare. Yeah, classic MatPat jump scare. He did not need to go that much in depth. Yeah. I don't think, yeah, definitely that was.
Bum, 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 bum.
And then he connects, like, how one of them survived to Golden Freddy. It was, yeah. Oh, a recap of the end would be cool.
Hello, Internet.
Okay,
Welcome
we'll recap
to
the times.
Game Theory, the show that promises not to include any more gratuitous jump scares, unless that's just what I want you to think, so I can lull you into a false sense of security and scare you again. But I wouldn't do that. I'll just let the uncertainty of whether a jump scare is going to happen or not drive you insane for the rest of this episode. Man, I love reverse psychology. You know what else I love? These games! Not because I'm freaked out by the rosy-cheeked, tingle-looking, emotionally dead animatronics. Okay, well, Balloon Kid is pretty messed up, but whatever. No, what I appreciate about
Balloon
these
Kid.
games is the level of thought that went into every element of the story. When you create a game that has people rage debating about whether it's a sequel or a prequel, you've definitely done something right. Unless that was never your intent, in which case you've done something horribly, horribly wrong. Anyway, the point is, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 looks to be everything you'd want in a sequel.
Yep.
More cameras, more danger, and more
Fan.
fan. But that also comes with more questions. Questions about the game's lore. And while others will provide you with the jump scares,
Call
I
them-
provide you with what
Call them
everyone
Balloon Kid
really
instead of Balloon Boy
wants
wrong.
answers.
We
Well,
skipped
maybe
it
not
from that.
everyone. What an elite, educated subset of you really want answers. So grab
Actually,
yourself
the
a
more-
slice of
nowadays, more
Freddy
people just want
Fazbear's
answers.
signature pizza, because we're
Yeah.
about to dig in. Ugh. Tastes like cardboard. Let's get the big one out of the way first. Is the game a sequel or a prequel sequel? And what I mean by that is, contrary to popular belief, just because it has a big 2 slapped next to the name doesn't automatically mean the game comes after the first one in a timeline sense. It's a sequel, yes, but it tells a prequel story. Take, for instance, these all-time classics: Psycho 4: The Beginning, Lion King 1.5, and the actual all-time classic Godfather Part 2. All of them sequels that just so happen to also be prequels. It's not
Ooh.
mutually exclusive. So where's Five Nights at Freddy's 2 fit in? Knowing its place in the timeline is crucial for understanding its story. Well, to figure that out, let's focus on the paycheck you receive at the end of your 5th night.
Oh.
The game places the events of the game in 1987. A whole
What do you mean,
6
oh?
years
You didn't know
ahead
this?
of
No, I
when
did.
the game took place
I just like
in our
forgot that
first
about
video.
the whole
Sounds
paycheck
like
stuff. I was like,
great.
oh
Well, we
right.
found that date in the first game by
'Cause he
calculating
calculated this
hours
actually
pay
correctly.
and comparing that to
Yeah.
the
Which was
wage of the
crazy.
90s. If Scott Coffin, the game's developer, is just picking random numbers for the payments, this bit of evidence would be meaningless. Except that he's not. At the end of Five Nights 2, you get paid $100.50. Divide that by the 30 hours worked, and you get $3.35 an hour, the exact
$3.35.
minimum wage for 1987.
Ooh.
Which means that us using minimum wage calculations to identify the year of Five Nights 1 is a perfectly valid way to prove it, and shows that it takes place after the events of Five Nights 2. Still don't believe me? Players brave enough to survive the extra night 6 are rewarded with a bonus check and a newspaper clipping that says the toy robots are getting scrapped, and that the old ones are going into storage for a new, smaller scale version of the restaurant.
Yep.
That would explain why the old models reappear in Five Nights 1 and the toy models don't. And notice how it mentions a smaller version of the restaurant. The building in Five Nights 1 is significantly smaller than the setting of Five Nights 2. Need more evidence? What about the fact that on the first night in the office, the phone guy explains that the robots used to walk around during the day just like they do in Five Nights 2, but not anymore. Or the fact that phone guy dies in the first game, making it hard for him to also be the phone guy in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 if it takes place after. Call me the Phantom Menace, cause every way to Sunday, this game is a prequel. So with that revelation out of the way, we're able
Good
to
job,
piece
MatPat,
together
you
the
did
rest of
it.
the timeline and dig a little bit deeper. Posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 welcome you to this new location, implying that there was another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza somewhere before this one. Additionally, the phone guy makes reference to it on night 1, mentioning the old location and how it was left to rot. So we know that there was one Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for the first game, one for the second game, and one that came before both of them that we've never seen. But even before that, the phone guy also
1985
mentioned
location?
an older restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner, which, aside from its confusingly different name, also had different owners. So let me recap. There's the restaurant from the first game, which is the last
Different
one.
owners. Would that be
The one that
incorrect?
Know where that art
worked
came from?
at in
What?
1987
Famous
in
art-
Five Nights
famous
2,
art of
an
Freddy's.
older
I think
location
it's just like a Chuck E. Cheese that someone put like a
and
put a thing
Fredbear's
on.
Diner. Jeez, I hope you're still with me because this is more complicated than the Zelda timeline. Anyway, it's at this first
Oh,
location,
MatPat.
the diner, where the whole story begins. Submitted for the approval of the Game Theorist Society, this is the true tale of Five Nights at Freddy's. When you die in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, before you've even gotten over the jump scare, you sometimes get a screen like this. Oh, turn it off! Turn it off, it's too horrifying. That, youngsters, was E.T. for the Atari, a console that came
Little did you know how the
NES,
complicated
just around
FNaF time
the
would
same
be.
time as
True.
Dinosaurs. It's widely considered to be the worst game of all time, hence me reacting in a horrified manner. See? Humor, folks. But seriously, you get these disturbing death minigames which, true to the 1987 setting, use Atari-esque graphics to depict various horrific events. All the while, a creepy robotic voice spells out letter by letter things like help them, save them, or save him. These death minigames are the most important piece in figuring out the true story behind these games. Let's start with this one. This death minigame has you playing as Freddy, taking cake to screaming children at a birthday party. As Freddy rushes around trying to keep the whole party happy, a single sad child looks on from outside, when suddenly you're powerless to do anything but look on in abject horror as a purple man pulls up in a car, murders the child, and drives off. It's my belief, loyal theorists, that this game takes place at Fredbear's Diner, and is chronologically the first.
Is that correct? I think
Alright,
so.
the first location, Fredbear's Family Diner.
Yeah, I think that is correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
first event that we
JP Gamers, there's Mr. Lore!
establishment, and there's only one animatronic, Freddy, as opposed to all the other games which show other robots. But more importantly, this murdered child is the one that sets everything into motion. One of the new tasks added to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is winding a mysterious music
Taker is everything
that we're
says
told
skip.
placates
Why
one
would
of
we
the
skip?
animatronics. If you fail to wind the music
Oh.
box, what you're introduced to is
No,
this
it's not skip.
terrifying
Charlie,
thing.
I think-
The puppet looks
Okay,
like no
pause it for a
face.
second. So, I think the claim he made is that Charlie died at Fredbear's, which is true. So keep going, keep going on.
He also said Charlie died first, which I think is also true.
Yeah,
Okay.
Charlie was the first.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't Henry said it? All right, let's go.
You know what else he looks like? Take a look at that murdered child.
If it's something debatable, like something that we can debate on,
After he's dead,
we don't skip.
Assume that they'll continue
Yeah.
to stay with him into the afterlife. We can make a pretty good case that this kid's murdered spirit eventually found its way into the puppet animatronic. But that's not
True.
all. What jump scare happens after this save him minigame? After seeing this tear-stained child's murder reenacted in 8-bit, the puppet jumps out of the screen and attacks you. Coincidence?
Yes.
I don't think so. That incident
He didn't say the
marks first
line.
time the chain is ever
No.
associated with a violent act carried out against a child, and we can infer that it was this incident that caused the original owners of Fredbear's Diner to sell off to the company now known as Fazbear Entertainment. Now,
Is that true? Did Henry and William sell off? No, because they're still part of it.
Yeah, no, this is wrong. Move on. We're moving on.
All right, we are 8-10.
Let me write that down. Let me write that down.
Okay.
First one was 7:54. Now we're 8:10. Moving
Yep.
on.
New record.
New record.
Wait, hold on. Klavsky says. He said presumed. Victor gives no. Who's found it? Oh, I guess you're talking in chat. I think he said that. I mean, we can actually go back and check it out. Like we can look more into depth about what he was saying. But I'm pretty sure he was like it caused them to sell it off. So
Yeah.
caused the original owners of Fredbear out against the child, and we can infer that it was this incident that caused the original owners of Fredbear's Diner to sell off to the company now known as Fazbear Entertainment.
yeah. So he says we infer it, but that means that's what he's saying that it happened because he's like he's not saying it presumably happened. He infers that this is actually what happened. And I think that counts as a skip.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays.
We're not sponsored.
We are not sponsored.
This was so cringy.
Yeah, this. YouTube blocks ad blocker.
Yeah, YouTube's not happy with ad blockers.
They're like one.
It's time.
This intro's so fire.
Yeah, you know what? Oh, well, play out.
I'm mad that he didn't like keep using it. You know?
Yeah.
Or, like
Or at least keep upgrading it. Like, I get, like...
he stopped using it for like a whole year.
Yeah, it's like... I get that it kind of, like, reduces audience retention
Hello,
if you have to watch an
Internet.
intro, but
Welcome
it's
to
so
Game
classic.
Theory, where good things,
Yeah.
or at least FNaF things, come to those who wait. And man, when it comes to this game series, no one was waiting for anything. I mean, the second game came out 3 months after the first, the trailer for the third was 2 months later, and like 4 minutes after that, the game was available to download. So forgive me if I was caught with my pants down on that one. I just wasn't prepared for it. But even more impressive than that abbreviated timeline was your ability to rip that final game apart. Hours after
Really,
the
Venice, is
release
this just
of the
theory,
game,
though?
we were discussing
True.
Good versus bad endings, 8-bit Atari cake, glitching through walls, and punching a flipping code into cement bricks arranged like a telephone dial pad. In regards to that last one, I have two things to say. First off, well done to you guys for figuring it out so quickly, and secondly, Scott, seriously. Seriously, Scott? Oh look, here's a wall. Let me just dial in my phone number. Beep boop boop beep boop boop.
Listen.
Yeah.
Those are the wrong tiles.
Actually, you're so true. We could skip. We could
I think that's a skip. I think that's a
Hold
skip. We're at 152. Because it's one down. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to. Oh, I'm not capturing my cursor. Hold on. I should probably do it so I can point to things. Okay. We might be a little petty during the stream just because.
What?
Wait. Where'd it go? Oh. Well, I clicked the wrong one. Hold on.
152.
I think we're gonna be a little bit petty just because we have 60 videos to get through. Is my mouse being captured? Why is it not being captured? Okay, it should. Okay. Wait, the other ones. No. The last MatPat says something. Says, well, he said let me download my phone number, and then it's on the wrong one. What do you? What do you think, Pinball?
We're moving on.
Okay.
If MatPat states something, and he stated it by putting it in his video.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
True.
He edited it.
I don't know why my cursor's not getting captured when I said it should be.
Oh, I gotta put FNaF 3 Part 1. This is cool.
Did he edit the video? Grammar's
Yeah,
are
he
wrong,
edited-
so this definitely wouldn't be the only skip if you included visuals. Okay, we'll be a bit more lenient in the future, but like, you know, we have 60 videos to get through.
Game theory. We may not have made FNaF, but I like to think we've at least made it a bit more interesting. So in part 1 of this long-awaited all questions answered FNaF theory, we covered everything from the origins of the shadow animatronics to the reason
we would've just skipped there.
Yeah.
Behavior to proof of what suit the killer uses. We
True.
clarified the timeline and even went so far as to dispel the myth that the killer is the one shoving the bodies into the suits. Click here if you missed it to get caught up.
Well,
Don't worry, I'll
no,
wait.
but he did
this
do that.
is a possible
Yeah.
video after all.
Wait.
But today we're covering.
Wait, go back. Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
He said we dispelled the myth that William was the one that stuffed the kids into the suits.
Why thought the puppet did that?
There's no way the puppet did it.
But we see the minigame.
You see the puppet guiding the souls. I don't. You're telling me William just kind of killed them, left him there, and I don't know.
Well, isn't that the whole reason why Charlie died first? Because Charlie died first, the kids get killed, and then she puts them in the
Right, no,
suit.
She guides their souls, but he said physically stuffs the bodies.
Victor Games, now people debate whether it was after the puppet still.
Yeah,
It's
Will
the-
Stuff and Puppet Stuff are debated. But in my personal opinion, there's no way Charlie
I
actually
think
physically lifted their bodies.
Since it's
and
debated,
did that.
we keep going.
The
Yeah, but,
major
you know, that was for our
questions
last
from the
video.
franchise, the final bits of the timeline, the ending of the game, and most importantly
You
of
still got the
all,
wall
the
cover.
identity of the purple guy. So enough intro,
Oh, boy.
let's cut to the chase. When we left things off, there had been another
He
round
didn't
of
say it.
murder done.
He didn't say it.
Pizza.
He didn't
Purple
say it.
guy had once again used a golden Bonnie suit to lure in another set of 5 kids
Okay.
and kill them, as depicted in the Save Them minigame.
Were there only 5 kids in Save Them, or were there 6?
There were 6.
Okay, that's another skip.
Let's see, 125.
125.
Lure in another set of 5 kids.
He says 5.
Yep,
And he
that's good.
specifically says save them.
When he says my final okay, that's what we do have to skip there.
No.
Okay,
Finally had their first real animatronic.
Oh, boy.
Which one is this?
This is part 3 of the All Mystery Solves.
The end. Take a bow. It's finally over. Well,
Okay.
kinda. We're still left with one final, seemingly impossible question to
Illuminati.
answer. Who is the purple guy?
Here we
After
go.
spending, I kid you not, full days plotting out all the details of this game franchise on whiteboards, talking it over with anyone who would stand to listen to me ramble on
We all know
about
it's coming.
fictional haunted robots, and just looking at it from every possible angle, all logic points to it being the phone guy. And
48.
48 seconds.
0:48.
Zero.
Alright, moving on. Moving on.
Oh, this one's also gonna be a quick one. We're not sponsored. We're not sponsored. We're not sponsored.
sorry, Scott Cawthon. I'm tired of
boy.
waiting for
All
you. This time you'll have to keep up with me. Oh, never mind.
Oh wait, this is the one where he has the red thing now.
Yeah.
This was when I didn't realize film theory was this old. Do.
There you went
Hello,
on
Internet!
for, like,
Welcome to
13
Game
years?
Theory, where instead of waiting for FNaF 4 to be released, this time we're getting out ahead of the game. Or at least that was the plan. Scott, I swear, you are the biggest internet troll out there. Oh, it's being released October 31st. Okay, let me plan my entire schedule around that. Never mind, it's now in August. Okay, fine, let me rework everything. Lols, here's the full version now. You, Scott Cawthon, are the reason I have an emotional dependence on Diet Coke. But today I'll be sipping
That's
that
false.
sweet Diet Coke
No,
in
no,
sweet
I'm doing it.
victory. Because guess what?
Alright.
I win! Scott, in your rush to get the game out, to get out ahead of my theories and completely flim-flam the internet and shock everyone by releasing the game 3 months early, you missed a huge detail. Maybe before releasing the game, you should have spent a bit more time researching, because this game, as you've presented it, is impossible. Let me explain. Basically, it's all but
Let me
confirmed
explain.
at this point that in FNaF
no,
4, you
that's-
play as the
that's
victim
wrong.
of the bite of 87.
There it is.
Oh.
I feel like if he makes like a
135.
claim like that, he has to like back it up, and he says that it's because it's the bite of 87, which it is not. So this one,
All right, 135.
135. Next video.
135.
Immerse yourself in a beautiful mystery.
Not
Can you
sponsored,
decipher
but
the
I've been playing this
scripted
game
tale?
and it is pretty good. Just saying.
Gotta
Okay,
be
anyway,
a
but not
good
sponsored.
one for this. Bite of 87. New text? I must be close. Incident of 83. 1 movie. 11 animatronics. 11
movie.
kids. 1 phone guy. 1 killer. Hex code for purple. Backwards. Is that Markiplier?
Yes, MatPat.
It was me the whole time. And that's no theory.
All right.
I mean-
also,
That's kind of right. Is that wrong? I mean, he's stating a false.
I'm gonna say if it's clearly a joke, we keep going.
I'm pretty sure the FNaF 3 wild code was a joke.
Well, no, but no, but he was seriously talking about how it was like he was actually like talking about putting him in like a rant. Bro, Bennis says, I bet you're never gonna throw a full video.
Hello, Internet.
Probably not.
Welcome to the Five Nights at Freddy's podcast. Oh,
Dark Rooms?
Sorry, I meant Game Theory. Game Theory. The show that covers theories on other games in the 2-week intervals between new installments of FNaF. But if I'm ever going to see requests for games other than FNaF 4 in my Twitter feed, this video needed to be made. Because, I have a confession, Internet, I made a mistake in my last
True!
Not in my research, mind you. My conclusion that this kid scientifically could not be the Bite of 87 victim was actually 100% right, both scientifically and, as you've been eager to point out, lore-wise. No, I was wrong in calling this the Bite of 87. I'm man enough to admit my mistakes. Hey, it's why they're called theories after all, right? Anyway, in this case, Scott was sure to let me know my error in his
Klaus, you
first
wish he made it-
comment on
admitted
any
his
of my
mistakes more
videos on the
often?
franchise, to my knowledge.
True. If he admits a mistake, do we give him one incorrect pass?
If he says well, no, he hasn't stated anything incorrect.
I know, but I'm saying, like, if he's like, oh, I said something wrong, does that mean the next time he says something correct, we give him one pass?
No.
No? Okay.
Which is really exciting,
Thought you
but
were-
it
video.
did leave me wondering, should I feel honored or trolled? And let me just say, because you were asking, I didn't delete
As
that
your more
comment.
clever
I only
viewers.
deleted comments from Game Theorist bots. No, I don't want your free PSN codes, okay? So I guess Scott must have deleted it himself. Maybe there was a typo. Or maybe a clue to FNaF 5. But before we get that far ahead, let's close the book on FNaF 4. First,
MatPat
let's
was
set
so
the
much more
record
chill
straight
back
where
then.
it takes place. It does not take place in Fredbear Family Diner, but rather the
Wait. Just keep going. Keep it rolling. I gotta see what he
first
meant.
location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The one
Okay,
from
no,
the
no,
old
218.
phone-
218.
218? 218.
218. Alright, let's go.
Alright. Oh,
What is?
that was not a MatPat thing.
We should go to the. We should go to the.
like carnival.
Today, we end the horror. Today, we solve FNaF. intensive therapy, I'm back to finally put the original FNAF tetralogy to rest. It's done. No more Halloween updates, no more FNAF 5 rumors, and no more fan. Suck on that, you multi-bladed propeller of air. So shortly after my last Freddy theory, I arranged a live stream with some fellow FNAFers
this was so
to close the
awesome.
book on the series.
That was
And what
cool.
happened was something that none of us expected.
We have internet.
We have it, we're back.
No, not the stream issues. Scott started talking to us. Well, kinda. He kept updating his site, scottgames.com, with cryptic messages.
Oh gosh, yeah. Wait, FNAFy says it's the first final FNAF theory. We should like have like a little tally of every time he says it's his final theory.
I'll do that.
All right.
Meaning of the game. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. In the FNAF 4 minigame, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak?
Did he say
and
that here?
finally, 4 games.
Yeah, he
one
did.
Story. It
Oh,
was
then we ended there.
incredible. After a
Well,
year of taking.
Do we count that as incorrect?
Yeah, he's wrong.
I guess I was kind of considering.
I don't know where he said that. I don't know where he said that.
He was like, oh, today we end the horror. Today we solve FNAF, like that kind of thing.
Oh.
Like at the very beginning.
Oh, then we just go there. Go to where he said it. Unless did he say the words "My Final FNAF"?
I don't think so.
Today, we solve FNAF.
You know what? He didn't say "My Final FNAF" today. All right,
Okay.
keep on.
In shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. In the FNAF 4 minigame, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? And finally, 4 games, 1 story. It was incredible!
Totally MatPat. So he says all the advertising must tell us what's like it does in his lifetime. No, I'm on incognito mode, so it's just random ads I'm getting.
Year of taking shots in the dark, finally we were, in a way, hearing back from the man who knew all the answers. Scott Cawthon, the creator, was reaching out from the shadows to give us, for pretty much the first time ever, concrete leads as to where to look. But what did these cryptic clues mean? In the moment, the best I could do was this.
Is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
But in the days that followed, those 3 clues led theorists
He's asking
on
a question,
Reddit,
he didn't
Steam,
state
and YouTube
anything.
to completely throw out everything that they knew about the franchise. What if we were looking at the franchise all wrong? Instead of counting animatronic toes, calculating minimum wage rates, and tracking Purple Guy's work history, maybe we needed to take a step back. What if everything in FNAF was just a dream? That's right, a FNAF dream theory, that everything we play through in these games was created in the mind of the FNAF 4's crying child. It sounds like
He just says this is a theory. He doesn't state anything wrong.
Okay.
a
We'll keep
cop-out,
going.
right? Like a lazy storytelling cliche. Maybe. But stay with me. Even if you think you've heard parts of this theory before, you'll want to stick around. I've unearthed the clues that finally put our year and a half of FNAF speculating to rest. Of the 3 clues Scott gave us that day, the most damning one was the last one. Why would tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? What? In the FNAF 4 minigame, you can talk to a small girl on the playground with toy versions of Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica. But her beak is missing? During the stream, we were all like, Scott, please. But when we looked, sure enough, there it was. A few orange pixels laying on the ground. What? Seriously? This was the crucial detail all of us had missed. And yet, for as absurd as it may sound, those 5 pixels changed everything, upending a year worth of theorizing. Because that missing beak directly parallels FNAF 2's new version of Chica, who loses her beak when she
that's
goes
true.
on the attack. It was something we all had written off as a graphical glitch or a design choice, not as a clue to the meaning of the entire series. And yet, here it was from the creator's mouth. And that is when it started to click. FNAF 2's shiny new animatronics. What are they called? Toy animatronics. And that's not just a cute name the community came up with, like Freddles. It's right there in the custom night menu. It's canon. That's a strange name for a bunch of robots, right? Unless it's meant to be taken literally, and then they're all just a bunch of oh my god.
What if they are toys, and this is all just a dream scenario
Said,
inspired
what
by
if?
these little guys?
Yeah.
Well, let's keep going with this toy clue. I mean, obviously, the toy animatronics are shiny, plastic-looking fake, just like a small plastic action figure would be. But it explains a bigger question about FNaF 2, the look and design of Mangle. I mean, seriously, the story we're told to believe in this game is pretty absurd. That kids just rip it apart and put it back together again? And so the employees just leave it as a mangled collection of parts for small children to play with. What parents would ever be comfortable letting little Timmy touch that thing? Oh, and here's a cute thing for you to play with. Oh my gosh! Who could have seen that coming? But if we assume FNaF 2 is in the mind of a child who has seen all these toys, Mangle makes a whole lot more sense. He's just a dismantled toy. Think about Sid from Toy Story, who fuses various toys together to create hideous
Go back.
I'll go back.
5 seconds.
Gosh, who
Wait,
could
we
have
gotta
seen
figure out the
that
time.
coming? But if we assume FNaF 2 is in the
Wait.
mind of a child who has seen all these toys, Mangle makes a whole lot more sense. He's just
Wait, no, he didn't say it.
a dismantled toy. Think about Sid from
442.
Toy Story.
Okay.
Dismantled toy?
Yeah, he said the Mangle is a dismantled toy, not, the actual bagel. That's
Right.
false.
If MatPat uses a writer that looks incorrect, are you going to skip 2? Well,
No.
No. I think it's called it because they look like toys. What parent would ever be comfortable taking their kids to Freddy's period? Apparently a lot of parents.
Alright, let's
All
do
right.
this.
Oh boy. Oh, okay, this is the top
That's
back.
the live stream.
It's
Alright.
been half a year, so let's do this. Let's solve the secrets of FNAF Sister Location months before the game comes out.
This is gonna be quick, I think.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be
Hello,
pretty quick.
Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today's
Game
goal is
Theory.
to solve the biggest gaming mystery
longest
of
one is still is FNAF
2016
Theory.
before it even
Yeah.
exists. For once, I'm gonna get the jump on you, Scott Cawthon, and here's how I'm gonna do it. We all know that Scott loves dropping little teaser hints on his site, but this time, he's tipped his hand a bit too far. Enough for me to get a solid theory going on a lot of key elements we'll see hidden throughout his newest installment, Sister Location. And while some clues come from the teaser images and trailers themselves, the biggest revelations this time have come from the source code on Scott's website.
True.
So get ready for a comprehensive preview of what Scotty has in store, because by the end, we'll have looked at every, and I mean every element of this franchise, from the original series of games, to the novel, to FNAF World, to the ever-evolving source code on scottgames.com, in our attempt to expose the facts behind the next trip to Freddy's. Now, Scott hiding hints in the coding of his site is nothing new. It was the source code that started the whole Bite of 83 versus 87 debate back during FNAF 4. But this time it's
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait.
Now, Scott hiding hints in the coding of his site is nothing new. It was the source code that started the whole Bite of 83 versus 87 debate
This is true.
back during
This is
That is true. Do you actually know why the 87s are there? Do you actually know the truth?
Yeah, but so like during the FNAF 4 teasers that were coming up, they would be like, "Was it me? Was it me? Or me?" And there were pictures of the OG gang in nightmarish form, and people would assume, "Oh my god, this game's gonna be about the Bite of 87." And then like midway through development, he changes all those source code numbers in each on each image from 87s to 83 about halfway through, because Scott changed his mind and realized the Bite of 87 would make no sense with the crying child.
I'm going to actually disagree with you.
What do you mean?
If you don't know, the hex code for the Bullies text is 878787. And that's what I thought this was referencing. It wasn't me, the person with that hex code repeated over and over again.
Hold on. You said the code is just 878787?
That is Bullies hex code.
87.
Because
Let's see this.
it's a shade of gray.
It is a shade of gray. Okay, that's a reference to Mike. But, okay, fine. Well, it did. Well, what he stated is true. It led people to.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that. I was just curious if because not many people know about the 87 thing.
I did not know that. That is interesting.
FNAF 4.
I think it was actually in a game theory video where he talks about like people's like color code, and like on screen just shows, oh, Bully's 878787.
Yeah.
This time, it's a bit more than just a mere hint.
Ace, I don't think hex codes mean anything. I mean, like, hex code for purple backwards is a big thing in the franchise, so I think there's some merit to it.
What's to come, it is a fully fledged story. So let's take this line by line. This first big chunk at the beginning starts off like a collection of letters and punctuation, but upon further inspection, you can make out repeated numbering patterns and letter combinations representing days of the week. When pieced together, it becomes a schedule looking like this, listing out the days when certain animatronics are either available, booked, needed for a private party, or mat, either in maintenance or needed for a matinee show. It's unclear which. It's also worth mentioning that 4 animatronics are specifically called out here: BBY for Baby,
GGY.
AL for Ballora, and FTF for both Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy. Now, for those of you who don't follow every scrap of information about these games, let me explain. Reddit discovered that Scott had gone and copyrighted various names, presumably for these new animatronics, and here we see it being confirmed. More on some of these guys in a minute. The thing I want to call out first is that there's clearly a 5th animatronic in this schedule, 05OOS, out of service. But who could this be? In the trailer, we only see 4 animatronics. Well, that's where this teaser image comes in. A few weeks ago, this image was up on Scott Games. A mask with glowing eyes and a tangle of wires, almost like tentacles, accompanied by this text. Quote, "There's a little bit of me in every body," end quote. Notice the grammar here. It's not everybody, but every body. This is our 5th animatronic, our out-of-service animatronic. I mean, look at it. This guy ain't being booked at any children's parties.
Oh my gosh.
But that's not all we can conclude about him. The text indicates that a piece of him, his soul, his mechanisms, whatever, is in every other animatronic body. This could have 2 possible explanations.
That's true, Clavis.
Yeah, FNaF, you're actually right. You gotta skip, because he can't be the 5th animatronic.
Yeah, okay.
Where do you...
Well, I don't know. Where do we skip at?
Oh, wait.
Out of service. But who could this be? In the trailer, we only see 4 animatronics. Well, that's where this teaser image comes in. A few for Baby, BAL. Now, for those of you who don't follow every copyright confirmed animatronic in this schedule, 0500 is that there's clearly a 5th animatronic.
There's clearly a 5th animatronic.
Oh, that's 232 then.
Yeah, 233 says there's clearly a 5th animatronic mentioned out of service.
Hey, FNappy, do you know what that meant though? Like the OOS? 'Cause I was questioning that too right now. Anyway, moving on.
Alright. Oh boy, we get started to go to the books.
The lure.
When it gets dark, they will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. I'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one. You are intruders. None of you will survive the night. And what makes you think they won't kill you? Because I am one of them.
Dun dun dun!
That was so fire.
Some of the writing goes really hard.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, still available to consult on the FNaF movie's storyline. Seriously, Scott, I'm waiting by the because I can practically guarantee I've put more collective hours of thought into counting animatronic toes, tracking eye colors, listing out the differences between pizzerias, diners, and rental services, parsing out your phone guy calls, and counting and recounting again the number of dead child carcasses left in your story's wake than literally anyone else out there. I mean, I've even gone so far as to do the unthinkable for these sister location videos. That's right, I reread The Silver Eyes. In an ironic twist, it took longer than the actual game. Now, here I am piecing together this script after, I kid you not, a weekend spent doing nothing but thinking about these games, writing and rewriting timeline after timeline to account for all the nonsensical Easter eggs shoved into this 4-hour experience. And you know the conclusion that I've reached? That your version of events isn't satisfying. That any theory I come up with that attempts to bend over backwards and cobble together every line of dialogue dialogue, design detail, and character motivation will be overcomplicated at best and inherently flawed at worst. And that's not me admitting defeat. It's a fundamental problem with the series right now. This one just tried too hard to do too many things. You've got elements of the past 4 games mixed in with FNaF World, mixed in with the book, all of which at this point have questionable canonicities, conflicting storylines, and competing dates. Couple that with characters that mimic other characters that lie to you, and characters that may not even exist across the different threads of the franchise, and it's unclear if this is a continuation of the books, if it's a continuation of the games, or just an outright reboot of some kind. The best analogy I can think of is that it's like the giant human glob you turn into at the end of Inside. A mass of limbs all struggling to work together to move in one direction, but all just flailing out randomly. And honestly, it could have been easy. With Scott saying that the original story was completed with FNaF 4, we could have just said that Sister Location was aligned with the book and FNaF World to start paving the way for the movie. But then Scott, you just had to throw in those FNaF 4 Easter eggs, huh? And those put everything into chaos. And it's not just me feeling it. Based on what
Halo, something's never changed. True.
Sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly know why or what to do with it. Struggling under the weight of explaining away Ennards and babies, Mikes and Williams, casual bongos and exotic butters. What's an Easter egg, what's a tongue-in-cheek reference, and what is actual canon? So understandably, there's some confusion about what's actually going on in this game, and that is what I'm out to solve in these videos. Picking Sister Location apart to definitively put together which details matter and why this is such a monumental game for the franchise's lore. Go ahead, keep your plots vague and convoluted, Scotty boy. I'm here to translate your madness to the world. First off, who are we playing as? Historically, the protagonists of Freddy's games have had a varying degree of importance. There are those like Mike and Fritz who, for all we can tell, were just names with the sole purpose of filling out the 2 line on a paycheck. Sure, they may have been retconned into some importance now, but they were never really intended to be that way. Then there was the crying child of FNaF 4, hospitalized and trapped in a waking nightmare.
True, that's not true! 354.
354. Alright, I'm gonna quickly run to the restroom and then we can continue, but I'll be like a minute.
Alright, hello people of the internet. What are your thoughts? How many game theories have we watched? Hold on. FNaF game theory playlist. Okay, hold on. Let me see how many we've done. We have done... We are about to enter 12 out of... Some of these are GT Live stuff. I'd say like 60. Or like a 5th or a 6th there, guys. Looks like it should be back soon, I think.
Alright, I'm back.
He is back.
And we'll continue on. FNaF, dang, 12 videos already? Yeah, they're gonna... This might not take as long as I thought it would.
Oh my god, it's Ozone.
Hi, Ozone.
Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?
Ozone, you should hop on. Alright.
Yeah, totally.
Don't you remember what you saw happening? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, 7 million theorists strong. And a lot of that is thanks to this franchise. More often than not, when I talk to people about their favorite episodes of this series, it's these. Young, old, it doesn't matter, the FNaF series was their first introduction. So I always feel a lot of pressure on these videos to deliver in a big way. You know, looking back, they're some of my personal favorites. Not only am I proud of the final product, but I'm proud of what they represent, as the FNaF series has been a true team effort, branching out across every person who has ever touched this channel, spanning every editor who's ever worked on an episode of Game Theory. getting you loyal theorists involved with pitching theories, and covering every style of theory that I personally write, from more IRL episodes to more lore-based ones. We've used everything from books to spin-off titles.
Oh, and I remember the series like they were yesterday. Me too. Seriously, me too.
Hints, and even US trademark data. Looking across this series, it's incredible the breadth that we've gone to. And to think, I almost never covered this series to begin with. It was going to be Slender, but then you guys, you loyal theorists, encouraged me to look into it. Based on a simple Twitter poll. You guys made it happen, and the rest is history. Funny how life goes sometimes. Anyway, like I said, I feel a lot of responsibility with these episodes, but I think today is my favorite of the whole series, because now we finally have all the pieces necessary to tell a coherent plot. It's not just some corpse kids and silent puppets and mauve murderers who don't say anything. We have personalities now, actual character, and most importantly of all, motivation. Motivations for why a serial killer would create a place like Sister Location. And believe it or not, the answer is actually quite sad. So the question of the day is, can a game make you feel sympathy for a child murderer? Because once you have the story, you might just see Purple Guy in a whole new light. One line across this entire franchise answers everything. I will put you back together. But before we get to all of that, let's back up a bit. Last time we established that William Afton, Purple Guy himself, is who you play as in Sister Location.
Skip!
Go back a second. We gotta get the exact second.
Last time we established that William Afton, Purple Guy himself, is who you play as in Sister Location. And
I'm doing 235 because that's when he finishes the sentence.
Well, no, hold on. Well, what is he in the sentence with?
William Afton's the one you play as in Sister Location.
Oh my god, 235.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's go. Next video.
Alright. Oh, this is the more sciencey one. Yeah, we'll watch it.
Michael.
No, we're doing the lore one.
It was right where you said it would be.
Well, there's a bit of
Is this the real
only
one?
one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find.
I guess it's kind of lore, kind of sciencey.
Is this Austin or is
not
this...
touching it. No, sirree, Bob. No way. You can mechanically wheeze all you want, Michael Eggs Benedict, Afton, Purple Guy, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, but I am not spending another 20 minutes trying to piece together whether you're Springtrap, whether you're Purple Guy, whether you're a...
Wait, Bro Bennett, that shouldn't be skip who's saying it's established. No, it says it's established, like with an E, which means it's but it's wrong.
What the heck is established?
It could just be a typo.
That's not a word. That is not a word. Yeah, it's not a word. There's no such thing as established. It's established.
I think that's what they meant, but like, he basically said it's confirmed.
Yeah, established means confirmed.
Yeah. Bro, we should be watching the intro of each.
Hey, listen. We got 8 minutes.
One time.
10 on one of them. 8:10 on one of them.
We'll just keep going.
Second Purple Guy, and whether all of this requires yet another rewrite of the timeline. I am not doing it, at least not until the next book comes out in June. Nope, no siree doggo. Today, the series that prompted lore-based theories to flood this channel is getting the old school game theory treatment. That's right, today I'm tackling the science of Five Nights at Freddy's.
I mean, that's what he ties it into lore. I remember, so I think we should count this one.
I thought it, as long as it's not Austin, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where today's Freddy theory is going to be a bit different. No source code deep dives, no rooting around for obscure hidden Easter eggs, only hardcore, real-life research. Oh, but speaking of the source code, something really fascinating is going on right now. Scott Cawthon's 2 websites are having a conversation. Scott Games is saying things like, "You're crowding us. You can't tell us what to do anymore. We outnumber you." And the FNaF World website is starts replying with, "Be quiet, yes I can. You will do everything that I tell you to do." Which makes it seem like FNaF 6, Sins of the Father, it's my title, feel free to use it. It's gonna be like an all-out animatronic Civil War-style battle against the OG creator William, aka Springtrap Afton. How awesome would that be? Title, gameplay, boom, done. Feel free to use that idea as well. Meanwhile, in other FNaF updates, since a lot of you have been asking me on Twitter about my thoughts on this, the movie got itself canceled and then found itself a new production partner, Blumhouse Productions. The same guys who did Paranormal Activity, Oculus, The Purge, Get Out. Honestly, I think it's great news. Blumhouse has made a name for themselves by doing awesome movies on really teeny tiny budgets, and FNaF as an indie franchise needs that cheaply made indie vibe to really make it scary. It doesn't need a big studio like Warner Brothers, where it used to be, going in and meddling and trying to make it more family friendly so they can go in and sell more FNaF toys and it becomes the next Minions or something. Low budget is the way to go because it forces you to get creative. So this news actively made me excited for the movie. A video game movie based on FNaF. Seriously, all the subs to film theorists better get themselves ready for a heap and helping a Freddy when that movie rolls around. Anyway, enough of this. I think that covers all the FNaF related things that you guys have been asking me about.
2023.
On to the episode. This week, I'm covering a topic I've wanted to do since the release of FNaF 4 back in 2015 and never had the opportunity to because I was always so busy trying to piece together the damn lore, and that is, can an animatronic actually kill you? Since, you know, this series has a lot of animatronics, and a whole lot of death at the hands of animatronics. But more specifically, I want to focus on the bite. You know the one I'm talking about. Whether or not you believe this moment to be the bite of 83 or the bite of 87, whether or not the date really even matters anymore, one thing is clear. This is the moment that set in motion everything else in these games. Based on the evidence...
What do we think about that? Do we think that's...
The bite of 80... No, okay, it's not the motion that set everything in the games, because, well, Bite Victim's not the first kid to die. So, 337.
All right.
Oh, this isn't even SL Part 4. This is, what is this?
We were wrong about the bite.
FNaF Bite Theory. Okay. I'm sort of just writing like...
Klavsky says it's debatable. Wait. FNaFy, it's debatable? Wait, I want to hear why you think that, because if the puppet dies first, that's what sets everything in motion, I feel like. But if you think the bite is what sets things in motion, I want to hear what you think real quick.
The puppet sets everything in motion. Fine. It's debatable.
It's
debatable. Let's keep going.
All right, we'll keep going then.
It's coming from 6 games in the Silverized book. William Afton, creator of the animatronics, suffers this tragedy where his son's head gets crushed in a childhood bullying incident. A few days later, the son dies of his wounds in his hospital bed, setting in motion Afton's quest to, quote, put him back together. Cut to scoopings, sister locations, a dead daughter, and more missing children than you can shake a basket of exotic butters at, and all because of this one moment. The bite is treated as a freak accident, something that couldn't have been helped. The horrific...
FNaFy is right. I guess people are currently still debating if the crying child or puppy died first.
Yeah, it is a debate. You're right.
Ending of an innocent childhood prank gone wrong. A series filled with haunted puppets and reincarnated skin suits starts with this. Just a random tragic incident that nobody could have stopped. A simple mechanical failure. Remember, this is before any of the suits are haunted. It's still just a regular old animatronic, but...
What'd you say?
If he had called it a Springlock failure, we would have skipped.
Right, yeah, but it's not.
Is that really true? Does a regular old animatronic actually have the ability to crush a child's skull? Or is there something a bit more sinister going on here? Let me just say this. I will never look at my last sister location theories the same way again. And it's all thanks to the results of this episode's research. To begin to piece together the real danger these Disney rejects pose, we need to understand what makes them so dangerous in the first place. Sure, it might be easy to assume that Golden Fredbear and Golden Bonnie here are so deadly because they're spring-lock suits, but as we hear about in FNaF 3's phone calls, the locks are only used to hold back the sharp, pointy innards so they could be worn in suit mode.
To change the animatronics to suit
True.
mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed.
It's also something that we witness up close and personal during Night 4 of FNAF's sister location. The spring locks hold back the robotic innards, and them unsnapping and releasing the mechanism is what makes them so deadly. But during FNAF 4's Bite, Golden Freddy is already in robot mode.
That's true.
There would be no spring locks activated. They would not be snapping shut. To put it simply, the robot is operating like any normal animatronic would be, meaning that the danger is coming not from some weird, unique detail of FNAF-verse-style robots, but rather from the same mechanisms that exist in any animatronic, be it in a fictional pizzeria to the creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Winnie the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up. Ho ho! Prepare for a surprise. Anyway, all things considered, to truly unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named Vern Grainer, an engineer who used to build robots for Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out, how these things are built is actually a closely guarded trade secret, because I can pronounce my awas. But in an article he did for Nuts and Bolts magazine back in 2009, he confirmed that almost every entertainment robot on the planet is built from one core technology: pneumatic actuators. What are those? Well, yo, listen up then. Ya homies know that when all the sickest players want to pimp out their banging
Might be the
rides,
longest
yo, they
video.
install hydraulic lifts in their undercarriage,
This
like
might be it.
Ramon from the Cars movie. Well, where hydraulics
We
use
might watch the
oil
whole
and
video.
fluid dynamics
We
to do
could.
sweet lifting, yo. Pneumatics use air pressure. You build up a bunch of air pressure and then release it. That release moves whatever you want. A piston, a pulley, the deadly grin of a lifeless singing bear. They're used in everything from robots to build cars to the jaws of, well, Jaws at Universal Studios. Now, Grainer doesn't specify how powerful pneumatic actuators in a Chuck E. Cheese style robot's mouth would be, but we can go ahead and calculate a rough estimate. Whereas other actuators in the body and legs would have to be more powerful since they're moving.
Braille Bennett says if we get through a whole video, it's gonna be on this
The
one.
ones in the mouth are smaller, more delicate. They only have to move a couple of ounces of plastic and metal for the jaws, teeth, and cheeks. The pneumatic tubes themselves are also only a couple inches long, meaning that they can only build up so much air pressure. All things considered, you're only gonna need about 40 psi of air pressure max to do all of that. That's not a whole lot.
Nate says Master Yo is something I didn't know I needed.
So
Yeah.
how the
Oh,
heck
that
does a handful of
image.
small pistons powered by air create enough force to crack a child's skull wide open? They can't. You see, crushing a human skull ain't easy. The 22 bones of the human skull are there to protect the most important organ in our body from damage, and the whole thing has got a rounded structure to help disperse any forces applied to it. The strongest boxer in the world could punch you in the head at full force, and it barely crack. But this perfectly normal Chuck E. Cheese wannabe not only cracks the crying child's head, but breaks through hard enough to cause severe trauma to the brain? How much force is needed to do that? Well, it's actually a tricky question. First, we gotta ask, how old is the victim? When you're first born, the skull is softer, moldable, since, you know, it has to pass through narrow lady bits.
Oh my
Once it's
gosh.
made that journey, it has to be able to accommodate for your growing brain. So it has these soft spots called fontanelles to give the skull flexibility. So I immediately thought that our crying child birthday boy might be a bit easier of a nut to crack considering how young he is, but the research didn't pan out that way. The soft spots disappear or ossify by the time that you're 9 to 18 months old. And I don't care how heartless of a killer you are, purple guy, you ain't letting your 1-year-old hobble his way home after a day of sitting terrified in a broom closet. Second, to answer the question, I had to ask, what parts of the skull are we talking about? Because different sections have different thicknesses, and as a result,
Thank you, Haley Halo, for a $5 donation. Has anyone ever noticed that the grandfather clock, the music box, and the screen lock suits are all things that use a hand crank? I think it's a cool little fact. I mean, I remember the grandfather clock was like an important detail in one of the Dream Theory videos.
Yeah, because you know every night in like FNAF 1 through 4 ends with an
Ding
alarm.
dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. Yeah, I never thought about it. That's a cool little detail. Also, we have hit a new record for longest time. Let's see if it continues.
Let's see
It's
if
all
we can make
different strengths. According to research done by Tobias Matei, who studied children's bike helmets and how they protect the skull, the thinnest region of the skull bone is about where your temples are. Lo and behold, that's exactly where our crying child is seeing most of the damage done. When he's placed in Golden Fredbear's mouth by the bullies, he's facing outward towards us, mostly facing the camera, meaning that the weaker sides of his skull are the ones that are having to deal with the crushing
Thank you again,
forces
Haley
of the
Halo.
teeth. So, I looked it up. To fracture the skull there would require the equivalent of a 1,100-pound man or 500-kilogram woman, equal opportunity not being sexist here, to step on the head in that exact spot. But then again, that's just to have the thing fractured.
You know, I
We're
agree,
talking
Ozone. I
about
think it was a very interesting
catastrophic
video.
Head failure that impacts the brain. So we have to get a bit more specific and a bit harder of a bite. Luckily, I found a study looking into exactly that. Testing over 300 samples, some scientific madmen determined that human skull bone, when put under various kinds of stress, had a failure pressure of 1900 psi or 13 megapascals. 13 megapascals means that for every square meter of surface area, it takes 13 million newtons of force to break a skull open. Now, obviously, that number is hard to imagine without me giving you a real-world example of what it feels like. The challenge, though, is to accurately represent that pressure, we need to know how that pressure is being delivered. If I'm delivering a lot of pressure onto a small point, it's gonna do a lot more damage than if I deliver that same amount of pressure across a wider surface
Yeah,
area.
the train theory
Think of
video
it
was
like the
good,
difference of
but
stepping
it's
onto a
just wrong.
single nail versus laying on a bed of nails. One's a
Victory Games, why the frick are people trying to determine how much force is needed to shatter a human skull? Yeah, like, what science lab was like, this is what we're gonna spend our time on now?
Hey,
The other-
we got like 100 skulls
Think
in the
about it
basement.
this
We can
way.
use them.
1 megapascal of pressure is about the pressure of an average human bite. We're talking 13 times that. That is a lot of pressure. And in our case, that pressure is being delivered by small
Dave,
animatronic teeth
asking for a
clamping
friend.
down on either
True.
side of the crying child's head. So, a whole lot more like that single nail example than the bed of nails. But to find out just how powerful and deadly these teeth are, we're gonna need one thing: pixel measurements. We need to know the surface area of Freddy's teeth so that we can figure out how much force minimum those teeth are delivering. Now, obviously, we're gonna have to approximate a bit since the game contains no real measurements to go off of, so instead I started with Freddy's face. It's an Easter egg I never really addressed in the theories, but way back in vanilla FNaF 1, lots of theorists were talking about an oddly shaped smudge on Freddy's face. This smudge is in the shape of a handprint. Now granted, it isn't a golden suit, but as we see in that game, the two are comparable in size. Given that the average human hand is about 18.89
I say we keep going for that. Like, I know people are like, oh, we don't, like, some people don't think it's a handprint. I think it's possible.
That's probably a handprint.
Yeah. Okay.
I never thought otherwise.
Remember when they measured Luigi?
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah.
We should watch that after this. No, I'm kidding.
centimeters
Oh,
long, we
100%.
can use this handprint
Maybe it's like
to
a bonus.
scale everything else. Freddy's head then is 32 centimeters wide,
Does he
or
measure up?
about twice as wide as an adult human's head, which makes a lot of sense. You need something big enough to serve as a costume. Now, using a combination of images from different angles, we can use this to determine the dimensions of one tooth, which comes to 1.4 square centimeters. It looks like he was bitten with 8 teeth. 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. This gives us a total surface area of 11.26 square centimeters. So, using the power of math, we can use this figure to determine how much force each tooth is biting down with.
Oh,
and that
really,
number is
The handprint is called out in the Ultimate Guide, so I think I'm pretty sure it's official. I didn't know
Oh,
that.
that's cool. That is cool.
I did not know that.
Alright.
bone-chilling. 14,758 newtons.
Oh.
Why is that a bone-chilling number? Because that's the strength that a full-grown crocodile bites with. It's almost the strength of a great white shark bites.
Oh
In
my.
order to deliver
Okay.
that amount of force, you would need 2 high-end industrial-strength pneumatic actuators. These things are as long as your arm, and they need their own dedicated compressors pumping out 100 pounds per square inch. I mean, your own teeth would crack if you bit down with that kind of force, and it is most certainly way overkill for moving the mouth of some cheap mascot at a sad sack themed restaurant. It's almost like someone built these things to intentionally be deadly. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is our smoking gun. When we last covered the lore of this series, myself, as well as other FNaF theorists like Treesicle and Dawko, concluded that William Afton was driven to his murderous rampage by tragic circumstances. His son was killed in the jaws of that machine, and so he dedicated his life to twisted experimentation on other children to bring his son back. Sure, it doesn't mean that William Afton kidnapping and killing tons of kids is okay, but it does make us sympathize with him a little. He was driven to madness by this immense sadness. But if all this science today is truly correct, it proves that he was a...
That's not true. That's not true.
So are we skipping there?
We're gonna skip at 14:26.
All right, new longest time.
General.
We have a new longest time.
He sent it. He sent it. Okay, that is cool. That is cool.
Wait, what?
Look in general.
Oh, cool. Oh yeah, they just straight up show the handprint on his face. That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well, we almost got there, chat. We almost got there.
JPEG, what? I blinked. What did you get wrong? Okay.
So, what he got wrong was he said William was completely driven to madness because of the death of the bike victim,
with him
which isn't true.
He was driven to madness by this immense sadness.
Well, okay, hold on, wait a minute. He did say that, like, this is what they thought.
Well, no, he said it. Well, no, doesn't that apply to every video? I think that.
No, like, he thought in the past that's what it was. Here, let's go back.
Back it up.
William Afton, ladies and gentlemen, is our smoking gun. When we last covered the lore of this series, myself, as well as other FNaF theorists like Treesicle and Dawko, concluded that William Afton was driven to...
They concluded in the past. I think that changes things a bit.
That does change. Never mind. By tragic circumstances. His son was killed in the jaws of that machine, and so he dedicated his life to twisted experimentation on other children to bring his son back. Sure, it doesn't mean that William Afton kidnapping and killing tons of kids is okay, but it does make us sympathize with him a little. He was driven to madness by this immense sadness. But if all this science today is truly correct, it
I think we continue a bit longer because I think he was just talking about in the past.
Yeah.
Proves that he was a madman all along. That even in the earliest days of Fredbear's Family Diner, William was making suits designed to kill. With
I can agree with that, actually. I think that's... Like, I think he was always kind of crazy. What do you think?
I think that could have been true.
Mechanisms way overpowered for what they were meant to
this
do.
is the wrong
Any normal
idea,
animatronic would have left the crying child with a few scratches, maybe some psychological scars, but that's about it. He'd be alive. But Afton, being the psychopath that he is, had other intentions. Not only did he create a deadly system with the spring locks, but even the basic robotics of his mascots were built to kill, something that he would continue to do throughout his career, particularly with the Funtime series. We all thought it was a freak accident that killed Afton's son, but at the end of the day, this death was completely avoidable. It was all Afton's fault. He only has his own...
Ooh, Knave. But Fredbear's suit wasn't built by Afton, though. Is that true?
Hold on. Oh, no. Fredbear was built by Henry. That's a good catch.
Ah, okay. So...
Hold on, back it up. No, not that far.
If all this science today is truly correct, it proves that he was a madman all along. That even in the earliest days of Fredbear's Family Diner, William was making suits designed to kill.
I think that's it.
1436. Okay.
We almost made it through a video, though.
We almost did.
But we got a new record.
Did get a good record. Alright, moving on.
Alright. Wait, Ozone, I was saying we don't really know who made the spring locks, do we? I mean, isn't it said that...
Well, no. He said suits to kill, not suits. Like... The animatronic. William didn't make the animatronics. That was...
Yeah, because isn't it like in the books, which they do talk about William Henry's relationships
They do.
William
and
is
they
the
talk about
business side. Henry is the robotic side.
They also talk about motivations, and they talk about why William kills.
Nave, while Henry built Lefty, the design of the jaw is the same. That is also true.
That is true.
I say we skip, personally.
We're gonna skip. We're gonna skip. What else we missed? I didn't see that though before. Okay.
Alright, here we go.
I don't know what this is a theory of, so I'm just gonna call it that. What else?
I am Springtrap.
Oh, it's about a book!
A horde of the Balloon Boys emerged from the cave, shaking back and forth on unsteady feet, their pointed teeth chattering loudly as they wobbled forward with staring eyes. Not again! I hate these things, Jessica cried.
Classic Jessica.
You and me both, sister. You and me both. Up top. Can't high-five me up top because you're a fictional character. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where... Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNaF 6 is canceled. Look.
Do we skip there? Let's go.
That would be so fun. No, that's they're so true. He did claim I am Springtrap. But here's the thing. He did play Springtrap in the FNaF musical.
True.
I think
I'm gonna go. Let's go a bit longer because I'm gonna go a bit longer, but we know it's probably gonna end really quickly.
Had more staying power than you, Scotty C. Let's be honest though, it's gonna be more delayed than canceled.
Oh, right there.
There's still the movie, the merch, a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the animatronics, the series itself is getting reborn.
He said it was canceled, but he's like, it's more delayed. That is correct. So.
New forms with increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise.
Actually, no, they're true. Springtrap and Purple Guy are separate beings in the musical. Dude, they're so true. Actually,
are we really gonna do that?
I think we should count it. I think we should count it. The chat's telling us we gotta count it.
Okay, so when was that? It was...
Well, let's just go back to the beginning. Let's do the quick one.
There we go. At 8 seconds, I heard it.
No, he didn't say it.
No, I heard it. Oh, yeah, I can faintly hear it.
Okay, so 08.
8 seconds.
You don't know what FNaF the Musical is by Random Encounters? The one where Markiplier is the night guard. You should go look it up.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do your name. Nave, just look it up. Random Encounters.
Oh boy! The final theory.
The final theory. Okay.
You know, it really is uncanny how these two games overlap. Hello, Internet! Welcome to the 200th episode of Game Theory. I mean, technically it's the 201st and a half episode because we had a mini theory way back on the channel a long time ago that's now privated because of reasons. And then technically the Bendy episode last week was the 200th episode, but I thought this felt more appropriate because it's solving FNaF with one final mega theory. So the 200th episode of Game Theory. Proud members of the Pink Guy Truthers Club. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the longest held debates in FNaF theorydom is whether this murderer watching children die is the same as this murderer watching children die. Because of their different colors, they became dubbed Purple Guy and Pink Guy, the two most threatening colors. Taste the rainbow, slaughter the rainbow. Anyway, since FNaF 2, I have been opposed to this.
Ozone, wait, he lied?
What do you mean he lied? Pause it. Wait, Ozone, explain yourself. What did he lie about?
Longest held debates in FNaF theorydom is whether this murderer watching children die is the same.
Watching children? Is that where it is? Watching? Everyone's screaming skip.
As this murderer watching children.
I don't. Hold on.
Is it the fact that only 5 kids are circled and saved them? Where's the 6th kid?
Oh, wait, hold on. There was a 6th kid. I can't see it on that badly done map, but there is 6 bloodstains and.
Oh, is it 6 bloodstains and only 5 kids?
Six blood stains in different areas. One of them was hidden behind like the puppet box or something.
Oh, he said it was the 200th episode, but it's not. True, he did say that.
Oh, he did no, but he said 200 and a half. He did like
because of reasons.
Yeah,
I'm not counting that. I'm not counting that.
The 200th episode, but I thought this felt more
fine. You know what?
appropriate
Fine.
because
You know,
it's
38.
one
I want to make
final
Ozone
mega
happy.
theory.
38.
So the 200th episode of Game Theory.
I think this is where they take issue because he's like, yeah, I kind of did this and this, but I'm gonna say this was the 200th episode, which is technically incorrect.
Fine. 046. All right, let's go.
Well, hello again, theorists.
Ozone was joking.
No. Oh, you were joking.
I mean, okay, he didn't say anything incorrect about FNaF. Let's. Okay, you know what?
We can run it back. We can run it back.
It wasn't about FNaF, so
Colors. Taste the rainbow.
we'll go a bit longer.
Anyway, since FNaF 2, I have been opposed to this theory, and I can now confirm it is dead. Like a child wanting a mediocre slice of
What's
overpriced
that
pizza.
kid face?
Dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. One look at Scott's new strategy guide for the series, The Freddy Files, confirms it. Page 48, when describing the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNaF 2, quote, "Purple guy is visible in the lower left corner of the room." There it is, clear as crystal. Purple guy in the corner. Now comes the super awkward question that I never thought I'd have to answer. Which purple guy? Because there's 2 now, and if you didn't know that, strap in. It is gonna be a long...
Wait. Hold on. That's false. That's so false.
No, there are 2 purple guys.
No. Well, no. I think you mean like 2 different people.
Well, this is after we got Michael Purple Guy and William Purple Guy.
But that's also not true.
I mean, one of them's like not actually purple, but the other one is purple. I think.
All right, fine. You know what? Keep it rolling.
I'm pretty sure it's
It's
not
been
wrong.
defined by questions.
Keep it rolling.
What was the missing children's incident? Who is Purple Guy? What's the deal with Balloon Boy? Seriously, what is the deal with Balloon Boy? But by FNaF 4, the games had just become a mire of unanswered questions where it was becoming harder and harder to tell the difference between a withered Freddy,
Oh.
a phantom Freddy, and a nightmare Freddy.
We got Jay.
let alone a golden
Guys,
Freddy versus
why
a
aren't you
golden
skipping the
Fred
video?
Bear.
The
We had
title is
Fazbear
wrong.
Frights,
This is
Fazbear
not the
Pizzas,
final
Fazbear
theory.
Entertainment.
Because he didn't say it.
Hey.
It says it
hold
in
it.
the title, and he said it at the beginning. He's like, "This is the final theory to solve the story and everything."
I think he's gonna say that a lot. I am willing to be like, if it says something wrong about FNaF, I'm willing to do that or like show something wrong.
Okay, so the
about FNaF.
200th episode thing would not be applicable then because he's not talking about FNaF. He's talking about.
Yeah, that's why we're still
theory.
watching that video.
Exactly.
Hey! He called it Fazbear Frights and not Fazbear's Fright.
Oh wait! You're actually right. Wait.
Golden Fred Bear. We had Fazbear Frights, Fazbear P.
Fazbear Frights.
211.
That is wrong.
What was it called?
Fazbear's Fright. Technically, nowadays he would be correct because of Fazbear Frights, but this was before then.
Okay, no,
Interesting.
we're moving on. That's
Yeah.
wrong.
All right, back to German Freddy.
Well, hello again, theorists. We have a party planned.
We do have a final theory
today,
counter.
We do.
and it's all for you. So, are you ready for round 2? Well, are ya? It's too late to turn back now. Get ready for a surprise in 3, 2, 1.
It's so cool that Kellen Goff actually did that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. There's also a cool intro.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to
Game Theory.
Where did you know that Funtime Freddy was almost German? Jawohl, check it out.
Hello, little children. Glad to see you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
I mean, is
How
that true?
wild
Because
is that? Forget
he
Freddy
didn't even know who
Fazbear,
he
it's
was
Freddy
auditioning for.
Fuzzbar. Calling
Yeah.
it right now, FNaF 5 gave us sister location, FNaF 6 gives us international expansion. So, the this is it. The end of an era. My last FNaF lore theory until a new game gets released. Makes me kinda sad, actually. So let's make it a good one as we set out to finish the job that we started 3 whole years together. And spoiler alert, purple guy? It's not the phone guy. Believe me, I tried. So of the 5 Aftons, last time we had killed off 2. Mother and daughter who go on to become Baby and Ballora. Afton's daughter gets...
Ooh. 127. Okay. That's...
William's wife doesn't get killed, right?
William's wife does not become Ballora. That's all we know.
What do we know about William's wife?
Her
Not
name's
much.
Clara?
We know... we know a couple things. We know William definitely didn't kill her. We know, she doesn't become Ballora. At most, she was built in her wife's image, in his wife's image. But he implied that Ballora's possessed by Miss Afton, which is not true.
True, he does imply that.
Now let's move on.
All right.
127.
Wait, Snappy, do we know about Mrs. Afton to say it's a debunk? I mean...
Okay.
we technically don't know what happens to her, so...
Wait, hear me out. William Afton, he claims that Miss Afton was killed by William, and Miss Afton becomes Ballora. But in the CD tapes, it's implied that Miss Afton killed herself.
Well, I think it's implied that she dies. She could have killed herself because of what happened, and then put into Ballora.
Well, it's implied that what the daughter's testimony led to her doing something to herself. But this implies William killed her.
Is that what Matt said?
Pretty sure.
Time we had killed off 2. Mother and daughter...
We had killed off 2. Not William specifically, just that they died.
Ooh. Okay, fine, keep it rolling.
I guess we'll keep it rolling.
He
didn't say that.
Results in the immediate closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, leading the company to retire the creepy, rosy-cheeked characters deep underground where memories sleep. But now let's talk about one question I haven't addressed yet, and one that was on everyone's mind during the launch to Sister Location. Where is Chica in all this?
Oh boy.
For the first time in these games, one of the core 4 animatronics was just gone.
Pizza!
Right? And it is. I joked earlier about FNaF leader hose in location, but it touches on an element of these games that we tend to brush aside. That there's a business element running through all of them. Corporate doublespeak and liability talk coming from Phone Guy, parent companies in the form of Fazbear Entertainment, franchising with Sister Location. So what if Chica is missing from Circus Baby's gang because she was her own independent mascot at the time? It's not just wild speculation either. In the Scott Games source code leading up to Sister Location's release, we got all sorts of hints in the form of animatronic maintenance schedules, but mixed in there was a reference to something surprising. Chica's Party World, mentioned by name. Definitive proof that the character was the mascot of another business existing at the same time as Circus Babies, which was also a client of Afton Robotics. Chica isn't in Sister Location because she isn't a part of the family yet. She's still a solo act, but we know by FNaF 4 she's clearly a part of the Fredbear and Friends lineup. So it would seem...
What do we think? I technically don't see anything impossible with this yet.
Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure Circus Baby's Pizza World happens after the closure. Happens after Freddy's becomes a thing, like after Freddy's opens. It's like, why would William start his own thing while he's doing Freddy's?
Skip, Funtime Chica exists.
Wait, Skip, Funtime Chica exists. You're true, actually. You're true.
I'm going to agree with that.
249.
Oh boy, we finally get to FNaF 6.
Monsters trapped in the corridors. Be still.
Such a hard line.
Give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace.
No, but this is a
perhaps
funny
more waiting for
What's
you.
the name of this
after
title?
smoke
Name of the
clears.
video?
Although for one
No
of
more
you,
secrets.
the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole.
So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
Jeez, Scott. I know we didn't get along.
Wow,
well,
what a line.
Condemning me to hell seems a bit extreme. Seriously though, can we turn on some air
Scott was
conditioning
not
here or
talking to
something?
MatPat.
It's getting a bit warm in here.
Wait. FNaFy. Doesn't the cookbook confirm Chica's already part of the main band in 1983, if you want to use the cookbook as evidence?
You're true, actually.
But I mean, that's
So,
not the only evidence that, because there's also the TV in '83 on the FNaF 4 TV with Chica there. So.
Oh, wait.
So yeah, Chica was already part of the franchise.
Yeah, I think MatPat said, because I think he believed that FNaF 4 like mini games came after Chica's Party World.
No.
Or not Chica's Party World, Baby's Circus Party Place.
It was
whatever.
probably just like a franchise offshoot.
Yeah.
Because I'm wearing my snuggly new Game Theory merch. And you too can be getting hotter than a serial killer in a burning death trap, because starting right now, new merch is available via the link in the description. Do you know the way to good fashion? Well,
Oh my
I
gosh.
will show you the way. Because not only do we have this nifty
this
hoodie
Game
with
Theory
embroidered
talk, so
patches that
we'll
make you
ignore it.
feel like you're wearing a warm, stylish blanket, we also have new shirts with a
Like,
and you
there's a difference
winter
between him saying something that's
shall
incorrect and him
oil.
saying
It
something
also may
that's
serve-
outdated.
True. But because it's outdated, lots of he says it's incorrect.
and less caloric, but I have to warn you, supplies of everything are super limited.
Oh my gosh.
We know that things took way too long last time to get to you.
We're not sponsored.
Good. So make sure you place your orders now, because who knows what of this channel
This is gonna be the longest video we reach, just because of half of it is a merch plug.
most popular franchise. Hello, Internet!
Welcome to Game Theory!
Where let's just take a collective moment and get this all out of the way. Say it with me now. Another FNaF video. You said the last one was gonna be your last. Yeah, I know, but I also said this. Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. And true enough to form, that's exactly what happened. I released my
So that
final
was
two-parter
technically true.
theory
It's so
on Sunday,
funny.
and exactly 1 month later, FNaF 6, disguised under the fan game-esque name of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, gets released. Now, at this point, I
Scott
wouldn't be
kept
surprised if you all
changing up
thought that
his
Scott
release
and I were the
dates.
same person.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, you have never seen us in the same room together at the same time. Anyway, the game came out over 2 months
know,
ago, and
I
ever
think
since
we
I've
have.
had countless
Yeah.
people asking me
Well,
to
I
think we
theory.
have.
Over 10
Actually-
in the last week alone.
We have, because isn't there the
No,
picture of them together
that's-
at the FNaF
Yeah,
movie?
we have a picture of them together now, so that's incorrect now.
Do we count that?
What he says is incorrect because we have seen a picture of him and Scott now.
I get
So that information is outdated, and as you said, outdated means incorrect.
Mhm.
But it wasn't about FNaF. It was just about MatPat.
No. It's what is the name of the stream? Watching FNaF game. But if MatPat says something completely incorrect, we
Okay,
skip
but
the
we
video.
said that if he said something incorrect about the game theory stuff, we wouldn't count it.
Mm.
Like the topics are game theory, the channel, and then
Victor
Matt.
Games. I mean, it's more of a joke. Yeah, that's also a thing. Where it's like, I say we roll with it a bit more.
All right.
Lone stopped me on the street and asked for a FNaF episode. And that's
But
not
it's
even
just funny to
mentioning
think
all
that
the
now there
emails
is a
I've
picture
gotten
of
in
Scott
that
and
time.
Matt
Yeah.
So
in the
for
same room
Ben,
together.
Steven, Phil, Cassie, Matt, Lucas, Sarah,
Cassie?
Alex, Matt number 2, and NBA Rookie of last year, Carl Anthony Towns. That's no joke, actually. As well as everyone who has sent in something requesting an episode on FNaF. This one, and potentially one squeezed between this one and the next theory, and maybe even a third one down the line at some point. Those are all for you. Now, FNaF 6 was a very different game from any of the ones that came before. Not because it had a weird roller coaster tycoon-esque metagame connecting all the security camera maintenance you've come to know and tolerate from this series, but because it's much more explicit than usual. This game has a lot of talking, accompanied by clear visual storytelling to reinforce what you're hearing, meaning that a lot of the major plot points of this game are fairly easy to understand, which has gotta be like a first for the entirety of this franchise. FNaF 6 is filled with a sense of finality. It's clearly meant to tie up all the loose ends and serve as the last game of the series. Or, let me be clear, the last part of the series covering what I'm gonna call the Purple Guy saga. Like Dragon Ball Z up in here. A saga which begins with a series of murders that result in animatronics coming to life, continues with the Afton family meeting with a series of terrible fates, and ends with the spirits of everyone involved getting closure, one way or another. Because this game feels
But
much
he
more
still-
obvious
it
in
still
its
feels
story,
like he's
many online
implying that the
theorists
mom
have
was
chosen to
Ballora.
focus on the major story story beats, actively ignoring the game's more unusual bits, the wrinkles that don't quite fit in cleanly. But it's in those wrinkles that we find answers to some of the longest held questions of the franchise, and the clues that we need to finally put the whole puzzle
Someone said
together.
skip
So
Midnight
stick
Motorist.
with me and prepare to get a
What?
little
He
wrinkly.
didn't say anything about Midnight Motorist though.
What
about?
I don't think he mentioned it.
Yeah, unless he was like, "Oh, everything's really explicit," and sounds like skip because
We
Midnight
haven't
Motorist
got-
isn't explicit. I think he said mostly explicit anyway.
I don't
Alright,
think
keep
we've
going.
gotten a Midnight Motorist yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep
Like
going.
a toe left in the bathtub for too long. That is certainly a theory.
A toe.
You had to
Multiple theories
unpause
all
on
in one
that.
episode. It's also me trying to open the door to you guys, equipping you with the information necessary to discuss the final points lingering around the edge of this mysterious franchise. Finally closing the book on the Purple Guy saga. Now, before I get to the deep lore here, let me quickly run through the major reveals of this game just to make sure that we're all working with the same understanding. In the aftermath of FNaF 3's Happiest Day minigame, the spirits of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Golden Freddy have all been put to rest, which left only the lingering threads of Springtrap with
Was
William
that Golden
Afton
Freddy,
inside,
though?
Ennard with Baby inside, Michael Afton, I'm a living corpse who used to have robot tentacles inside, and the puppet with nothing inside. Prior to the release of this game, Scott's
All right. I know Happy Stay is still debated, so I think we let it slide because
Okay.
I do.
Repeat that. Sorry, I was talking.
He said that FNaF 6 happens after Happy's Day, cause just getting everything else, which I think is actually still debated.
Well, wait. Hold on.
Here, I'll go back.
Well, no, hold on. No, Molten MCI is true now. I mean, it's been
Right.
true for quite a long time.
But you know, they can still. I think it's. I feel like.
The big here's the thing. The big debate going on is if Happiest Day is right after FNaF 6 or way in the future. It's before FNaF 6 because.
I think
we
you
know
could make an
Molten MCI is
argument
true.
that their souls get freed except for the ones lingering in Molten MCI.
Well, hold on. Happiest Day is only the 5, right?
Right.
And then Charlotte. Charlotte's and Lefty.
I believe that doesn't the puppet mask fall down slower, so maybe it's not fully freed.
That is a technical glitch, and they're all coded to follow the same exact speed.
Tell me about it, Dad.
So at that point, that feels more like the game is stuttering to keep up with itself.
All right. So do you think we skip from that? This one I'm not sure about. I'll replay
What
it.
did Matt
a
say
bit.
exactly? What did Matt say exactly? Also, were
this
those
game
the
just to make
mediocre
sure that we're all
melodies in
working
there?
with the same understanding. In the aftermath of FNaF 3's Happiest Day minigame, the spirits of Freddy, Foxy,
Crazy.
Bonnie, Chica, and Golden Freddy have all been put to rest, which left only the lingering threads of Springtrap with William Afton inside, Ennard with Baby inside, Michael Afton, I'm a living corpse who used to have robot tentacles inside, and the puppet with nothing inside. Prior to the release of this game, Scott's two websites, scottgames.com and FNAFworld.com, were talking to each other in their source code, a conversation which showed Baby and Ennard getting into a fight, and Baby basically getting voted out of the tribe, which is why in this new game the two are once again separate entities. Ennard in this game assumes the form of Molten Freddy, which, adding in this game's other new edition of Rockstar Freddy, brings the total number of different Freddy forms across the entire series to 12. 12 different Freddys alone. And you wonder...
Are there actually 12?
Wait, what did he show there? Was that like?
Hold on, wait.
So at this point in the timeline, were there 12?
12 different.
Okay, wait. So what is okay?
Wait, 12 what?
12 different Freddys.
Hold on.
Different.
Wait, but that's not.
Freddys.
Did he say at this point, or did you say
At this point, there are 12 different Freddys.
Okay.
So there's
Go-
Freddy.
go on,
Let's
let me-
count real quick.
He's gonna say Twisted Freddy. So there's
Normal Freddy, Golden Freddy in the first game. In the second game, there's Toy, Withered Freddy, Withered Golden Freddy. You could count. Shadow Freddy. That's 6. Phantom Freddy, Nightmare Freddy, Nightmare Fredbear, Nightmare. In FNaF 4, then Funtime Freddy, and Rockstar Freddy, and Molten Freddy. That's
Is that 12?
That's 13.
That is 13.
Unless
Did you say Twisted Freddy? Did you say Twisted Freddy?
I did not. I don't know.
That's 14. That's 14.
There's also Adventure Freddy.
It's 15.
Oh my goodness! Wait! Keep playing. Does he say anything else after this, or is
And
that
you'll
it?
wonder why this game is confusing to talk about. Baby, meanwhile, becomes...
Nope. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. Free Slurpee? Alright, anyway.
Bro did not know how to
Math
count.
wasn't mathing.
What? Maybe. Okay. How did he get 12 though? Wait. So Freddy and Golden Freddy.
Wait. So he just showed a bunch of like Freddy's in front there. Count them. Are there?
the entire
did he list
series
12 there?
to 12. 12.
Go like scrub it. You know. No, use that. You know how to scrub, right?
I do. But I'm gonna do this.
Div
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He only shows 9.
Wait.
So
Wait.
Yeah, no,
he
he's just wrong. He's just wrong.
He counted like 2 different versions of Golden Freddy. Are those considered?
That's
to
just
be
a
separate
fan
Freddys,
model.
or-
I think we should skip. I think we should.
yeah,
skip.
I think that's pretty egregious. I can't let that one slide.
I don't think he counted OG Fredbear either. Lol.
Hello, Internet.
Welcome to Game Theory.
2018. A show
Incorrect.
apparently
This is
dedicated
not the smartest show
entirely
in
to
gaming.
virtual boxes, loot box
What's the name of this
psychology,
video?
loot boxes as gambling, the treatise on the science of fictional
Okay.
cardboard
Name of the
boxes.
video.
It's like box episodes are the new FNaF episodes for the channel. Gotta milk 'em dry. Next episode should be on,
Okay,
I don't know,
I'll figure
the
out.
orange box or something.
Uh,
But in
Hello
all
Neighbor was
seriousness, the
definitely
box
just theory based.
tetralogy reaches its dramatic finale today as I cover what is perhaps the most infamous digital box of the last decade, FNaF 4
Oh boy.
Locked
The
Chest.
box.
Now, last
And
episode we started
this
to
is
explore
gonna
the
be
idea that
complicated
FNaF
'cause we
6 is all
still
about tying
don't
up
know
loose
what's in the
ends.
box.
That as the last game in the Purple Guy saga, Scott's goal was to give us the information necessary to close the book on this chapter in Freddy's story. But to me, as someone who has studied these games inside and out, if there was one question that needed to be answered in a final game, it wasn't how Michael Afton was able to become a living purple corpse through Remnant, or how Henry was able to create a device that could somehow simulate child body temperatures. I didn't even care so much about the timeline at this point. No, what I wanted answered was the biggest lingering mystery of FNaF. What was in the box?
Ozone says he doesn't
Rewind
like
back
this
to
video.
FNaF 4, the game that utterly wrecked everyone's understanding of this franchise. You beat the game, you get the iconic line of, "I will put you back together," and then boom! A literal mystery box that would make the likes of J.J. Abrams proud. Accompanied by the lines, "Perhaps some things are best left forgotten."
Nave,
For
Schrodinger's
But you know what?
lore.
I never
True.
forgot. The fans never forgot.
That's the thing,
I don't
'cause
think
Scott said in
forgot
his interview
either.
with Dawko
So now, 2 years,
that the
3
contents of
games,
the
and
box
4
has
books
changed.
later, I think
Yes.
I'm finally ready
And
to
I think
say-
that's about this episode where he's like, yeah, MatPat's right. The contents of the box did change. I think that's what this one's
Yeah.
about. So
They're not
break
the same
open the
anymore.
locks and reveal what was supposed to be in this thing versus what actually was in the thing. Because I have reason to believe that the contents of the box have changed 3 separate times, and that now, in the wake of FNaF 6, Scott has already shown us what is inside the box. Let me explain. FNaF 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015.
Alright, this one's gonna be interesting because he's gonna like pull out evidence or like pull out like speculation that it changed. We technically know that it's true, no matter what he says, because Scott does say it's changed. So technically, no matter what he says,
Sure, but he can claim false ideas. Like.
True. We'll
Yeah.
just have to see. We'll have to see.
But the thing is like, did we deconfirm what we know? Like,
Well, it's a case by case basis.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Let's just hop into it.
Yeah,
FNaFy,
let's see what
this
he
video's pretty mid, yeah.
Box ending. Exactly.
Well, it might be our
1
longest
month
one,
later,
you never
August
know.
24th, Scott made a post on Steam referencing a Halloween update for the game. An update where he had considered opening the box. Quote,
That's
I
true,
wanted to
Scott
post
did
some
post that.
information
Good
about
job,
the
Matt.
upcoming Halloween update. I started off a few months ago with several ideas in mind for what I wanted to release, ranging from DLC to a new game to opening the box. More on that later, but now I've been working steadily and have a pretty clear vision going forward. End quote. So, Why wasn't the box included as a part of that update? Well, he explains it later in the post. Quote again. Now, I want to talk about what won't be included. The box. You know, when I released the first game over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and story. Then the same happened with Part 2. Then Part 3 came out, and once again the story was uncovered by the community. But then I released Part 4, and somehow no one, not a single person found the pieces. The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever. End quote. So clearly in the month after the release of the game, disappointed that the mysteries were staying hidden, Scott had already changed his mind about what he wanted to do with this box. And I just gotta say, Scott, my man, you didn't even give me a shot at this one. You changed your mind about a game's fundamental mystery in a month? I mean,
so he was at that point, he probably because he was like, he saw how everyone was reacting to the games, and he knew that if he revealed the contents, then it probably would make people upset, since he knew wasn't what was in the box.
Right.
So he shifted gears and decided that it was best not to show it.
Yeah.
In that amount of time, all I could do was release a rushed-out, retrofitted prediction theory because I was stuck in con season when the game was released. Give a theorist some slack, man! So that begs the question of what he originally intended to be in the box. My theory, toys, a badge, a hospital wristband, and a picture of what eventually became known as the Afton family. The only time we would ever see them truly happy in this franchise. Remember, FNaF 4 was meant to be the final game in the series, and based on all the clues Scott left prior to the release of Sister Location, he absolutely intended for Freddy's to be a story told in the mind of a child. Maybe not so much in dreams, like Dream Theory would indicate, but perhaps in a coma, or on the kid's deathbed. I mean, sure, let me be clear, yes, there was absolutely a real-life string of murders informing this kid's visions, as evidenced by the puppet and the murder outside the restaurant. But I mean, look at what he just said in that Steam post. Most people assume that I filled FNaF 4 with random Easter eggs. I didn't. And now look at everything that lines up in this game. Toys that match the look and behavior of the toy animatronics. People getting shoved into suits by a guy hidden in shadows that would probably look like a murder to a young child. A boy carrying a balloon to inspire Balloon Boy. Bullies who wear masks that perfectly match the nightmares. Shadows that would literally inspire shadow animatronics. A mangled toy. The concept of a plush Bonnie that bites you. A child's phone and a child's fan to simulate the night guard desk. People walking around in animatronic suits like Springtrap. A grandfather clock like you would find in your home going off to signal the end of the night. The list goes on and on and on. And even though he'd moved on with the story, Scott still wanted us to figure it out, which is why on our October 5th, 2015 GT Live, Scott crashed the live stream, giving us explicit clues to figure it out.
Alright. What do we think? Okay, this really comes down to, can we claim that it was possible that Dream Theory, in some form, was correct?
I mean, what did Scott say during that stream? He said something seen by a child.
Oh, 4 games, 1 story.
4 games, 1 story. Why is Toy Chica missing her beak? And what is seen in shadows?
That. So he says what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. I definitely feel like FNaF 4 is probably something like that, where these are things that the crying child has seen.
In the mind of a child. Because what else would that be referring? Pinball, what do you think?
I don't know what happened to Pinball.
Okay.
I definitely feel like the nightmare animatronics can't be real animatronics.
I haven't read Dittophobia. I don't know what it says about the nightmare animatronics. I think he's implying that back then this is what it was supposed to be. And honestly, I can believe that personally.
Maybe what
Fellas,
was in the box.
I'm back. How many videos did you guys skip?
None. We're still on this one. So,
did you get anything wrong?
We're actually debating that right now. So he basically said back when FNaF 4 first released, back then it was supposed to be some sort of dream theory.
That's not true.
Why?
You know,
Because
it is
like
debatable.
like Ozan said, like
So what
with
Matt
the mind of a
Matt
child
is-
thing, the 4 games 1 story thing.
So what Matt is saying here is he thinks that at one point Scott was going to explain it as a dream theory,
But changed his mind.
realized, yeah, he changed his mind because he realized the community wouldn't accept it that way. I think that's what Matt is theorizing right here.
Right. That's what I personally think
And-
too.
Again, we have no confirmation or deconfirmation that was what originally was going on.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I guess we're continuing.
I say we keep going.
I also say we keep going. If you disagree, subscribe and yell at me in the comments.
Is easily
I
misunderstood
cannot
in the
like
mind
me
of a
explain
child.
Shatter Victim
All
to
3
Psychic and
clues
JPEG?
again pointing to the
What?
conclusion of some sort of coma theory, with the box containing the items alluding to that story. Toys and plushies to show where all the ideas for the animatronics came from. A badge to show that this kid's father worked at the restaurant as a security guard. A hospital band to make it clear that the child was rushed to the hospital in the aftermath of the Fredbear bite, and a happy family that we see shattered in the aftermath of a stupid prank. This box is locked and hidden away in an attic or a basement when the child dies. The memories it contains are too tough to bear. But the line of, would the community accept it that way, is the key phrase in all of this. Scott knew that the story, as he envisioned it, would be controversial for a fan base that was literally comparing shades of purple across the series. He had a solution to the story that he wanted to tell, but was now trapped by his own success. People were too interested in his mystery box, which is why Sister Location and everything afterward emphasized more real-life events. Scoopers and Remnant and literal purple people walking around outside. But before he got to that point, there was one other course correction. FNaF World.
Oh,
The
boy.
pimply faced puberty of the franchise. The game that also, like puberty, everyone wants to forget, including Scott himself. And it was here that Scott tried to unveil the
Incorrect.
mystery of the
I don't
box
wanna
a second
forget FNaF
time.
World.
If you played
MatPat
through the
doesn't
game
speak for
normally,
me.
you would never see any connections to the box. You would just play through this bizarre fever dream of an RPG, and then finally kill Scott Cawthon himself as the final boss of the game. Yeah, in
Sorry
case
about
you
that.
skipped over FNaF World,
All right.
Scott is one of the final bosses and complains about how obnoxious the fans of the series can get. It is strange, it is funny, certainly meta, and most undeniably passive-aggressive. Anyway, if you linger on the opening dialogue between your character and Fredbear, you unlock a hidden quest that lurks beneath the surface of the game that was undoubtedly meant to tie into the mystery of the box. We're told that the quest requires us to, quote, leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way. The him we're helping is FNaF 4's bite victim, and we know this from the opening dialogue. Quote, something has gone wrong. That's why
It's
I'm
true.
here. But I won't let the same happen to you. I will put you back together. Haha, the classic FNaF 4 line. So infuriatingly vague. Anyway, that line confirms that the you being talked about here is the bite victim, that the something has gone wrong is referring to the bite itself, and that the yellow eyes doing the talking, the one who is trapped here, is the puppet. From here, your secret quest is to find a series of clocks and complete mini-games that directly relate to the steps necessary to unlock FNaF 3's Happiest Day ending. You push Balloon Boy into a box, you press 4 arcade buttons, you set up 4 cupcakes, etc., etc. And if you do everything correctly, your secret ending reads as follows. Quote, we're still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place for you. All you have to do is find them. And we know from FNaF 3 that the pieces are indeed found. On the cutscenes between nights, we find the clues that FNaF World left for us hidden in the hallway, telling us to do things like double-click Balloon Boy and collect the 4 cupcakes, which then enables us to complete the glitched minigames and release the spirits once and for all. But the important line of this FNaF World ending is, the pieces are in place for you. A line that very intentionally mirrors the language Scott used to describe the contents of the box in the first place. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. And if you think that this is just a linguistic coincidence, it's not. Remember, Scott doesn't do coincidence, because here's
Do we say that's incorrect? Because he probably does do coincidences.
Well, we'd have to find a coincidence, and that we
Yeah.
know is not meant to connect.
All right.
real shocker. While trolling through the game's texture files, Reddit user
I guess the design of Gregory
Poi2010-201,
and
or
Crying
at
Child.
least his was the earliest post that I could find discussing this discovery, found that FNaF 4's box was actually hidden in FNaF World's code. But it wasn't just the box, it was a texture of the box, unlocked and opened. So, for a second time, we clearly see that Scott had plans to reveal what was inside his mystery box. Which then begs the question, what was in it this time? And honestly, it's hard to say. As you can probably tell, FNaF World played with the lore of the main series in some very unusual ways. For instance, the clock quest showed that this weird, self-aware video game world was somehow able to influence the events of the real world, leaving breadcrumbs in the real world that you would be able to follow in FNaF 3. But because the game ends with the line, "the pieces are in place for you to follow," it implies that the guard we're playing as in FNaF 3, the one who is actually finding these clues, was the bite victim, which then opens up an entirely different can of worms. And if it's all true that the puppet is stuck in this weird, nebulous FNaF world, then the world of the game is literally, or symbolically, limbo or death. Anyway, it's very messy. If I were to guess, Scott planned on FNaF World, the game, actually being the box. A game that literally contained all the...
So I can't believe we're still watching this video.
Together. Yeah, it's a bit symbolic and half-baked, but, you know, so was FNaF 3. But it was here that the mystery would change direction yet again. This time, though, it wasn't the community that prompted the change, but rather Scott himself, who made it clear that he was dissatisfied with FNaF World as a rushed and unpolished release. Embarrassed by the game, he quarantined it off to its own little segment of the franchise. And in the process, he retconned its story to focus on the new, more human drama-esque direction that the series would take moving forward.
True.
You can see this actually through creative changes like the game's new ending, which revealed Henry and Baby for the very first time.
Okay.
So
there we go.
So he's saying that that was Henry.
He says this is Henry. That is incorrect. Because
That is true. That is Scott. That is Scott.
If Henry kills himself, he can't be there in FNaF 6.
True. Yeah.
That is
Because
incorrect.
this person dies.
Yeah, this person dies.
So wait, we got confirmed that this was Scott?
This is literally, this whole game is about Scott crying out for help.
Wow.
It wasn't about Henry or anything. Scott is upset about one of his creations and it kills him.
All right.
Well, that's a whole other can of worms. But 1122.
1122. I think the one after this one is the one with Inky in it. So we have to watch at least the Inky part.
Well, even if he messes it up before then, we have to at least watch the Inky part.
Yeah, we have to at least watch the Inky part.
Scott, you beat me. I can't solve FNaF. I can't. But I'm close. So darn close. And this time, I need you.
Okay, I don't think it is this one actually. I think it's a bit longer in the future. Oh wait, no, it's during FNaF for Fridays. Yeah, so it's not. Don't listen to me.
When we get to it.
Yeah, when we get to it.
Now,
this is the
most of
easy
you are
end
probably
theory.
confused about that opening reference, which means that you haven't implanted Scott Cawthon with an RFID tracker that follows
Okay, I
every
skipped a bit
movement.
too far. What?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where the fourth closet is a recording closet. Now, most of you are probably confused about that opening reference, which means that you haven't implanted Scott Cawthon with an RFID tracker that follows his every movement. Fortunately, I have. Which means that I can tell you two things. One, Scott spends a lot of time on the toilet. Gotta stop maxing out the spicy salsa at Chipotle, Scotty C. Us old people gotta watch our digestive biomes. And two, the FNaF series may have quote-unquote ended with FNaF 6, but our time with the 13 variations of the same darn animatronic bear...
13!
13.
There are way more than 13 at this point. We've already talked about that.
We counted 14, didn't we?
That was before FNaF 6.
Hey, hold on. Where are we
So
at?
now that
110.
FNaF 6
110.
is out.
Alright, let's go.
Alright. Is this the one with Inky?
No, it's not. This is the Cassidy one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, great.
Ozone says actually we can't prove that he didn't put a tracker in Scott.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to... Screw it, you know by now. I took a bit off my game today, forgive me. You'll soon learn why. Pull up a chair, let's talk.
Man, it's
Last
crazy
episode
to see
caught
how
you
the
up on
editing changed throughout
everything.
these
And I do
episodes.
mean everything. All my past theories on FNaF 6, the gravestones, the masks, the names of the children inside the animatronics, the connections to the novels, and the identity of the puppet. But then I showed you this. The FNaF Survival Logbook. The book that, in 7 years of doing this, finally broke me. A book that contains within its pages an elaborate series of codes that serve as the key to unlocking the identity of Golden Freddy. A freaking children's activity workbook with a dabbing chica in it is the thing to defeat me. Ugh. That dabbing chica taunts me in my nightmares. But Golden Freddy's Unbreakable Code is only the tip of the iceberg. This book is like a repeated kick in the balls, as everything I thought I knew about FNaF has crumbled in front of my eyes. It's like Freddy Fazbear got a hold of the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped his fingers, and then all of my theories suddenly turned to dust. Because unlike the novels, which have questionable canonicity, the survival logbook outright answers a lot of our questions about these games. But the answers that it provides just lead to more questions. And not stupid small questions either, like what's Mangle's gender? No, it upends
It's yes.
huge parts of the story. The logbook is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to ever be thrown into this franchise. You see, as I mentioned last time, this workbook once belonged to Mike, aka Michael Afton. The book establishes that Mike writes his answers in red pen. It also establishes that there's a spirit possessing the book who speaks to Mike via lightly faded text. From what I can gather, it appears to be the spirit of Golden Freddy. And starting with that information, the logbook then proceeds to drop bombshell after bombshell as far as lore reveals.
This is when I got
First,
into
the book
theorizing.
outright confirms
And
what
this
we've
is
known
the
for a
first
while
video I
that
saw.
Mike is the same
this
Mike who
when
works as the
people
night
started to
guard during
realize
sister
that-
location. When
or
asked
they
what he would
started
like for his
theorizing
1 week
that
bonus,
Golden
we see
Freddy
him
had two
doodling in the
spirits.
corners of the page baskets of money and baskets of exotic butters. On another page, he's drawing a smooth set of casual
You're so
bombs.
right, Ozone.
Sure, it's nothing earth-shattering, but when it comes to this franchise, getting any portion of any theory confirmed is a big win. And while that reveal might not be all that earth-shattering, you know what is? The book reveals that Michael Afton is who we play as in FNaF 4. On page 4,
Yep, there it is.
starts asking about dreams, and via his doodles, we see that Mike somehow knows the appearance of Nightmare Fredbear, something only the protagonist of FNaF 4 should be aware of. To further confirm this, on page 23 of the book, the spirit who uses the book to talk to Mike outright asks, was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Which, as you may remember, is a direct reference to the purple telephone on the ground in the FNaF 4 bedroom. And if you still
Coils
think it's
the
a
puppet.
coincidence, it's
Chat.
not. 20 pages later, the spirit starts talking about whether any of the toys on the page look familiar. Most don't, except for one. The phone. Now, for the 8 of you who still remember how this whole freaking story fits together, you might be asking me, but we all thought the protagonist of FNaF 4 was the crying child, the one who gets himself bitten during the birthday party because you have flashes of a hospital bed and hear a flatline at the end of the game. We also assumed that the animatronic Nightmare was representative of death. And you know what? You're absolutely right. That is exactly what we've been thinking. And here's the thing, we weren't wrong. We've apparently been right about all of that.
No!
There was
No!
one tiny, itsy bitsy little wrinkle that we didn't expect.
No!
Michael Afton was the bite victim. Michael
Pause
Afton
it.
was
What are you
the
doing?
cry.
God damn it.
I was gonna let finish the sentence. I was gonna let finish the sentence, but no.
Was the bite victim.
436.
So basically, Michael Afton is the older brother, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
yeah.
one who did not get bit. He was the one who
Yes.
put the
That
bit
has been a
child
thing
into
for
the thing.
quite a while. I mean, quite a while. All right, moving on.
All right. I forgot he did this.
Dear Diary, yesterday was so amazing. I met such a wonderful guy, and I know just how to get him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I
MatPat
just
gay?
know it. I'll tell him that I've solved the lore of his games and constructed a timeline. And once he's there, I'll have him. And once I have him, he'll be mine forever. There's only one thing that could possibly go wrong.
We love gay MatPat.
How can Mangle be walking around in FNaF 2 before all the animatronics are possessed? How can Springtrap be experimenting with Remnant when he's sealed in a wall? Answer me! I don't know. That's exactly what I worried might go wrong. No! No!
Game
Hello,
Theory.
Internet!
Welcome to Game Theory.
Getting burned by hippos since 2018.
Not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes, sometimes a story is just a story. You try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
Kinda harsh there, Scott. Speaking of stories, last FNaF theory, I was at the lowest of lows. The survival logbook threw a lot of weird curveballs into the lore that I don't think anyone was really expecting. Reveals like Michael Afton being the bite victim were interesting, but...
Skip!
Wait, what'd he say?
Yeah, I missed
anyone
it.
was really expecting.
Yeah,
Reveals like
is
Michael
there room
Afton
for
being
one
the
more?
bite victim were interesting.
Oh,
Reveals that Michael Afton was the bite victim were interesting. Also, hi, Soul.
37.
Hello there,
Moving on.
I hope there's room for one more. Alright.
There is room for one more. Like
Yes, I haven't had a chance to change your PFP back, but it's okay.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, you can do it later. No worries.
Do you know if you have milk right now?
Oh my God, milk.
Doesn't.
What?
Hi, I'm Masahiro Sakurai. Today I'd like to
Oh, right,
introduce
this.
you to the new
I
Super
remember.
Smash Brothers game for the Nintendo Switch. Many fighters have appeared in the series. I'm sure you're all eager to find out who will be joining the roster this time. Please.
Dave, but that's just a gay theory.
Ah yes, I remember Snake from FNaF. This is actually edited really well, in all honesty.
Oh, so I remember reacting to this one. Oh, right, I remember you used to do game theory reactions. I'll let this one play out. We haven't seen this one yet.
I love this intro.
It's so good.
Hello, Internet.
I'm gonna miss this.
Wait, what's the name of this
Theory, the William Afton
Oh,
on
wait,
YouTube.
what'd you say?
The final timeline. This is the final timeline video, isn't it?
Yeah. This one wasn't too
This
bad
is
from
the
what I
final
remember.
FNaF video.
Final. I think we can put 4 for that.
I remember this one wasn't too bad, actually. Wasn't this the one where Scott was actually like, he actually got it pretty well? I think it was.
No, I don't. Wait, was it this one?
I think it was this one. Where Scott was like, not everything's perfectly right, but it's pretty dang good.
That was FNaF 2, though.
No, he did
right?
another
That was
one.
FNaF.
He did another one about
Oh.
this one.
Oh, okay. Then I don't think I saw it then, but maybe then.
No, I still remember after this one came out and the next one, I'm pretty sure it was the next one and this one, he was like,
when does he get into Frights? I have to know. Oh my God.
Frights is
it's
after.
soon. It's
Frights
very
is
soon.
The FNaF the
Frights is like after Help Wanted.
Snappy, that was the time when released before FSPS. That's not this one. Oh.
Hey, we're at video 25.
Yeah.
Okay, never
We're
mind.
at video 25.
It was one of them.
So is Frights videos? Yep.
Okay, let's just do.
Yeah, his Frights videos are from like
Crazy.
2020.
You know how
I
every
remember.
FNaF game
Yeah.
tends to have 5 main nights, a bonus 6th
MatPat
night that
says
gets you
they
more
would
lore
totally
hints, and
love
then
to
a
have Psychic
challenge mode
Underwear as
7th
merch.
night where you
Imagine flexing
customize all
about
the
that.
animatronics. Well, look at the games. We have 5 main games bearing the 5 nights title, a bonus 6th game that was mostly for lore, and now a 7th standalone release where you customize the animatronics. The game releases directly mirror the gameplay. Either Scott is a mad genius or I'm thinking about things way too hard.
You try to read into
Yes.
every little thing and find
We're gonna be seeing
meaning
Mr.
in
Hippo a
everything
lot
anyone
now.
Says, you'll just
Drive yourself crazy.
I heard you last time, Mr. Hippo. But guess what, you Barney reject? Reading into every little thing is the only way to have this series make any
Ozone.
sort of
Oh, this
sense
one! I actually don't mind this
whatsoever.
one.
Case in point,
Good to know,
today's
Ozone.
episode. With the final novel out and Ultimate Custom Night picked to shreds, it finally feels like the story
Hello,
of FNaF is
Ozone.
at its end. Or at least the Afton storyline is at its end. The series will probably come back to tell another story in the same universe later. I mean, it's exactly what Scott did with FNaF 4, the quote-unquote final
chapter.
Of the original FNaF story. I see what you did there, Scotty. It's the final chapter of the original story. But oh no, friends, he wasn't done. He even ended that teaser with a question mark if you brighten that screen up enough. Man, Scott, you really wanted to leave the door open for more games in the series, didn't ya? You were milking it more than I was. Or, I guess we're both milkmaids at the teat of Freddy Fazcow. Anyway, as they say in FNaF World, the pieces are in place for us. So it's time to take one final step step back and put every single one of those pieces together into this, my final timeline for the final FNaF game. Though, let me save you some work. If you brighten the image you see on screen right now, you'll see that there's a question mark there, since, you know...
I always...
Wait. No, wait.
What? That's not right. He's true.
Wait, hold on, wait, where's...
I can add to the counter.
Wait, Jay.
Wait.
There we go. Jay was hiding the question mark.
Oh.
It technically is there.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah.
You were gonna deny that it was there?
Come back.
And if he comes back, well, I gotta pull myself a Samurai Freddy and pursue the anime Fox of Truth wherever
And
it
he may or
lead.
may
Let's
not
do
have come
this.
back.
Now, putting together a final timeline of events
I'm surprised you guys are already at UCM.
We've been here for 2 hours.
Yeah, this has been like a 2-hour stream.
We are only halfway done.
Oh my goodness.
That's true.
I'm not gonna be able to stick here for all of it.
Every square inch of the series.
I'm in here for the long
This episode
haul.
is not for the faint of heart. It is extreme. A way for me to simultaneously flex my knowledge of the minutiae of the series, all while trying to come up with a satisfactory answer to pretty much every question it has ever thrown our way. And of course, there are some questions that don't have clean answers, which I'll be calling out for you as I go. So for those of you who want to take the challenge and attempt a timeline on your own, let me first explain my thought process. As I was writing this episode, there are 3 hard and fast rules that I applied. First, it's important to note that I put greater emphasis on information that was released more recently in the series. While, yes, everything in the series is important, by FNaF 4 and even more so Sister Location, we can assume that
This is literally the timeline video where he says security puppet happened during the FNaF 2 and FNaF 2 location.
FNaF 1 was going to be Scott's
It's
final game after
juniors.
he
Oh, yeah,
was
that.
trying to be a game designer and hitting dead ends. Do you really think that he imagined a lore so deep that it would cover 8 games, 5
I haven't watched
books,
these in a
and
while,
countless
actually. I'm
teasers?
trying to
That he
remember.
predicted his story would be so
All, like, the individual
massively
ones.
popular that it would involve undead purple people way back when we were all just making memes about Foxy Swiggity Swooty coming for that booty? Probably not. So it's safe to assume that the most
Yarhar.
information we're getting in the games is the most accurate in pointing to the
Yarhar.
story he's looking to tell. So that's rule number 1.
Yarhar.
Rule number 2, adhering to key dates and events.
Yo-ho.
Now, there isn't much that's certain in this story, which means that the things we do know must serve as fixed points that the other details fit around.
Oh yeah, never mind. I like this
From
one.
FNaF 1 phone calls that the animatronics are allowed to walk around freely until the bite of 87. We know from FNaF 3 calls that the golden springlock suits are eventually retired to a back room after a tragedy at a sister location, the FNaF 4 bite, which itself takes place in 1983. FNaF 3...
Is that true? Is that what gets this ringlock decommissioned?
Go back like 10 seconds.
3
Yeah, I wanna hear
calls
that
the
again.
golden springlock suits are eventually retired to a back room after a tragedy at a sister location, the FNaF 4 bite, which itself...
Nope.
Was
Not true.
it the bite? Or was
no,
it
no,
the
no,
spring
no, no.
lock failure
The
on
multiple.
Apple?
Here's what we call it. Here's what he calls it. The multiple simultaneous spring lock failures with employees. That is not the bite.
That is not a springlock suit. That is an animatronic at this point.
That is animatronic.
I mean, it's the suit. Yeah, but like it's an animatronic mode, but it's still the
Yeah.
same suit, right?
Not a spring lock failure. So we move on.
Mm.
I mean, Matt had a whole theory explaining how it wasn't a spring lock failure.
Yeah. Someone said,
Oh yeah, true.
I'd argue it was a springlock incident, right? The springlock's wait,
No,
Snappy,
no,
the
we
springlock's decommissioned because of a springlock failure. MatPat already clarified that the bite isn't a springlock failure. True. Okay. Yeah. So we're skipping.
I haven't FNaF Lord in a while, says Otho.
It's okay, Ozone.
Me neither. Me
We're
neither.
taking a refresher right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got a call.
Call.
Psychic friend.
Me! It's me!
Friend.
Psychic!
Exotic.
He said is. He said is. He was asking a question.
Okay, he's just recapping right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just flashback.
Jump scare? Yeah. Oh, it's a fan, of
The
course.
fan.
Of course.
Still-
Ah!
Hello, Internet.
Wait.
Welcome
Wait.
to
Ah!
Theory.
Fan!
Before we close the book on our final
Not a
FNaF theory,
fan.
it's time to open the book. A new Back to School merch.
I killed it.
Unfortunate.
We're not sponsored.
Wait, can we skip them? Yeah, skip the merge section. I think it's from that point where like where the curve goes up again. Yeah.
Unless he makes some obscure FNaF
Yeah, there it
reference
is.
to which something that we know is not true.
Cover
No,
story
no.
Bill DeFranco.
No.
Jump into it.
When last we left things, we'd covered
Alright.
everything up through the second Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria location. Things like why the missing children's incident must be the first event of the timeline. The
This is true.
Wait.
This is true.
Oh, you agree with that?
Cassidy is Golden Freddy.
No, before that.
No.
He said
Before
MCI
that.
was the first incident of the timeline.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Go back. Go back a minute.
That's what I was talking about.
The missing children's incident must be the first event of the timeline.
No, wait.
Yeah, that.
405,
that.
405. I'm sorry, I didn't catch on to that.
Isn't that being debated though?
No, it's not. No, okay, hold on. MCI
It's just
couldn't have been
not
the first
true.
incident. MCI couldn't have been the first incident. Charlie died before the MCI. Bike victim died before the MCI.
Yeah, there's stuff that happens before the MCI. MCI is not the first thing.
Okay, so this is incorrect.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we're getting into
Wait.
Phasma Frights.
Wait, psychic. Hold on, psychic. One thing. Yes, yeah. So like technically, yeah. So this was part of the last video, right? So do we still count that as like part of this video's mistake, or like is it still counted as the past video's mistake?
I think in the past we've counted similar things to this, so I think we have to go with the precedent, and that counts.
Okay.
But now we're getting into Phasma Frights territory. I think.
No, not yet. This is help wanted.
Oh, this is help wanted. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. We're almost there.
This was the teaser. Yeah.
No.
What video is this?
No.
FNaF 7.
This is the one on the help
God,
wanted teaser.
no,
Yeah, help wanted teaser.
No, God, no, no, no.
No!
If I remember correctly, yeah, I think this theory was about like the whole Jeremy connection thing from the teaser.
I think so.
that's the one, yeah.
Oh, so I'm telling you guys we have another 20 minutes max. It looks so sad!
By all that's unholy, FNaF is somehow back. Someone got together their little summoning circle of Funko plushies and recycled Chuck E. Cheese pizza and awakened the sleeping behemoth that is Scott Cawthon, and now here we are with a new trailer for FNaF 7 and me.
That's not a trailer, we're okay.
Pajamas. So thank you, Internet. Also, can we just agree that this is creepy, right? Not me wearing kids' PJs, certainly, though. Come to think of it, that is really weird. No, the fact that I'm in a
You don't
90
say.
that is dedicated to an animatronic that gets dead children stuffed into him. God, man. Merch in 2019.
It's only been 5 years.
Now, at the end of last summer, FNaF was basically done. The book series had concluded, FNaF 6 had burned the series to the ground, and Ultimate Custom Night ended the story by trapping William Afton in eternal torment. All that was really left was the movie. Just like Jeremy laid to rest on a near
It's fine for
death,
now, it's okay.
it was time for the series to finally rest in peace. But then, back in November, Scott
Wait, did he
hopped
say
onto
Golden Braid or did he
Steam
say
to get
Cassidy?
all us Fredheads an update.
Cassidy.
And
Nah, that's fine. That's
think.
fine. Nah, that still works. That still works. with
suddenly,
Andrew,
the movie was the least certain thing of the group. A VR game? An AR game? More books? A third new game called Into Madness? Clearly, Scott intended me to be the
Oh, yeah,
protagonist
that,
of
I
that
forgot.
one, since that's exactly where I'm headed to.
Into
with
that ever
Madness.
happen?
FNaF edit
If that ever
art.
happened, I
Even
think it
a
still could happen.
AAA game where
It wasn't the
apparently
game,
instead
it
of
just
stuffing
happened to every
children into
tourist in
animatronics,
real
they
life,
started
so-
getting stuffed
Into
in
Madness was
loot
referenced in Blue
boxes.
Moon.
Fast forward 4 months to today, and here we are with the first new Scott Cawthon teaser in nearly a year. A teaser for one of the items on this massive list of animatronic horror sent to taunt me. But which one is it, and what it means for this new era of FNAFing is exactly what we're exploring today. So,
Battle Royale
let's
game.
get analyzing. First, let's just assess what we're seeing here, shall we? Clearly, you have 5 animatronics that are all melted
This
together.
was the copyright
which would be
issue
interesting
image,
enough
wasn't
on
it?
Yeah,
its
it
own,
was.
But making it even more compelling is
Wait,
the fact
was
that
this
they
the
all
image with-
span
yeah, with the issue, or,
history
like-
of
This
the
was the
franchise.
image.
You
Wasn't
have
it changed
Freddy,
after-
Foxy, and Bonnie, all
I'm not
taken
sure.
in one
They-
forms, but then you
Yeah, it was
also
taken.
have
Oh, yeah,
the
right, yeah.
mangled
I
form
remember.
of Funtime Foxy from Sister Location, and also pre-trapped Springtrap from, well, a
That's
lot
Spring
of
Bonnie.
cutscenes throughout the series, but most notably.
We said pre-trapped Springtrap, so
Yeah.
You can actually
Yeah.
tell this
It's-
based
it's
on
okay,
the
it's
general shape of the nose, as well as the lack of decay. And
Oh,
aging
poor
that we
MatPat, he didn't know.
Post-Springlock failure.
Mm.
But since this is a Scott Cawthon teaser, you know that there's going to be more here than just a cool image. If you throw this thing into Photoshop and start brightening it up, step 1 in any FNAF teaser analysis, you're going to see the background has lines. Lines with some oddly inconsistent spacing. And of
course, you have text. The quote is from Fazbear Entertainment in the upper right-hand corner, saying that everything is working as intended, but also a not quite so hidden bunch of text right here in the middle of the image that you really gotta squint to truly read. Don't listen to them, blank, let something inside. It was an accident, remember Jeremy. Jeremy?
Never saw this.
That's the guy from the gravestone. The night guard who has
Poor
his name
Jeremy.
on
I remember
the
this.
check from FNaF 2.
remember
The
this.
supposed Bite of 87 victim. Ladies and gentlemen, sound the alarms. We are talking about the Loeb lad himself, which means that there's only one option here. We are in the same continuity. Cue the party horns and
Yes, this is
cheerful
correct.
children sound effects. I know we were
Yes,
all
but
not in the way he
throw
thinks.
out our textbooks at the end
Were
of
they
last
talking
semester,
about the
guys.
same
It's
Jeremy,
time to
though?
break
Does
out
that-
FNAF
does
lore
that
for
make
dummies
it
That's the
one
thing.
one
That's the
final
thing.
time.
One final time.
Whoopity
That's
doo!
interesting.
Who's
That's interesting.
excited?
6. My final FNAF. We're at
This
6
guy.
on Final
Yes.
FNAF 3.
Now, creating my own ARG over the last couple months has taught me a lot of things.
Okay, I don't know about that.
Specifically, better ways to hide and code messages. And one particularly effective but simple way to do it is by
Oh, yeah, the whole
opening
text file
image
thing.
files as text files. So if we open this image file in Notepad, we actually get our answer to that first missing word. Don't listen to them. We let something inside. It was an accident. Remember Jeremy. So with all of that evidence compiled, let's start analyzing before we start digging deeper. Because there's a lot deeper to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are just scratching.
This is the one where there were 8
Now,
teaser
the
images
phrase
in one.
Remember Jeremy actually tells us a lot of things.
I think that was later.
First, it tells us both the speaker of that line.
I don't remember if he made a video on that, but yeah, that was later.
Who Jeremy is. Secondly, it tells us that the events of this game are happening in the aftermath of his death, which at this point is commonly accepted to
okay,
be the result of the Bite of 87. So
Yeah.
Do we skip that?
He's talking about a different Jeremy.
He's he's assuming
So-
that this Jeremy is the same as before.
Yeah. Yeah, so he just says that, yeah, he's assuming, yes, like it happens after the Bite of 87.
Yeah,
So,
he
do we
was
skip
kind
that
of
then?
implying it at first, but there he directly states that he thinks that it is, so we're going to skip there.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
5:30.
Oh, wait, this is the fan art episode.
Oh,
This is
do we want to
not
watch the fan art episode?
I mean,
it's up to you.
Is there
Lore
anything?
Is it a lore video?
It's not a. It's the one where he talks about
It's
the
20 minutes.
legality of.
Fun fact: I
we don't
learned a
care.
lot about copyright from this video.
True.
No, we're skipping this. We're skipping this. We're skipping this.
I mean, it's not a theory, so.
I mean,
Okay,
I don't
so
think
this
there
was-
would be anything incorrect for him to say, and we wouldn't be able to tell because it's copyright laws.
Yeah,
not FNAF
yeah.
lore.
Yeah.
This is not a
Okay,
copyright.
so this was when the game
law
came out.
stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was after the Help Wanted actually came out. So, yeah. I mean, if he says that, yes, like if in any of the videos he says like Glitchtrap is technically an AI, even if he's not saying mimic, I guess that's correct then.
Hello, Internet!
Welcome to Game Theory.
The show that clearly
Psychic
doesn't
applying
understand the
to be the
meaning
next
of
MatPat.
the word.
Finally.
Oh my god, you just called it out.
Last FNAF 4 theory FNAF is at its end. The end. Final FNAF theory.
But can you really blame me? These games have confirmed
Yes.
endings in FNAF's 3, 4, 6, and Ultimate Custom Night. It's like Doctor Strange saw 14 million different endings and Scott Cawthon was like, I'll take them all! Beginning to think FNAF World's inclusion of FNAF 57 Freddy in Space was less of a joke and more of a preview of coming attraction.
Kind of funny to make a fan art episode coming from YouTube. These is a bunch of fan renders. Yeah, I know. He talks about that in the video where he's like, you know, I'm not, you know, super innocent. Like, it happens to us on accident sometimes. So, yeah, I think he does call it out, FNAFy. So,
What is this?
what is what?
What? There's no. Oh, this was just like a fake page he
No,
made.
Yeah.
no,
Oh.
it was a
2030.
joke.
Oh yeah, he's making a joke. He's like, oh, we're getting closer to FNAF 57.
Anyway, it's back.
I mean,
Call it
we
whatever
did
you like.
get
FNAF 7,
some games
FNAF
called Freddy in
VR, Help
Space.
Wanted, MatPat Insanity
Yeah.
Simulator. But after a year of detoxing, Five Nights
forgot
at
about
Freddy's
that.
is back with a new official game in the series, and it's more so than any other installment.
So yeah, that
feels
render
like an
there is
inflection
the-
point.
the
A game
fixed
that is
version.
simultaneously
That doesn't
looking
include
back
the
to pay
copyrighted
tribute
images.
to where these games
Hmm.
began, as
Mm.
well as a game that's looking forward to lay the groundwork.
Yeah,
for
this
where
was the fixed image,
franchise is
yeah.
headed. This isn't just some quick VR cash grab for the series. This is a pivotal game in the canon that closes the book on the old lore and also also launches us into FNaF the next generation. It seems to answer some old mysteries from the previous games, all while opening up the themes and tone for what's to come. And there is a lot to unpack here. This is, without question, the meatiest game in the FNaF library, which is impressive because it's still a VR title. So let's not waste any time and get started with the basics. Now, in case you don't have a VR headset, I've actually played through the entire game on GT Live, so you can check out all the highlights.
No! No! Ah! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Did we do it?
And lowlights of my playthrough over there.
Hello, boys and girls. I'm here to give you your happiest day ever. Come with me, wayward souls. We've got vengeance to strike.
But let me quickly take you through what you need to know for today's theory. In Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted, we're playing as a beta tester for a new Freddy game. As we're told in the opening cinematic,
we know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation over the last few decades. While it's true that some stories associated with our name were loosely based on actual events, the majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic.
Alright, this is the recap.
And yes, that picture is really Scott Cawthon canonically inserting himself into this game. That is a discussion.
And that's incorrect. That's not Scott.
Oh, true,
I mean,
true, true.
technically,
Actually, no, that's so true, actually.
He's not referring to it in continuity. He's just saying in real life.
That is a picture. That's a real picture of Scott.
Yes, but
Scott
he's
did
claiming
put
that
picture of
Scott
himself
actually
in the game.
inserted the game when it's not an actual self-insert. It's just like
No.
He used it as like a parallel with Steve.
Not like
Snodgrass.
continuity wise. Not like continuity wise. He's just saying that like that's like in real life that's Scott Cawthon.
Let's go back real quick.
That picture is really Scott Cawthon canonically inserting himself into this game.
Canonically inserting himself. That is incorrect. He did
I
not.
mean, no. Here's the thing. Scott can still be canon, right? Because like FNaF World, it's still canon. It's not in the same continuity, but it's still canon.
No,
Scott is technically still canon.
With you, Scott, if you cannot, no. FNaF World, most of that is questionably canon. Besides the clock stuff. In terms of the games, we never saw Scott Cawthon. We did, in fact, hear about Steve Snodgrass, but this guy claims that Scott was canonically inserted into the games.
Yeah,
as in Scott Cawthon.
Yes, FNaF canonically inserting himself. That implies he inserted himself in lore when it's a stand-in for himself, which is named Steve.
Yeah.
So we're skipping.
So this picture in game is not Scott. It's some guy named
Scott
Steve.
made a Reddit post about this. Actually.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. That was later on.
Oh, this is Austin.
Yeah.
The books offer a closer
Oh,
look at
boy!
Mary and William Afton, how their
I remember
partnership
this, okay.
flourished early on, and how their view of the animatronics evolved over time. Thoughtful fans might want to give these sections a closer
This is
look
when Matt was
to
vindicated.
determine how they impact the story of the games as well. Right there. Clear as crystal. For years, I've been trying to piece
Oh yeah, the
together
second
story
Freddy
of these
size, the
games,
worst
right?
one.
But
Alright.
one thing has always served as a major sticking point, and that thing has been these books.
Oh, so these
now,
books.
Admittedly, these books entered the series at a tough time. FNaF 4 had released a few months prior. The game that
Oh, wait,
to
I think I
this
remember-
day serves
I think
as
I
the
remember this
single
one. Oh,
biggest
no,
point
I
of
don't like
frustration
where
for
this is
anyone
going.
trying to piece together the lore. Scott always trolls us. See also the repeated use of the name Jeremy. But this one game was just too much. It was a game that played with so many different ideas. It played with dreams and dates and bites and balloon boys and new characters and new toys, kids that looked like established characters. I mean, what was real, what wasn't, no one had any idea, and still to this day, we are at a loss about what this game means for the entire franchise as a whole. And then, shortly after that, FNaF World would enter the picture, and well, we all know how well that one went. So, needless to say, it was a sensitive time for the series, and sandwiched in between it all was the Silver Eyes, the start of the novels, a story set in the FNaF universe.
Oh, I see some Fazbear Frights!
Question mark? Scott Cawthon, when the books first came out, tried to make it clear what role these played in the greater
I think he talks about them,
story,
yeah, like
but
later
I don't
on,
know if
like
it helped
yeah, like not in this
things. Here's his
video,
quote.
but
The
yeah,
truth
we are
is that
approaching
after
fights
a while,
soon.
lore can become so dense that there isn't any room for a story anymore. Another truth is that what makes for a good game doesn't necessarily make for a good book. Sometimes a timeline gets so full that the only way to tell
But you should have
a
explained the
story
stuff in the
is to have
game.
the story set in a different timeline, an alternate universe, a different location, or perhaps from a vantage point that isn't entirely what it
By the way, when
appears
was
to
this
be.
video posted? Can you
It's
just check
an
once?
interesting quote. True to Scott's style,
I'll
it
check.
doesn't give anything away. I mean,
All right.
everyone immediately latched onto this idea that the books
I'll look it up
were
while the video
somehow a
plays.
separate and alternate universe. But
all right.
if you come back and read that quote again, like I just did here for the first time in years writing this script, it's actually only one of the possibilities that he raised. In fact, now that
Well, if it's just a
all three of the
FNaF
books
game
have come
theory,
out,
the stream's one of the first things that
the story
appears.
arc, we actually know what they really were.
Oh,
It was
that's
that
good.
last thing. A vantage
Wait, is that in,
point
like,
that
incognito
wasn't
mode?
entirely what it appeared.
No, I'm looking
Now,
up on my
spoiler
phone.
alert for the books, but basically
let me check
at the
quickly.
end
This came out on
of this
August
grand
6th,
finale,
2019.
closet, it's revealed that our
Okay,
main
alright.
character Charlie
And we are
is
31 out of 74 in.
of a dead girl. That the
Yeah,
brilliant
we're not even
roboticist
half.
Henry,
Okay.
co-founder of Freddy's, had a
Oh,
daughter named
you know what?
Charlotte, who was kidnapped and killed by his partner William Afton at the age of 3, and that in his grief he rebuilt
I
her.
th-
And that the
I
character
think this was the
Not
one where he
Henry.
was
for
thinking.
all three
Psychic, that's not
Yeah.
Henry.
Wait, what?
The gray sprite is not Henry.
Is he actually
say it
saying?
again?
Is
Oh,
he actually
that.
saying
He
the
said
gray
it
sprite
again.
is Henry, or is he just using
He
it as like
says
an
that in-
image?
The name is right over it.
girl,
Yeah.
that the brilliant roboticist Henry,
He said
Oh.
it again.
co-founder of
Oh. Also,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly, yeah, I think
256.
yeah.
256.
I think I think this was the video where yes, he was saying like yeah, so the crying child is actually like Henry's child, and like the house that we see in Midnight Motors actually belonged to Henry. Yeah, I think it was this
Okay.
video. So yeah, it was never gonna
Bunch of
last.
stuff here.
What did he say about this video? What did he say in it?
Yeah, I think yeah. So this was the video, like where he was saying, yeah. So basically, the crying child is Henry's child. Yeah, apparently the Midnight Motorist house belonged to Henry. So
Oh, this would not have lasted very long. Okay.
yeah.
All right, move on.
Ready to have your mind blown by FNaF yet again?
This is a classic.
Let's do a little trick, shall
Oh
we?
yeah, I remember
I'm
this.
in the process of currently downloading and installing brand new
this.
copies of each and every one of the FNaF games, so you all know that we're working with a blank slate here. But the games that we're specifically interested in are
Oh yeah, this was with the
FNAF
UCN and
Ultimate
FNAF World, right?
Custom.
Yeah.
The free
Yep.
ones. Huzzah for not having to buy these games.
So the
for
question
literally,
is,
like,
did
the
Scott
fourth
actually
time.
mean to
Oh,
Let
I
me
know what he's
just
gonna
open up
reference.
Just
both of these on the
reuse
computer
the
to show
same
you
code
that
from
we are
both.
working with
I know what
absolutely
he's gonna-
clean and
God
fresh
damn it.
images
We're gonna have to skip this early on.
FNaF World. The first time that we opened this,
Wait, this
we
video?
That cutscene of the two yellow
Yeah, we're gonna have to skip this
eyes
early on. I
telling
know what
us
he's gonna
that
reference.
Something has happened out in the world. There
Wait, like
it
in the
is.
intro
We're just
or like
gonna
after
wait
the
here
intro?
A second while that dramatically
A
plays.
couple minutes
We hit
in.
start,
Okay.
and you can see here. Literally nothing on screen, right? We have slots 1, 2, and 3, all empty. No
Oh, wait.
trophy.
Haley Halo, thank you for another $5 donation. Thank you. Finally, someone calling out the games for not having more story instead of blaming the books. Appreciate it. Carry on. Yeah, the games needed more story, but it's not the book's fault.
Along the bottom, and that's the important point here, right? Each time you beat the game, you get a different trophy along the bottom based on what ending you got. So notice 0
Actually,
trophies.
that one is not an ending trophy. That's just a normal trophy.
I mean, it's just an image. He's not really saying anything about that. So, I mean,
It's one of the trophies that you get for an achievement, and it says achievements right down there underneath.
That is true.
I was looking at the screen. Pinball and Jay are hiding it. Hold on, wait. Yeah.
You gotta look at our
I'll say
Discord live.
it's solely with
MatPat actually needs to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
achievements.
says,
Okay.
it says achievements
Yeah.
right under those two, so clearly the editor was calling out the fact that those were actually just achievements and not endings.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right.
And he's not like saying it himself. MatPat needs to say something incorrect.
All right, let's continue then.
So notice.
Well, apparently not,
0
because we had a video
trophies,
editing
0 endings,
issue
0
earlier
gameplay.
and
Okay, so we're
was
gonna
counted
accept that.
as not
Fantastic.
true. So
Hopping on over to Ultimate Custom Night, there is no high scores unlocked. We have no power-ups that have been given to us. Our office.
Thank you again, Haley Halo.
Office. Nothing, right? No creepy cutscenes of Toy Chica in her skimpy school uniform. Nothing. We are clean to go. Nada. Now, let me set the scene for you, right? If you think back to the release of Ultimate Custom Night, we were all really excited to see who would be included in this mega list of who's who in the FNaF universe. This big final game to celebrate the ending of the series, burning things to the ground at the end of FNaF 6. Some of the inclusions were obvious, right? like the 70+ versions of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Springtrap, Golden.
He says 70 plus, but I think it's clearly like hyperbole.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't take that literally.
Then, when
It's
the
an exaggeration.
roster kept expanding, you got to some weird inclusions, right? You got yourself Music Man over here.
Man.
El Chip.
Why? Oh, you sweet summer child. You have no idea.
So naive.
So naive.
So naive.
Poor guy.
Which is basically just a glorified reference to like one of his failed games before Five Nights at Freddy's. Strange, sapient pile of garbage over here. Like, not people that you would immediately think of as being included in the like must-have list of characters in this franchise. But of them all, there was one inclusion that felt the strangest of all to me. This one right here. Old Man Consequences from FNaF World. A character who, if you're not super familiar with that particular game, is your punishment for going too deep into the code of the game. You see, FNaF World is a video game that's aware that it's a game, right? And throughout the adventure, you repeatedly have to dive into these glitches to unlock new parts of the world. But you're repeatedly warned against going more than 3 layers deep into those glitches, otherwise you're gonna be trapped there forever. And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happens if you don't heed the warnings. You wind up at Old Man Consequences Lake, trapped. What makes it so weird to see him here, though, in Ultimate Custom Night, is that FNaF World is a game that Scott has largely disowned. He's embarrassed of it, and it's a game that's ultimately been dismissed by the fan base as non-canon, in part because of those reasons, but also in part because it seems more closely tied to the book lore than it is to the game lore. And yet, here he is. Old Man Consequences in Ultimate Custom Night, alongside characters that are definitely canonical in a game that is also canonical, right? It has the canonical ending of William Afton suffering eternal torment at the hands of Golden Freddy. It's almost like Scott Cawthon is telling us that Old Man Consequences is implicitly canonical. He's canonical by association. So, why do I bring all this up? Well, there's an Easter egg in Custom Night that you've probably seen back when people were playing that game, right? You set Old Man Consequences to a difficulty level of 1, and you start your night. Gonna turn off the fan, and here we sit. There's no one here to attack us outside of Old Man Consequences, so hopefully he shows up. Oh, and here's Dee Dee, who has, by proxy of doing this, ruined our opportunity to unlock this Easter egg, so we're going to restart. Please Alt for this game. We're gonna try again. Reset the ventilation. Thank you.
It was probably good that he kept that in because it gave some validity
to the fact
that they were actually playing the game.
We're falling, quote unquote, falling through the source code of the game. We wind up here. This is Old Man Consequences Lake, right? You may have seen this Easter egg during people's gameplays, but here we go. We go to Old Man Consequences over here, and he gives us his line: "Come and sit with me a while. Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your soul. There's nothing else." We concluded in one of our past theories about Ultimate Custom Night that this is Old Man Consequences talking to the vengeful spirit that exists inside Golden Freddy, trying to tell him, hey dude, chill out, move on with your afterlife. Just let William Afton suffer on his own. Because if you listen to the audio that's playing in the background of this scene, you can definitely hear him suffering.
Michael, don't leave me!
Well, it's either his tormented scream
Michael!
or Scott Cawthon shouting for a fan. Now, most people seeing this Easter egg would be like, well, now what do? There's nothing else. I guess I gotta restart the game. Alt F4. And already this would be a really cool, really elaborate Easter egg. However, for those of us who have played through and know FNaF World better than we probably should, we know that there is one final thing that you can do in this scene, right? You can move on over to the top of the lake and you can drown yourself. Now, in that game, when you did this, it would actually reveal a secret ending that is completely hidden from that game's texture files. It shows a person standing alongside 2 smaller figures in front of this flashing TV screen. It's a parent and their 2 kids, or at least
those
that's
are
as
money
much as I can
bags.
make of it, right? And sure enough, you can actually do the same thing here in Ultimate Custom Night, going into the lake and drowning.
Is that how you grab money bags though?
Here, it ultimately crashes the game.
After a long night's haul
I'm
of
trapped in
robbing
the water.
banks,
Oh no!
you just hold
It's like
close
quicksand.
and watch the chaos
It's not so much a lake
outside
as it is
unfold.
quicksand. But here we go. We're going down into the lake, deeper, 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 and it crashes the game. Right? We're back to the home screen. No hidden ending or Easter egg there. But Here's where things get crazy. Instead of me booting up Ultimate Custom Night again, we're gonna hop back over to that brand new, fresh, clean copy of FNaF World that I showed you earlier. Here we go, FNaF World. We have not played this game whatsoever, and we hit start. Wouldn't you know it? Without playing a second of this game, look what suddenly appeared on our menu screen. A trophy that you unlock in FNaF World by visiting Old Man Consequence's Lake. In other words, these two games, but more importantly, in the lore of this franchise, these two worlds are connected. Somehow. But what does all this mean? That, my friends, is our episode for today.
That was a long intro sequence.
So they're not connected.
Yeah.
And let me explain.
That was a 7-minute intro.
Let me explain why they're not connected. As we all know, Scott loves reusing stuff because he's lazy, right? So what he did is, I've analyzed the code. He just reused 99% of the code from the original game, and the thing to get the achievement was present in UCN's code. That's how it happened. It wasn't.
So he just copy pasted it.
He just copy pasted the code. He was him being lazy.
But can we? I'll play devil's advocate. Can we say for certain that there's nothing there?
Oh yeah, no, that was just a code. That was just Scott being lazy. He copied almost all
has
the
Scott
code.
ever made any comments about it?
Isn't
at all?
it something about same variable names or something? I think he goes into it here.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I think it was Beat Game 4. Beat Game 4. I think that
variable
was one.
information from across the various games. For instance, the first time you start up FNaF World, you're presented with an opening cutscene.
Something went very wrong. That's why I'm here. I will put you back together.
Great, awesome. Go to the info page after seeing that creepy opening cutscene, and suddenly the trigger first is activated, presumably telling the game that you've seen that scene once before. So for all subsequent
Oh, it says continue.
you don't have
Okay.
to see it again.
We'll
That's
continue for a
how
bit.
these sorts of variables work. But what's weird though is that the trigger for this drowned ending and unlocking the trophy is titled Beat Game 4.
Yeah, I was
This
right.
means
Yeah,
the
Beat Game
fourth
4.
ending of FNaF World, fine, but why then would Scott use that exact same variable name in Ultimate Custom Night? It's not like there's multiple endings in that game, and it's not like Ultimate Custom Night is the fourth
He's reusing it.
franchise. Him using that
He
exact
was being
same
efficient
variable name
with his
suggests
resources.
that
He was just
connection
reusing it. He didn't need to make
between
anything
the
new
two
for
was
that.
very
So
much intentional, and that, my friends, is just scratching the surface. Because this small but very, very important Easter egg starts laying the groundwork for where this series is ultimately headed.
I will say the connection exists, yeah, like in the sense, that like yes, like the minigame exists in both games. So in that sense, yeah. But with the whole code thing,
Oh
no.
yeah, didn't you know? There's a new.
All right. Do we let it play out? Do we let him continue, or should we end it there? I feel like it could go
I think
either
we let him
way.
continue.
Chat, what do you think?
I think we let him continue.
Yeah, it's because he copy pasted it. He creates a whole theory based on that. It's just he copy pasted most of the code and added some new lines.
It's not wrong per se, but yeah, like he just found something. But yeah, like I don't think it's wrong. It was just an observation. So I say we let it play.
Let it play.
All right, we'll play it a bit
New
more.
FNAF AR game, and it's right around the corner. There's a trailer for it and everything. Because my torment is
Rest in peace, FNAF AR.
unceasing.
We should have an awesome
playing
game.
hide and seek with a bunch of animatronics, but more on that one in a minute. FNAF World was a game that was
Oh yeah, I
largely
remember
ignored
Austin's
by us
video on
theorists
this.
because, well, look at it.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
I'm
not sure what
But in all seriousness, for all the memes lol this franchise has, it's never been particularly meta. The lore, on the whole, was its own self-contained story within this fictional universe. The only times things got truly meta was in FNaF World, which sure helped us to predict the appearance of Baby and Henry into the mainline games, but it was also the game.
It's an image. It's an image. It's an image. It's an image. It's an image by the editor.
He's calling that Henry though.
No.
He is calling that Henry.
He's voice recording it before it's edited. So yeah, like he doesn't know what image is gonna be used there.
Okay.
So
Here's the thing.
Who else would he be referring to?
So here's the thing. He has other editors, right? But here's the thing. He approves the thing. He obviously approves it, just like how Scott approves fanverse titles, just like how Scott approves book stuff, just like how Scott approves merch. It's a yes.
was there
on
like
his
other
part.
images of Henry at the time? I'm not sure actually.
Oh,
like
no,
any
no,
other
it's-
like.
No, but I like the thing is, Soul. I would agree if there was like someone else that could technically be Henry in the game, but at this point there isn't. So that the reason he's saying that FNAF World predicted Henry.
Wait. When did this video release?
This video released.
We have to know when the video released.
This is like around the time of FNAF AR, like right?
Just
No, it's before FNAF
Zoom
AR,
out.
but after VR. So around summer of 2019.
Zoom out.
I'd say like September, October
I need to know
2019.
I need to know that date. I need to know
October 3rd.
October 20.
Wait,
yeah,
when
2019.
did? Let me look something up. When did the Silver Eyes graphic novel?
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
It released.
Was it 2019?
12/26/2019, and this released.
It was after.
I was after. Okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't have much to work with, but he's still stating something wrong.
Yeah, but he doesn't have an actual image for it. He doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have anything else.
Listen,
for it. I mean,
no, listen.
This is the
thing
closest thing.
He is still saying that is Henry. Like he is saying that FNAF World
It's
predicted
implied.
Baby and Henry. So he is implying that is Henry, and that's what he believes.
He is implying because they've already said it a few times. So both
That is the
him-
closest thing to Henry we had at the at that
Okay, let
point,
me
like,
ask you
as
a
an
question.
image.
But
ask
I've
you a
already talked to Psychic about this. He says if information is outdated, it's still wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, let me
that's
ask you a
what-
question, Sawyer. Let me ask you a question, Sawyer. Any video uploaded after the Silver Eyes graphic novel, anytime it says Henry is the desk man, it's objectively wrong then, right?
Yeah.
So we can still count this wrong, but then it's not even in a debate afterwards.
Here, re-listen
Yeah,
to this. He's saying Henry's in FNAF World. This isn't true. Okay, we'll go back a few seconds.
This fictional universe. The only times things got truly meta was in FNAF World, which sure helped us to predict the appearance of Baby and Henry into the mainline games, but
Predict the appearance.
I say we skip. Personally,
I think we should skip. Okay, now actually that's 9:50.
9:50.
Next, moving on.
All right, fine, yeah. To be fair, yeah, we got
Austin. We're skipping that one.
ready for
yeah,
a
Austin.
huge
Yeah, I
special
remember this.
announcement? Me, Markiplier, Doggo, the
Oh, yeah, this was
kings
Freddy in
of
Space too.
Five Nights at Freddy's, together in one room against a brand new FNAF game with thousands of dollars at stake, live. Do I have your attention? Great! Because it's happening right here on the
Alright, yeah,
channel.
skip.
December
We already know
3rd.
what happens.
Mark your calendars. You're not going to
Yeah.
want to miss this. Now,
Is this the
enough with
glitch
me
trap?
on the couch. Let's get to the episode.
Oh, yeah, this was the Dreadbear theory.
This is Dreadbear.
Yeah. Okay.
Please don't get anything wrong.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to
Game
Dreadbear is my favorite
Theory.
game. Please don't get anything wrong.
Time to
What was the
meet
longest
the
one?
villain, because FNAF's
longest
next
one was
major
1436.
killer has a face, a voice, a motive, and we even know their name. So today is actually going to be a big one, my friends. The official game may not be releasing until 2020, but we're already well on our way to
Incorrect.
understanding
Oh.
this
That is
franchise.
incorrect. That is incorrect. However,
I mean-
there is no way he would have. I say we let that play.
He said may not be. He didn't say like it would release in 2020. It's like may not be releasing until.
It may not be releasing until 2020. So it's like it may not be coming like until a bit later. But I think
Yeah, it's the wording. It's the wording.
Wait, hold on. Go back 5 seconds.
Actually going to be a big one, my friends. The official game may not be releasing until 2020, but we're already
he's saying
May not be releasing until 2020.
I say we don't skip because he was
Yeah, I
assuming
don't-
that it would not get delayed, which I think is a very like
Yeah.
that's
This- yeah,
that's
yeah,
not his
I don't think
fault.
anybody knew. Yeah.
Okay.
well on our way to understanding where this franchise is headed next. Just as long as Scott doesn't shred it, burn it, and mix in another 5 monochromatic characters with frontal lobes bit off dreaming on their deathbeds. You see, over the course of October, we saw the release of FNAF VR Help Wanted's Halloween DLC, The Curse of Dreadbear, which at this point
Big
is
game.
close to like the longest game title in history. And despite the game's repeated insistence that this little fall fest was purely for fun,
Keep in mind that this DLC pack is nothing more than a festive holiday-themed
Add-on.
add-on, which has absolutely no hidden intent or purpose.
we all know that's a complete lie. One does not simply include casual references to 1983 in a Five Nights at Freddy's game. And when it comes to Easter eggs, I'm not just talking about 1 or 2 things here. Whether it was the FNAF 4 house perched high on a hill in the background, trick-or-treating...
Oh wait, that was Johnny Blocks.
Johnny Blocks on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Johnny Blocks.
Johnny Blocks on YouTube.
Oh, look
I
at
know that
Johnny.
guy.
perched
I know
in
that
the
guy.
background, trick-or-treating at
Who
an
doesn't?
animatronic-filled mansion, inching
I wonder
your
how
way
Johnny
through
felt
FNAF
about that.
4's haunted
I did know
hallways.
Well, there was another Johnny
Disney
Blocks
ride
thing
that suddenly
on
goes
in,
off the
in one of
rails
these.
as you visit a familiar-looking
Yeah, but the Golden Freddy
pizzeria.
thing, right?
Easter eggs were hidden in every pixel of this DLC. Here's a list of a few that were worth calling out but don't merit a full-fledged theory. First, the masks that you wear for the trick-or-treat minigame are most likely the real-world versions of the masks that we see the bullies wearing during the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 bite. This reinforces the idea that in the grand timeline
I mean,
of
the
events,
Foxy
Freddy
snout is a little bit
Fazbear's
short.
Pizza was popular enough as a franchise by
think
1983
yeah,
to have
I
its
think it's
own
meant to be the
line
same,
of
it's fine.
Halloween masks. In other words, it's more evidence to suggest that this location that we see in FNAF 4 isn't the first pizzeria. It's not the beginning of the timeline.
Isn't this place Fredbear's? No.
Yeah, he said Fredbear's is the beginning of the timeline, right?
No, he's saying that FNAF 4's location isn't Fredbear's.
That this
No.
is not
No, he's
Go
saying
back 10
that.
seconds. Go back 10 seconds. Back 10
No, he's saying like Fredbear's is not the first location.
Masks. In other words, it's more evidence to suggest that this location that we see in FNAF 4 isn't the first pizzeria. It's
No, that's false. It is the first
Oh,
pizza.
okay, no, I guess he's assuming the first location be Fredbear's.
No, the
Is
first
it-
location is Fredbear's.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
This
so
is Fredbear's.
Yeah, but he's saying like this is not Fredbear's.
Now, if he said the first like thing to happen on the timeline, sure. But he said like first
the
pizzeria.
first location.
No, he said
Uh-oh.
first.
FNAF 4 is Fredbear's, correct? Yes, right?
FNAF 4 minigames. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then that's wrong. So we're skipping. We're at 6:58.
Alright. God damn it, Matt. Why?
See,
why did you
we're
have to
having
make
this
wrong?
issue where what he's saying.
Frights,
Oh!
frights. It's time for
are not
frights.
consistent.
Guys,
It's time for frights.
we've made it.
Here we go.
Now this is the part where I'm gonna
Made
be
it.
completely lost.
Ozzy? Ozzy?
You'll be
I'm
fine.
not gonna be lost yet, but yeah, like once we get to Tails, then I'm gonna be lost.
Hello, Internet.
You haven't looked into
Welcome
Tales?
to Game Theory.
Not that
The
much.
start to what will undoubtedly be a very
I've gone through like the first three.
FNAFy!
Wait,
Wait,
like a theorist.
FNAFy.
FNAFy reference.
True. So, aren't you a FNAF theorist? Like YouTuber?
Oh, this Oswald Indie Death theory.
I'm not a.
Here in the corner doing its own
I'm
thing,
not like a
releasing,
theory
you know,
YouTuber,
exciting
but
and
yeah, like
interesting
like
stuff.
I
Last
do
year's
theorize,
Vault
yeah,
One
like
was
from
a
time to time.
fantastic
Like my videos are not
visual
like
series
on
which
theories
keeps
and stuff.
updating itself with new and exciting
Seems
lore
like a lot
all
of
the
FNAF
time.
stuff.
There's that new 80s inspired game.
Yeah, it's been
coming out
FNAF mostly,
here.
but yeah, I'm
AR
gonna
game
be.
You gotta look
something
into
I'm
every
yeah,
part.
stuff on
talk
other
about
things.
at
Like
some
the
point,
books.
since apparently
Anyway.
that also has lore implications.
I've gone through
Most
Frights, but
interesting
yeah,
of all,
Tales
we
I've
have
not
ourselves
finished.
the rollout of a new book series, Fazbear Frights. The first one released after Christmas, and before the end of this year, there'll be a total of, let me check my notes. Holy mother of Ennard, 5 installments in a new book series in a year?
oh, Matt. Oh, Matt.
Sweet summer
It's like you saw
child.
the Netflix model of
Even
the
more
watching
naive.
the show and was
Great.
like, I want that, but for video games and apparently books. Jeez, if only mass dropped lore reveals for us to binge understand, we'd all be happier for it. Anyway, the reason I call these books out is that first off, they're just really good. You ever read the Goosebumps books? I definitely did. Every single one. Night of the Living Dummy and Ghost Next Door every
Some of them, I
day,
guess.
fam. Well, Fazbear Frights is just a modern version of those, with each book containing 3 short horror stories all set within the FNAF universe. And true to them being a part of the franchise, they aren't afraid to get super bleak. Today's episode is going to go into detail for the first 3, so if you want to read them blind, consider this your spoiler warning. Anyway, to give you a sense of tone, one story ends with a girl finding her severed body parts hidden away in plastic bags, only to then realize that she herself has been piece by piece replaced with a robotic body. In another, a teenage girl's imprisoned and forced to choose the way in which she is gonna die, with options ranging from boiling alive to
I just skipped this
electrocution
one, I
to
think.
decapitation.
I think I skipped
She
Count the Wave.
chooses the decapitate. Dear FNAF tubers, I know we were all super worried
I might
about
check it out,
Papa
though.
coming in and striking us down, but when we're covering stories like these,
Yeah, don't worry. It's not like you're covering Sonic or something.
Don't get me started.
just random horror stories. Each one is connected back to characters and locations that we know from the original games. The girl who makes
Supposedly
Wish
the next
Beautiful
Sonic
then
film is gonna be
unknowingly hacked to
PG-12,
pieces. Well,
so-
the fairy godmother doing the hacking is a red pig-tailed clown robot
Wait
with
for
green
it.
eyes.
Oh.
Does
Wait
that
for it.
description sound familiar to anyone? What about the girl who
Wait for it.
opts for decapitation? Well,
Sure.
I mentioned that she's imprisoned. What I left out was that she's
Didn't say it.
trapped in the stomach of a white and
pink bear with a twisted sense of humor and a
Mm.
thirst for blood. And if all that's too subtle
He
for
hasn't
you,
said
well,
it.
the first
He
story
didn't say anything
outright
yet.
has
Okay.
a guy in a golden
We're still in the
bunny
clear.
suit taking us to see 6 murdered
Guy
kids
in a
the
golden
back
bunny
of a
suit.
Freddy's
That's
Pizzeria
not
in the year
true.
1985. Pretty
That's
darn
not
tough,
true.
but more on that later.
I mean,
These
it's.
stories
I mean, he's just
matter
referring to the
because they're
suit. So
giving us
it's,
more
No, no, he said
it's
a
okay.
guy in a
how
golden
the
bunny
FNaF
suit. That
universe
wasn't.
op-
That wasn't what
Oh, we
happened.
did
Hold on,
see
go
a
back,
guy.
go back.
blood.
Wait, go
And
back,
if
go
all
back.
that's
I
too
need
subtle
to hear
for
this.
you, well, the first story outright has a guy in a golden bunny's.
A guy.
Ooh, okay.
There's not a guy
Okay.
in there.
There is not a guy in
Ooh.
there. It is Eleanor.
312.
Yeah, that's an
That's
assumption.
Eleanor?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
Eleanor. It's Eleanor. It's literally just
Oh
Eleanor.
no! This is Oswald Indie Dev.
Oh no.
And no matter how hard I try, I
Yes,
can't remember
Oswald
Dad's
grew up
face.
and yeah, changed his name to Steve Snodgrass. That's real.
All right, now draw a perfect circle.
I mean, hey, drew a perfect nose. So.
Me when I draw Freddy Fazbear.
The eyebrows were closed, but not quite.
It's been going well. Perhaps stop motion.
Yeah, it's been going well. We're halfway
How
through,
far
I think.
into this are we?
Over halfway.
Over
halfway.
halfway.
Over halfway.
Where today
What
we
video
continue
number
our
is this?
analysis of FNAF's
3
new
hours.
release
This is the
ghost
3-hour
stories,
mark.
The Fazbear Fright. Last week we covered the majority of this book's key
We're
reveals,
at
including the
number-
massive bombshell where we visit what is
Number
chronologically
36.
the
Actually,
earliest
more like number
Freddy
34.
Fazbear's Pizza we've yet seen. A location
Then it's not
that we
half.
have
We're still
never
less than half,
visited
actually.
before
We skip-
in any of
skipped
this
a few,
series
though.
canon, but one that we know to have existed somewhere.
If we're
in
at
the background
36,
since
it's
the
still
release
not
of
half.
FNAF
We're
2.
close, but
With
not quite.
6 murders set in 1985, it makes it very likely that this was the mystery location to have closed down the franchise before its grand reopening 2 years later in 1987. And that, loyal theorists, is why I scrounged through every scrap of FNAF content out there and, like, entered the Stitch Raid over here. So
And there we go.
Oh.
125.
Wait.
1 minute
Okay, so
24
wait.
seconds in, and we're all okay.
Was he saying that entered was Stitch Raid?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Game series.
Book series.
Help wanted.
New book series.
Oh, come on. Fine. Phone guy.
Phone dude.
Purple guy.
Orange dude.
Didn't you just... fine. Wild card. Change the category. Timeline.
Bite of 87.
Chump of 83.
Party of 85.
Wait, but
Time traveling ball pit.
you can't just...
Reverse.
Oh, yeah?
He
Reverse.
called it a
Reverse.
time traveling ball pit.
It's not time travel. It's memories, right?
I mean, he didn't know. He didn't know.
Doesn't matter.
It wasn't established
Was
back
it
then.
called? Was it
matter
called
if
a
he
time
didn't.
traveling ball pit in the books?
So here's the thing.
Did
Here's the-
anyone
it was
refer
never-
to it as a time traveling ball pit?
It was never, ever confirmed to be a time traveling ball pit. It was confirmed to be actually just a place full of memories.
Yes, it actually
Yeah.
was confirmed in the final epilogue. It's a place full
So
of memories.
no one in the book called it.
Yeah, but the
a
final
time
epilogue
traveling
is not
ball
out yet.
5.
Wait, but...
Time traveling ball pit.
20 seconds, I think.
pit. Wow.
No, like
Okay, but hold on.
we've been working that if we know it today, then it's wrong. Like it doesn't matter what they knew back then. If we know it today, it's wrong. That's what we've been doing the whole time.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
what is it?
Well,
Okay,
not
hold
the
on.
whole
0
time,
20.
but okay, sure.
0 20. I gotta go. I'm gonna give you guys my list, and you can continue on from there. Okay?
Okay.
Wait, what list?
The list.
Of timestamps of how long each one took.
Okay, JP.
Okay, fine.
You're gonna have to continue on this without me.
I'll do it. I'll continue.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it'd be better for Soul because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here for.
Well, thanks for oh, bye. Thanks for joining, Pinball. All right. Next video.
We got the list.
He's your buddy. When your brother is a jerk, he's your pal. When your dad is off at work, he won't leave you. When you go get a bite, at least until the 6th night. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear.
Psychic.
Me!
He's a flower, for reasons still unknown, and he stalks you. On your way back home, he makes a promise that throws off all the lore. Seriously, Scott, what is this line for? And is it supposed to be in a slightly different yellow font here? Are you meaning this to be figurative or literal? Because if it's literal, you are opening up a literal can of worms. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there.
Wait, Psychic, what's the name of this video?
everywhere. Who you gonna call?
This is
Psychic
The Body
friend
Snatchers.
Fredbear.
Okay, alright.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where I start off today with a disclaimer. Warning! In entering this video, and honestly all of my theories, you are entering a zone of speculation, where any idea is valid for consideration in the hopes that it solves more problems than it creates,
Matt should not
more
have to say
questions
this,
than it
but okay.
raises, or ties together dangling pieces of evidence in a
People are probably
narratively
getting upset
satisfying
at him
way.
again.
Am I trying to solve
That's the thing.
lore?
That's the thing.
Yes.
Like,
Am I doing it by asking
people get so
really
upset to the point where like,
extreme,
yeah,
over-the-top
well, like they have to
questions,
say
looking
this
into
before
very
they actually
specific
begin
details
the
way too
theories.
closely,
Yeah.
and more
That's the
often than
annoying
not,
part.
drawing connections between concepts that probably aren't connected at all? Absolutely yes. Side effects of entering the theory zone may include a blown mind, total and utter confusion, a deeper appreciation of your favorite franchises, fun stories to share with friends, a head full of random factoids that will
Extreme rage.
disillusionment about the
Okay.
existence and
Accusation
own place in
to
the universe.
child
Enter at your own
murder.
risk. Disclaimers aside, theory crafting is a tricky needle to thread. A good theory is one that has enough evidence to support it, but not so much evidence that it's basically a known fact. It requires extrapolation, thinking beyond
His
just
multiverse
the stuff
Pokemon
that we're
video,
given,
but
but not
moving on.
so far past that you're
Guys, give me 1
overreaching
second,
or
I'll be right
making
back.
baseless
Okay.
claims.
Alright.
And all of that while still maintaining a satisfying story. A story that stays true to the franchise that you're talking about while not being afraid to take that known story in new, often riskier directions. In a lot of ways, theory crafting is like writing fan fiction, just, with more evidence. And less aggressive cuddling? A lot less
Oh my
aggressive
God.
cuddling
Please
than
no.
Some of the fan
Please
fictions
no.
I've
MatPat,
been exposed to over the
no.
years. Anyway, the reason that I say all of this right now is that today's theory is... How do I put it? It's one of the stretchier ones. Like, there are some theories that are rock solid. There's some really strong evidence in the game, and it's supported by stuff that's been said by the developers or creators.
back.
Then there are others that
Yeah, I
require
just
a bit
switched to
more
mobile so I
creative
can start
license,
making my dinner.
where the connections are there,
Okay.
but they
Alright.
might require you to squint a little bit, or just, have fun with it and go along for the ride. And this episode is one of those theories, because today we're once again diving into the world of Fetch, Book 2 of the Fazbear Fright series. You see, last time I mentioned this. Fetch was recently released, and it is, well, if I'm being honest, it feels much less connected to the series than the first one. The connections to the main lore are definitely a bit shakier. This one, meanwhile, introduces us to a lot of new things. A smartphone-powered animatronic dog named Fetch, tiny free-roaming versions of Freddy Fazbear called
Wait, is it
Lonely
smartphone
Freddy.
powered
That
or
felt
does
weird
or
to
like
me.
is
It was
it
smartphone
connected?
The story
powered.
of the first book felt very
Okay.
connected to established characters, from Golden Bunny suits to shape-shifting baby to Funtime Freddy.
Nope.
So why was
That's not baby. That's
Uh,
not baby.
So he called Eleanor baby.
Yeah, he called Eleanor baby. That's not
Yeah.
true.
What's the timestamp? Hold on. Go back once.
established characters, from Golden Bunny suits to shape-shifting baby?
337.
336. All right.
337.
337. All right.
All right. Oh, is this the inky one?
Is there room for one more? Then I can come with you? Let me come with you.
It's definitely room for one more.
I don't think this is the inky one though.
No, is it not?
There's room for one
No,
more.
I think that was later. Also, yeah, speaking of Inky, where is that person?
Hello, Internet.
He wasn't feeling well,
Welcome to
so
Book Theory. Because
Oh,
if you
okay.
have one moderately popular indie
You're gonna have to
smash
change the
game in your
thumbnail, though.
franchise,
Yeah.
chances are you also have yourself a
Yeah, Seki,
installment
you're gonna have to
book
update the
deal.
thumbnail.
I will, I will.
Exaggeration. Bendy and the Ink Machine 3, with more promised on the way. Hello Neighbor 6. Heck, it's a surprise that Baldi's Basics doesn't have an entire trilogy dedicated to the horrific backstory of the Jump Rope Girl. No joke, at this point in my life, I'm reading playing more video games than I'm playing.
Okay, no, it was in the Step Closer one.
Franchises. We're talking about the Grandpappy,
Oh,
the
yeah.
one that paved the way for all those who would dare to follow in its footsteps. Five Nights at Freddy's and its 8 books, as well as its
If you like Five Nights at Freddy's, make sure to comment, like, and subscribe.
But here's the best part, dear friends. True to this franchise, the books were supposed to end at Fazbear Frights number 5. We're currently at Fazbear Frights number 3. The end was in sight. That was gonna be it. That was the end of the line. Mystery over. But oh no, my friends, of course not. Now there are 2 more final installments announced, just like every game after FNaF 3. I used to joke that the fan was the scariest part of this
And 4.
franchise. Oh no, not anymore, dear theorists. Now it's multi-platform
And an extra one.
merchandising. So Fazbear Frights number 3, titled 1:35 a.m., just came out, and whew, boy,
Oh, yeah, I remember
there's
this.
a lot to talk about with this one.
Wait,
You'll
Psychic.
remember,
It's
since
currently
I made a pretty
2:35 a.m.
this
for
new
me.
book series is meant to help
No!
solve the mysteries from the past, and that the stories are,
It's
as
been
they
an
say in
hour.
every book's official description, pulled from all different corners of the FNaF lore. But unlike the past 2 Fazbear Frights books, where the connections have been a bit looser, I suppose is the best way to describe a time-traveling ball pit that leads to a
Oh
scene of
no.
Time to every ball pit. That's not true. 222.
221?
222.
221, I think. Okay, alright.
I'm sorry, did you call it a time traveling ball pit again?
Yeah.
Yep, he did.
He does that a lot, so we're gonna be skipping a lot.
Okay. This is stage rate? Yeah.
Yep.
Is that Remnant or Agony?
Probably Agony.
It's alive! It's alive! It's
Oh, this is the one where he thinks it's entered.
Hello, Internet.
No, that was the
Welcome
past
to
one. It's not this
Game
one.
Theory, where today we're covering
Oh,
the
okay.
scariest topic in all of FNaF lore, the timeline. But not for the games. Oh, geez, no, I hate myself, but not that much. Whew, I'll probably have to do that at some point down the line, but not today. No, what we're covering today is a different
Jay cooking
timeline.
ASMR.
You see, there's a new monster afoot in the FNaF.
It's not me, this is
killer that has
background.
Wait, one
taken
thing,
the
Psychic,
lives
one
of
sec.
nearly a
He-
dozen people.
Yeah, so he said, yes, he said like, yes, like timeline not for the games, but now we know they're in the continuity of the games. So do we count that?
I'm gonna say no because he might be talking about like the book specifically. Like he didn't actually say like, oh, the books can't be in the game. So I'm gonna say we keep
A
it going.
killer has yet
All
been
right,
seen
okay.
in the games, but one who will, after today's theory, provide us with key insights into how this whole FNaF universe works, the true nature of Remnant, and how ghosts can possess endoskeletons. As I said, he hasn't been in a game yet, but I have a feeling he'll be showing up soon, maybe as soon as the new game's security breach. But in order to know for sure, it's our job to track his movements, to understand what his goals are, where he's headed to next.
That was a prediction, so I'm
We did a
gonna let it
surface level
slide.
analysis of 1:35
yeah.
a.m., the latest installment of the Fazbear Fright series. And boy, was that one a biggie, with huge revelations about sister location, ultimate custom knight's vengeful spirit, and the real identity, or should I say identities, of Golden Freddy. And looking back, since the
Okay, he technically didn't say that Kelsey's in Golden
He-
Freddy. He implied it.
Not yet. Not
Not
yet.
yet, not yet,
Since
not yet,
books
not yet.
became a thing, I've done 5 theories on them, covering the many connections that they have to the various facets of FNaF lore. From new strings of murders happening in 1985 to the true identity of Psychic Friend Fredbear. Despite all
That's not true. Tagalong Freddy's are not psychic friend Fredbears.
Wait, can you go back once? I didn't hear that actually.
murders happening in 1985 to the true identity of Psychic Friend Fredbear. But despite all of this new FNaF
I mean,
talk, there's been
okay. He's asking, so he's only asking, yes, like the identity of Psychic Friend Fredbear. He wasn't talking about Lonely Freddy in that scene. He didn't say it. So
the Stitch Wraith. In the event that you haven't picked up any of the installments in the book series yet, let me catch you up. Each new book contains 3 short stories.
trying to
so
save
that's
Matt
the
at
selling
every-
feature. It's
at every
organized
point
on the
possible.
back of the box, so to speak. But each one also comes with a bit of a bonus. In reality, Each book is more like 3 1/5 stories. You see, each one ends with an epilogue, our little MCU post-credits teaser giving us a piece of yet another story. The tale of the Stitch Wraith, a story that appears to be spanning out across the ending of each and every book in this new series. And that alone would be pretty darn cool, right? Also, it's a brilliant marketing tactic to keep us buying more just to see the end of this thing.
Snappy, but he says the Freds confirmed the Troy didn't say your friend, but the books didn't do that though. He did say, okay, I'll go back one more time just to see what he's...
Yeah.
From new strings of murders happening in since the Fazbear Frights books became a thing, I've done 5 theories on them, covering the many, many connections that they have to the various facets of FNaF lore. From new strings of murders happening in 1985 to the true identity of Psychic Friend Fred Bear. But
yeah,
he is saying it as a connection.
But there wasn't a connection. I think we skip. I honestly think we skip.
Okay, so 210.
210. Oh, Austin.
Alright. Austin. Yeah. Sorry, Austin.
Oh. Here, the one after this is the Inky Ink one, I think.
Okay, alright.
That's the one.
The one where he goes back to the whole the bigger brothers.
We're on 42 out of 74.
Okay.
But first, you'll have to lose an eye and an arm. You can be a pirate. To lose an eye and an arm. First, you need to lose an eye and an arm. Lose an eye. Lose an eye. Lose an eye.
Wait, what's the name of this video? Let's type.
This is FNaF Another Mystery Solved!
Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is, without exaggeration, thinking of reaching out to Scott Cawthon so that we can jointly buy Chuck E. Cheese's quickly dying restaurant franchise so we can transform them into what they were always meant to be, real-world FNaF experiences. Heck, they've already got the terrible pizza taken care of. We could probably even sell the idea to YouTube Originals and make a whole series about transforming the pizzerias into horror-themed dining experiences, which would also help mitigate the costs of doing all that. No joking here, Scott. This is something we absolutely can and probably should do. I've recreated
Scott
your games
is
before
specifically
in real life,
against
and
this,
they
but
seem
okay.
to be pretty well received. So between my theater background and your, well, you know, your gobs of money and masterminding of the IP, I think we can make something that's really cool. And yeah, the reason I'm bringing it up here is so fans can start talking about the idea both here and on Reddit to show you how excited they are for this to happen. Anyway, let me just leave it at, you have my email. I eagerly await your response. Who knows, you've probably already bought it at this point. You're just waiting to reveal that fact to the world. Speaking of Chuck E. Cheese restaurants, the grandpappy of FNaF, I actually have a theory in the works about those pizzerias that any FNaF fan will enjoy. The episode will be going live in the next few weeks on my newest theory channel, Food Theory, which, if you haven't checked out yet, you totally should. Link is down in the description. Yes, it sounds
it's a
like
good channel.
joke. No, it's not. We've not only got episodes about Chuck E. Cheese on the way, but also horror episodes like how the ghost of KFC's Colonel Sanders has been cursing set of lore reveals. Earlier this month, the latest Fazbear Fright book, Step Closer, hit store shelves, and even though it has a super forgettable name, the stories inside of it are epic. Not just because they're some of the most gruesome in the series. I mean, page 1 literally starts with a dream sequence where a kid's eye gets popped by Foxy's hook, but because of the lore drops that are happening.
Are they doing a
they
graphic novel
are
for that?
Huge. Up until this point, the Fazbear Frights books have given us interesting concepts to chew on, fleshing out the world of FNaF and giving us new insights into events that we already had a pretty good handle on. It's been useful, certainly, but nothing too earth-shattering. Animatronics can have people stuffed inside of them. Confirmed outright in Book 1. People can have animatronics stuffed inside of them. Confirmed in Book 3. Everything is powered by human agony. The missing children's incident probably happened in 1985. Animatronics
are the confirmations okay?
Humans can be body swapped with animatronics. Golden Freddy might have multiple souls trapped inside of him. Ghosts might be able to escape from their animatronic prison.
Can he go back a bit?
He keeps saying might, so... But I'll go back a bit.
Earth-shattering.
I just want to make sure.
Animatronics can have people stuffed inside of them.
Animatronics can have people stuffed inside of them.
It's not... It's... I mean, technically count the ways.
Yeah,
count the ways, count the ways.
Outright in Book 1. People can have animatronics.
It's safe, alright.
Oh. They already did Step Closer graphic story. Oh, they did? I didn't know this.
Stuffed inside of them. Confirmed in Book 3.
That's true.
Everything is powered by human agony.
That's fine.
Everything powered by agony? Is the word everything?
I don't think he means it literally, but like it could be. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. I think we'll let it play.
Incident probably happened in 1985. Animatronics can steal identities.
Yeah.
Humans can be body swapped with
Yeah.
animatronics. Golden Freddy might have multiple
Yeah.
souls trapped inside of him. Ghosts might be able to escape from their animatronic prisons to lure more people to them. Like, there
Yeah.
has been a
Kind
lot
of?
across all of
Yeah,
these stories,
technically,
hence
yes.
why I've been covering these books so much. But Step Closer's lore drops are attacking some of the biggest lingering questions still in existence from these games. The ones presented to us by the two most frustrating games in the franchise, FNaF 4 and FNaF 6. Questions that are still hotly debated by the FNaF community. So today we're looking at the first of those debates, the ones related to FNaF 4, looking at what those answers mean for the rest of the series. Today,
Michael
we
Afton.
confirm the identity of this guy, the older brother, Foxy Bro. Real quick though, before we get to the meat of this theory, let's quickly speed our way through probably the least important story of this new trio, the middle one titled Dance With Me. In it, we cover
Oh,
Casey,
this one.
a young woman who's coming from a tragic childhood. She lives on
I actually
the
like
street
this
with
story. I don't know why
pockets
people
of
hated
purses.
this.
One
Yeah.
day,
I
she
actually kinda
robs
like
a
this.
mother and a young girl outside of Circus Baby's Pizza World, which we're told has itself a big red door. Woo, 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 woo. Potentially important detail alert. Anyway, one of the items that she nabs is a set of
The big
cardboard
red
glasses. When Casey puts them on, she sees a hologram of Ballora spinning in the distance. Weirded out by this, she has other people try the glasses on and no one else manages to see Ballora. From that point onward, each time she puts on the glasses, the hologram gets closer and closer.
I
which
don't
begins
remember
to
the
freak
exact
her
story
out to the
details,
point of
so
her
if something
leaving
is
town
wrong
and trying
in
to put her
between,
life
you guys
back
have to
together in
kinda
hopes
see
that
that.
it gets Ballora to leave her alone. A couple cities and failed jobs later, Casey eventually decides to return the stolen items to the mother and the daughter, hoping that it'll make amends. The family welcomes her in and forgives her, but when the little girl Isabella puts the glasses on, she not only sees Ballora, but she immediately begins dancing. It's a very vague ending because it's unclear whether Ballora, who was one step away from getting Casey, instead nabs the girl because she's the one who puts the glasses on next, and the dancing is the girl becoming possessed, or if it's the girl just excited to be dancing alongside one of her favorite characters, Ballora. Anyway, there's not a whole lot to talk about with this one. The technology is super strange. Freddy's is apparently advanced enough to have holographics that work in cheap cardboard glasses for kids. That would be strange enough, but there's also some extra
I mean,
weird
Freddy's has always had
holograms
advanced
can interact with
technology,
the physical
so
world. We see
it's
throughout
not
the story
that
that this Ballora
far-fetched.
hologram kicks up leaves and causes them to swirl.
It's more like
around. To
paranormal
quote
activity,
From
but
the story,
yeah.
there was Ballora, pirouetting among the colorful fall leaves. As she spun, the bright leaves were sucked into her vortex. For a few seconds, Casey admired the beauty, but then she thought, wait, if Ballora
I know
is
what's
just
coming and I know we're about to
hologram,
skip.
then how is she affecting
Wait,
the
what?
objects around her? It didn't make
Oh, no.
sense. Welcome to the world of being a FNaF theorist, Casey. It didn't make sense. Prepare to get that one tattooed on your forehead. But in all seriousness, it does raise a big question. Is she actually a hologram
Wait, what's
or
coming up?
just invisible and the glasses are somehow revealing her? It's unclear. Today I'm going to be talking a lot about those weird little details that just seem so oddly specific for a book to
Does
call
he
out
say
that
it
it
here?
feels like the book is trying
Oh,
to
wait.
tell us something. And this seems like one
I
of
don't
our
remember
well, I
if
could
he says
spend a lot of
anything
time trying to figure it out. To my knowledge, holographic or invisible animatronics haven't really been a thing yet in the franchise. So
Skip! FNaF AR.
Wait, I'm thinking.
Cloaking technology.
Yeah, I mean it's not a holographic, but yeah, like it
He
is
said
like
invisible.
augmented
They
reality.
do become
so-
invisible.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
721.
All right, okay. 721. All right, there you go.
And this is Inky's episode.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Wait, I have a question. Yeah, so what was Inky's reaction when he first watched
Check
it?
it out on his channel, I think. I believe it's this one.
Okay, fine, I'll watch it.
Yep, there it is! At about 12:20. So we'll skip to that.
Let's hope we can get there.
See ya, Scraps.
hello, Internet.
Welcome to Game Theory.
Where today's episode is perhaps the single most important that we've done on the FNaF lore in a long, long time. Today, my friends, our goal is to solve Golden Freddy. That's right, FNaF Reddit. I am justified in using my favorite golden boy in the thumbnail today because this episode is all about him. It's them? Which I gotta be honest is probably a good thing because I'm running out of ways to make old Yeller over here look interesting in a thumbnail. I mean, the dude's only got like 2 decent quality images in the entire 6-year history of this franchise. Say what you will about milking this franchise dry, we've milked that image dry. If only every other character in this franchise was as clickable. But seriously, with the recent release of Bunny Call, the 5th Fazbear Fright book, I think we have enough information now to finally put together a quasi-definitive answer on who is in that iconic golden suit, which, gotta be honest, is like the biggest mystery to me in this franchise at this point. Solving this one is like obtaining the first of 3 massive holy grails when it comes to the lore of this franchise.
Thank you, Joseph
Sasbo,
for a donation. $1.49.
Lore of both game and book.
I don't know what kind of currency that is, but thank you so much for your support.
Everything about this character. An answer that irons out all the wrinkles and frustrations that I've
Wait,
had.
Saki, can you go back 10 seconds?
I
couldn't hear like the last part of the video.
Sure, sorry.
Not only fits with the
established
lore of both game and book, but also an answer that satisfies pretty much everything about this character. An answer that irons out all the wrinkles and frustrations that I've had when concocting past theories about this guy. Oh, and it also just
far, so good?
a little bit at the scabbed over wound of a past theory, poking it just enough that it might get infected. So, are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to finally have the answer to this mystery
Golden
that has
Duo.
been 6 years in the making? Well then, let's begin with the Stitch Wraith. For those of you who've missed it, the Stitch Wraith story is happening in small chunks at the end of each Fazbear Fright book.
Please don't say enter. Please don't say enter.
Teaser minus the color shifting Thanos. It's
Thank you
about
again for the
an
donation.
animatronic suit pieced together from the haunted spare parts of various toys and robots, given life through the power of human agony. Now that it's alive, the creature is wandering the city, collecting more haunted toys and killing people with its zappy hands, sucking their bodies dry and making them cry oily black tears. And up to this point, that's pretty much all we knew about this monstrosity. Lead me to conclude that the reason we're meeting this thing is to prove the existence of Remnant and how it works via negative human emotions. Maybe send him up as the new villain for that upcoming game.
Wait, is he saying Remnant and Agony is the same, or like?
That's what I thought.
Wait.
No, dear theorists. The Stitch Wraith is far
I think you're saying what he used to
can we go back a bit?
No, I think he was saying. I think you said like he did think that, but he like doesn't anymore.
4 step closer, we meet Andrew and Jake, the 2 souls who find themselves trapped inside the Stitch Wraith. And the conversation that they have when they first meet starts to give us some of the lore drops that we have been waiting years to hear. Quote from the book: "Now Jake was inside a metal thing. He didn't know enough about anything to understand what it was, but he did know that he wasn't alone. He was sharing this strange place." "Oh, hi," Jake said. "I'm Jake. Who are you?" "I'm Andrew." The child's voice was rough. He sounded a little like a boy Jake used to know in school. A boy who was always talking back to the teacher and getting himself in trouble. Jake thought Andrew sounded angry. Very angry. End quote. We're told that even though both their souls are infused into the same endoskeleton, Jake is the only one able to move the Stitch Wraith's body. He's also the only one capable of seeing the outside world. Andrew is blind to it all. It's kind of like those 2-man horse costumes. You never want to wind up being the butt in those things, especially on Chipotle days. It's no wonder Andrew's so mad. I'd be too if I was forced to spend an eternity looking at someone else's soul butt. However, it's when they start talking about their former lives that things start to get really interesting. Quote again, "My memories are kind of fuzzy," Jake said.
Memories.
"Fuzzy? Yeah, so are mine," Andrew responded. "But I do remember wanting to get back at someone who hurt me. I think I attached myself to him. I got into his soul, made sure he couldn't move on when he should have died. I remember I wanted him to suffer, the way he made me suffer. I remember they tried to kill him, but I wasn't gonna let him go until I was ready." With a story like that, you could almost say that Andrew is a spirit wanting revenge, a literal vengeful spirit, perhaps. Now, loyal FNaF theorists have an idea of where this is all going, right? Back when Ultimate Custom Night first came out, we theorized that the entire game was William Afton trapped in a fiery hexscape, a constant cycle of torture and torment at the hands of his past victims. Or should I say one victim in particular, the spirit of Golden Freddy. Sure, he was called by many names, the one you should not have killed, the vengeful spirit, but in the end, by doing the impossible of that game and beating 50-20 mode, it's revealed that Golden Freddy lingers on, twitching with rage, refusing to move on into his afterlife. And here, Andrew is pretty much confirming exactly that. Sound the party horns and the children celebrating. It looks like we got one right. Or should I say mostly right? What's interesting about this whole Jake-Andrew conversation from the book is that back with Ultimate Custom Night, we assumed that William Afton was dead and that this was just his afterlife in purgatory or HE double hockey sticks or whatever. He died in Henry's Fire, the one that was set at the end of FNaF 6, the one meant to bring the whole series to a close. I mean, how
He
could
didn't
he
die
not
in the fire,
be
but
dead?
okay.
Henry even
Do
had
we
that
allow that, I
awesome
guess?
final line for him.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole.
Like he dies later.
Yeah.
You don't just survive
So
one-liners like that.
do we allow it to play,
Here,
or
Andrew says that he was actively
think
keeping
it's
his
alright.
killer alive
Yeah.
against
Okay.
everyone's attempts on his life. So does that mean that Afton is still... No.
I always come back.
He attack, he protect, he always come back. But just because William may have been kept alive in the book lore doesn't necessarily mean that he was left alive in the game lore too. Well, it shouldn't, but I think it does. Fast forward.
That's implying that they're two separate things when they are the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go. Yeah.
So I think
that's what I was
it's
gonna
a
say.
skip. At 2.
Yeah, that sounds like a skip.
Yeah, 6:28. All right.
Sorry, Inky. Looks like we're gonna have to skip.
Oh
your
wait, no,
part.
wait. Oh, we just gotta go to the intro part.
Watch the intro part. Watch the intro
Actually, wait, hold on. What was the timestamp? What was the timestamp?
It was 12:20.
My
Okay.
attention by a comment on YouTube from Inky Ink, who says it's not useful reading the YouTube comments.
Woo, Inky!
I direct you now to pages 89 and 109, where we see a spirit replying to Fated's questions through altering the text existing in the book. Therefore, we know that Fated is not talking to Mike, but talking to Mike's brother, who is also in the logbook. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I gotta say, that is the best TED Talk I've ever seen. Definitely beats the one about how to dry your hands using a single paper towel.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And Inky Ink isn't wrong here either. I'm
Yeah, Inky Ink.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Security breach. Oh wait, no. Hold on.
I'm gonna take one quick break to use the bathroom one more time because we're at the 3:30
Alright.
mark, so I need to use the bathroom again real quick.
Okay, I'll put in the video title in the meantime.
All right.
But yeah, no, this is not security breach.
All right, everyone. Now that Psychic is gone, we're gonna do a little bit of trolling, okay? Everyone, click off the video and leave.
You can click off and leave, and then come back in 5 minutes. I trust all of you to do that. Actually, it's a good thing that I stayed purple for this stream since we're all purple. That's a good thing. Wait, hold on. Okay, what is the shortest time so far for a video? I want to check
I
this.
think it's 20 seconds. Hold on a sec. Let's take a look.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, yeah, the Grave Robber 20 seconds.
Let's go, gamers.
Also, Psychic, don't worry. Yeah, because nothing happened while you were gone. It's okay.
Oh no.
This is the one where he talks about AR, like the skins. I particularly remember this one. I didn't know William ever killed his own son.
Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always a bloody good time. Today, we have a few massive announcements before we get to the episode, so please skip to here
Okay, yes.
if you're not in.
Wait, 5:45.
Theoryware X FNaF. The animatronics
5:45.
have taken over. Death coins are on the loose. Its first trailer out during a PlayStation 5 announcement event, and man, does this new
Here we
game
go.
look incredible.
Gregory.
Wow.
If it only looked as good on release.
Long gone are the days of just looking at static-filled still image camera feeds.
It's
my
pretty
friends.
decent now,
And
but
before
on
we move
release
on,
it
can I just
was-
say how cool it is to see an indie franchise started by one man
It was
working
something.
at Dollar
Yeah.
General rise to the point that it's now getting a
I will
spotlight
say, though,
alongside
I feel
time-honored
like people do
franchises
hold
like
it in a
Final
special place
Fantasy
in their
and
heart.
God of War, and not only getting
Yeah.
spotlight alongside them, getting more
Security Breach is
views
like the
than
most
nearly
played FNaF game, even though it's
everything
not my
else
favorite,
in
so-
that showcase. That's awesome. Well done, Scott. Really,
I'm like
really
100
well
hours in.
Now, based on the trailer, it looks like we'll be trapped inside of a Freddy Fazbear's Pizzaplex, playing a life-or-death game of hide-and-seek against a killer. And it's that killer, Vanny, that I really want to dive into today. She's teased twice in
Unlike
the
the
trailer,
game did.
once via a bunny-shaped shadow in the opening sequence, and again as the final jump scare. Now, we've suspected for a while that she's coming via teaser images.
I remember Dako's reaction when he saw the monkey cut
Easter
up.
eggs hidden throughout FNaF VR, all things that I've covered before in past theories. But the thing I wanted to look closer at today is her backstory and her relationship to Glitchtrap. Because even though this game hasn't come out yet, and we honestly don't know when it's coming out, we do already know a ton about this new character. In fact, true to Scott's style of storytelling, we probably won't get that much of a backstory for Vanny in this new game. Notice this about Scott's games, but important
I mean,
he's not wrong.
He's right.
He's absolutely correct.
Right.
Rather than in
Yeah.
the games. Let me
Not
explain
even
with an
backstory,
example.
just
In Sister
existing in
Location,
general.
we end with Baby being a part of Ennard. And if you get the super secret ending, you see that she gets puked up into a sewer. Fast forward to FNaF 6, and there's suddenly two separate entities again, Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy. To 99.9% of the players, you would have no idea how or why that would have happened. And I can't blame them, because the only way you would know that Baby got voted out of the Ennard tribe was via the source code on Scott's website, as well as a separate standalone site, FNAFworld.com. Just goes to show that when you're talking about FNaF, the game never really stops. And the thing is, I think Vanny is already getting treated this same way. The information about her, what is now getting her to kill, the big twist reveal about Vanny's true nature has already been laid out for us if you're paying attention to all parts of the FNaF universe. So if, unlike me, you don't have time to keep track of the 12 games, 9 books, dozens of ports, hundreds of toys, and a moon-faced animatronic and a pizza tree, well, that's why I'm here. Because all the pieces are out there in place for us, and now we're going to be putting them back together to understand the true backstory of Vanny, the killer bunny. Purple Guy 2.0 before Security Breach comes out. Recently, the game FNaF Help Wanted got itself a mobile port. Big whoop, right? We've already seen this game 2 other times before.
Now I
Once in
played
VR,
FNaF
and
VR
again
for
in
the
a
first
flat
time,
console
but not in
port.
VR.
Don't get me wrong, love this game. Probably my favorite game of the franchise, but still, Scott, you ain't getting me to buy this for a third time. He totally got me to buy it a third time. So because this is a mobile port, a lot of the game has been stripped away. Gone is the intro sequence, gone are some of the game modes, but most notably gone are the hidden cassette tapes that tell the story of Help Wanted's failed development. Now, if you remember back to a year ago,
Wasn't it like a
all
beta
16
version
of
of
those
the game?
hidden tapes in the
I
original
think
game
that's what the theory
inadvertently
was. I'm not
assembled
sure.
our latest villain, Glitchtrap, piece by piece, and once
Or like it
fully
was a version
together,
of the
he was
game,
able to
yes, like after
capture us
Glitchtrap
in the
escapes
game
or something.
and presumably escape back out into the real world. That's all gone now in the mobile version. In its place, though, maybe something better. Immediately upon opening up the game, it becomes clear that this mobile port is more broken than FNaF World 1.0. Got textures glitching out in both the main hub and in the various
Not really,
minigames.
that's intentional.
Now, obviously, these are intentional effects, and by zooming in and tapping on them repeatedly, honestly, I can't
It's a
say
weird
exactly
texture
what
for
I did to
glitches,
do it.
but-
I just was there a long time pounding away at my screen.
Yeah, same,
The
yeah,
screen
yeah. I
eventually
don't know how
fades
to do this
black,
again.
and suddenly
I've
you're
tried doing this
presented
later
with
on. It just
everyone's
does not
favorite
work.
part of the series, an 8-bit minigame with rudimentary gameplay steeped in symbolic lore.
Woo! Hello, Gavin Martel. Welcome to the
It's
stream.
actually more like 16-bit at this point, but still. We're told that this game is called
Welcome
Princess
back, Halo
Quest,
Halo.
with you playing as a little girl lighting torches to unlock doors and running away from glitching bunny people. Glitching bunnies.
Oh, hey, the
you
bunnies
say.
agreed.
After making your
Yeah,
way
what?
through a ruined
That was
castle
actually
and
changed.
cemetery, you eventually unlock a long corridor that leads to a final lantern and, no points if you guessed it, Glitchtrap himself. The screen goes dark and suddenly you're taken back to the game's main hub. Now, this seems fairly self-explanatory, right? It's a reference to Glitchtrap in a game that had to eliminate him due to size constraints. But it's the details here
Not
that
really?
matter, not counting the torches in front of the 6
Hold on.
green
Size-
houses,
I
which are
feel
very
like
clearly
audio is
references
one
to the
thing that
original
wouldn't be
5
a
missing
size
children
issue.
plus the child who possesses the puppet. There are
No, even with
16
audio, it
torches
shouldn't be
in total for the
that much,
princess
really.
to light. This isn't a
They should be able to
coincidence.
add
It
that.
perfectly lines up
I've
with
seen
the
bigger mobile
16
games.
cassette tapes that
That's
you
not a
had to
problem.
collect in the original Help Wanted in order to release Glitchtrap. In fact, Glitchtrap only appears once the 16th 13th one is lit, further cementing that connection. But where things get really interesting is when you decode what Glitchtrap is saying. As the game ends, there's clearly a dialogue box along the bottom containing weird glitching text, but you'll notice that the patterns aren't random. Some shapes actually repeat themselves. These right here and these right here. It's actually a letter substitution code that spells out everyone's favorite.
To this day, I have
phrase
no
from the
idea
game.
what you're substituting. I don't know how this was solved.
And taking it all one step further, we can actually extract the audio from this moment.
Okay, yeah, this was a cool thing. Yeah, I remember this. I think it had to like reverse the
Do
audio.
some audio trickery by doubling the speed and then reversing it. We get
Okay,
this.
yeah.
I
always come back, let me out.
Let me out. So in essence,
This is why I
Princess Quest
yeah,
is showing us
like
a
as I was
recreation
saying
of the
yesterday,
events
this is
from
why I
the
kind of think
original
it's
Help
both
Wanted.
William and the
This
Mimic.
does a couple of things
Because like
for
I
us.
always come
First,
back. That
it
is a very
basically
William
proves
specific line.
100% that this is in fact
From
William
UCN.
Afton's spirit and not some sort of AI or code meant to replicate him. It is him through.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Okay, what's the timestamp?
No, wait.
Is that it's
Wait,
something
okay,
still
okay.
It's
debated,
debated.
isn't it?
It's debated. So
We
I
had
think
this
we
debate
can-
the other day.
Go back 10 seconds. Go back 10 seconds. I want to go through that one more time.
I'll go back 15.
Okay,
From
yeah.
the original Help
Alright, yeah.
Wanted. This does a couple of things for us. First, it basically proves 100% that this is, in fact, William Afton's spirit and not some sort of
Ooh,
AI or
no,
code
no,
meant to
no.
it's not
replicate
his
him.
spirit.
It is him
No,
through
it's
and
not,
through.
it's not.
Even wasn't
It's not
lying
his
when he
spirit.
said he always comes back.
It's no. He says 100% proof that it's yeah. It's really no. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we
it's
skip this.
debated though. It's debated.
No, but it's definitely
No,
not
no.
his spirit.
No, like he's saying like it's 100. Yes, like according to Princess Quest, yes, like it's 100% proof that it's William's spirit. That's what he's saying. It's him through and through. That's what he's saying. But it's not.
But the thing is, you saying it's not is debated. That's the thing.
Wait, did he? Hold on. I might not have.
I
heard
mean,
that.
no.
Wait.
You saying that it's confirmed that it's not William. That's the fact that is currently being very hotly debated.
Yeah, but like it's just not. Yeah, but he also said like it's not an AI when it is. An AI is involved. He's saying like no AI is involved to begin with. He's saying it's only William. When no.
Oh, this
the
one's
Mimic
tough.
is somehow
This one's
involved.
tough. I wish Pinball was still here. He was good at this.
Let's listen to it one more time. Let's listen to it one more time, just to be sure.
I feel like he's incorrect that it's 100% confirmed.
For us. First,
Yeah.
it basically proves 100% that this is, in fact, William
It
Afton's
doesn't.
spirit and not some sort of AI or code meant
Yeah,
to
yeah.
replicate
See.
it.
You just made that fully
That's the
confirms
thing.
William. No.
Hello underscore. we need help, please.
Underscore.
We need
Perfect
help.
time. Would you like to?
What?
Help
What
me.
are you
We are
freaking
in a big.
Hold on, wait. We
We
gotta.
are-
No, wait. Underscore.
We are in a.
We're
we are in a big dilemma.
We're in a
Please
big
help us.
dilemma.
Help us underscore.
Okay,
Yeah.
so do you know what the stream is? Underscore. I assume. You
I
do.
know the stream is you watch every game theory until you hit misinformation.
All right. Listen to
Okay.
this part. Wait.
Uplift Quest is showing us a recreation of the events from the original Help Wanted. This
This is after MatPat said that. And in Princess Quest Help One in Report, it says, "I always come back. Let me out."
Yeah.
couple of
Okay.
things for us. First, it basically proves 100% that this is, in fact, William Afton's spirit and not some sort of AI or code meant to replicate it.
No. I am not having it. No.
I think you have to go to the next video.
All right.
Yeah.
12:21 on the timestamp. 12:21 on the timestamp.
100%
I'm counting it
William
as 12:20.
Afton's soul, huh?
12:20. 12:20.
12:20. All right.
How many videos are there left? I know we're pretty far in.
Yeah. I was
First
not
theory.
having
Oh wait, this is the fanverse one. We
This
can
is not
skip-
a theory.
We can see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fanverse.
Fanverse doesn't count.
We are on
Okay.
episode 46 out of 74.
Oh, there's so many still. Okay, I'm not even late.
You hear me, Jay? What did you do today,
Doing this
Jay?
for like
Okay, next one.
4 hours.
Watched a scary
Almost.
one. It was
20 more
so
minutes is
scary
only
that
4
I
hours.
jumped out of my seat and spilled my popcorn.
Oh yeah, this is the Evan theory.
Yeah.
Do that, Jay? Were you there?
With the Stitch Raid.
Then I went to the arcade.
Also, yeah,
paid
both
a
of the
bunch
previous two
pizza
videos.
there,
Yeah, so
got
both of them
red
were.
tomato
Yes,
sauce
both of them were
all over
12:20.
my
Also,
I just
above
realized.
me underscore, I have the longest time
There
we've
were
ever
so
spent in a
many other
video.
kids there, and
The current record is 14 minutes and 36 seconds.
Okay. Never gone through a full video.
Nope. We almost did once though.
Open it, open it, open it, open the cabinet, Jake!
Hello, Internet!
Welcome to Game Theory!
Where today, the theory is coming from you. That's right, just because we're all still waiting for Security Breach to release doesn't mean that FNaF theorists out there have been twiddling their thumbs. In fact, the lack of a new game has prompted the community to go back and comb over all the pieces that were in place for us before. Pieces that we might have overlooked or missed the first time out. And it was this thorough re-review of the clues that prompted what may be the biggest fan theory to blow up in over a year. And that's saying a lot since 2020 was full of us connecting massive pieces of this franchise's lore. I mean, with the help of Fazbear's sprites, throughout last year's videos, we managed to pinpoint the year of the missing children's incident as 1985. Okay. We solidly connected Foxy Road to Michael Afton. We even concluded the high likelihood that 2 spirits are trapped inside Golden Freddy, not just one. Our vengeful spirit Cassidy, as well as our Bite of 83 victim, the Crying Child.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure.
No.
I think you. How loose are you being with these?
So basically, if it's still a very hotly debated thing, we don't technically skip. But if it's something that we know now to be factually incorrect, it's wrong.
Okay, I do have a question. Yeah, so do we consider Golden Freddy? Yeah, so do we? So if frights and games, so if the frights and the games are in the same continuity, right? Yeah, so do we consider Golden Freddy, like the state trait as like different entities, or like how are we considering both of them exactly?
It's debatable.
This one's weird.
That's the thing.
Maybe you just keep going
Okay,
for this one.
We'll keep going.
Yeah,
But have you ever noticed that kid doesn't have a name? I mean, it's been 6 years since he was introduced into the franchise in FNaF 4, and we still don't have any hints as to what Crying Child's name might actually be when he's, experiencing literally any other emotion. Wait, is that Crying Child? But no, that's Happy Child, and that's Angry Child, and that's Confused Child. That's Apathetic Child. That is Passionate Child. Nope, not that one. Ooh, is that Emotionally Repressed Child? Hashtag relatable there. But really, take a moment to think about that. We know the puppet's name, Charlie, and her father, Henry. We know that baby was originally Elizabeth Afton.
That's not Henry!
That's not.
Yeah, that's not. Okay, one thing. Yeah. So the pub. Yeah. So do we consider for the games?
Earlier,
right? So
we decided
it is Charlie or Charlotte.
I think
really
that's the thing.
I don't think it matters. I think it's the same thing. Earlier,
Charlie
we decided
that
after, if the graphic novels have been released and we actually have a picture of Henry, if he uses this image as Henry,
Desk Guy,
because Desk Guy is not Henry.
Yeah, and he's still using the name right over the image. So.
Yeah.
All right. Skip ahead. If Golden Freddy didn't do it, this one did.
216.
Oh yeah, the security
Ladies
breach
and gentlemen,
sections.
Today we're kicking off Game Theory's 10th
The first one.
anniversary month. Yes, I am that old. April 18th will officially mark 10 years since the first episode of Game Theory was uploaded. For context, my debut was the same year
This
that
hits
everyone
different
fell in
now.
love with
It
the
does hit
Pop-Tart
different.
cat flying through
It does.
space, and Rebecca Black's Friday was the most watched video on YouTube, and yet we still call them the good old days. Anyway, to celebrate the channel being older than dirt, all month long we'll be doing special events like remastering an old theory or two, giving you a behind-the-scenes look at what it actually takes to do these things in 2021, and of this channel. So without further ado, let's talk about new developments in FNaF.
This one where he does it in
and
different
Game
editing
Theory
styles.
through the ages.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
Oh, this is nostalgia.
Gaming's tangential learning experience. In the past few months, we've gotten a lot of new FNaF content. A gameplay trailer for Security Breach dropped, 2 new books that I haven't talked about yet, and there was even a bunch of images from the game revealed as part of a charity stream. And sometimes, dear Webiverse, you have ideas, random thoughts that are floating around your head, but not enough to make a full theory out of. Maybe enough for a game hypothesis, perhaps, but not so much for a fully fledged theory. So today I'm gonna nab those little theory nuggets
This
hovering
is
around my
really
head
old
and
style
serve them up
editing.
on a
Yeah.
delicious platter for you to munch on. In true Fazbear Frights fashion, I'm gonna present to you 3 mini theories covering the upcoming security breach,
Oh,
twists
no.
I expect that we'll see in the game, and where the franchise might be headed next. Because I think the information is starting to leak out. With delays in this new game causing it to lag behind, I think other parts of the franchise, especially the books, are starting to surge ahead, and might already be giving us clues as to life after the breach. So without any further ado, hop aboard, friendos, because this theory train is about to leave the station. Woo! Woo! Theory number 1, the Glamrocks are secretly toy animatronics.
Do we skip here?
Wait,
I mean, he says it's a theory at this point.
It's,
right? He says
what-
it's a theory.
This is
we
in
just
terms
gave
of
the title.
symbolism, right?
Does he debunk it
I
at
think
all?
so. I don't remember.
Well, let's go a
My
bit
good
further.
friend Dawko held a
Keep going.
24-hour charity stream benefiting the World Wildlife Fund, which, first off, congratulations to him to reaching his goal. The reason I bring the stream up here, though, is that as Dawko crossed different donation milestone goals, he was able to unlock screenshots from the upcoming security breach
Oh, it's
game,
about
which,
Chica's
by
beak.
the end, amounted to 20 images in total. And while most of them are just better angles of places that we saw in the recent gameplay trailer, there were a few that had details that really stood out. First was confirmation that Bonnie appears to be in the game in the form of Bonnie Bowl. Whether Bonnie is physically in the game or if this is just an Easter egg reference
Oh, the
is
classic
unclear, but
Bonnie
it's huge
puppet
detail
thing.
because up to this point, Bonnie has been absent from all the imagery of the Glamrock animatronics, seemingly replaced by
Because
the
he's not
new
there.
Montgomery Gator. It had led everyone, myself included, to think that the game was just pulling a sister location where, if you'll remember, Chica was actually absent from the Funtime lineup, replaced
No,
by
he thinks
new
drums are
characters
literally
like
toy
Baby
animatronics
and
because of the
Laura.
missing
But no,
Glamrock
Bonnie
beak.
is
We'll
here
wait for him to
at
actually
this
say
point,
it.
If not physically, then at the very least from a lore perspective, leaving the only missing face from the core 4 to be Foxy, and we'll get back to that in a minute. Other interesting shots included a view from what appears to be inside of Montgomery Gator's mouth. And while this certainly could be a walkway to a different part of his Gator Golf section of the restaurant, considering we see decorative heads on the walls and different photos from the stream, the view from inside this mouth just doesn't line up for me. It feels too high up to be a walkway, too closed of a mouth to have humans
Maybe 'cause
walking
it's not
through
a
it like they'd be
walkway.
walking through
It
a
looks
golf
like a water
course.
feature.
Instead, and admittedly this is a bit of a long shot, could this be an indication that we're actually going to be riding inside of Monty at some point in this game?
Nope.
No.
He's asking a question.
It's a question.
It's a question. It's
Yeah, it's a
It
question.
seems outlandish, but it actually
It is
fits
a
with
question.
what's already been leaked out about this title. In
It's
case
kind
you
of
weren't
true,
aware,
but with a
Funko
different
Pop
animatronic.
leaked out this statue of Security Breach, where we see our
Oh, that
character
Freddy
Gregory
statue.
hiding
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
inside of Glamrock Freddy, indicating that at least one of the animatronics,
Oh, the
Freddy
leaks.
himself, will be working alongside
Oh, look at the
us
Freddy
in our
puppet.
fight against Vanny the Killer Rabbit.
Funko
So
leaks.
why not the other animatronics too?
Ah,
Looking
yes,
at the
when she
characters
still had
side
the
by
knife.
side, we see that both Freddy and Monty seem to have a similar build and the same flip-open chest cavity. And consider this, we're stuck in the Pizzaplex, meaning that we'll presumably need ways to unlock different sections as the night goes on. Maybe one way to do that is by
Yeah.
unlocking new abilities from the animatronics themselves. We see in the gameplay
did
trailer
unlock
that
new
Monty
abilities
is
from
able
the
to break through
animatronics.
locked chain link fences. Maybe instead of him using that ability to chase us,
Oh, he's about to
us,
pull
instead
out
of him using it to access new features.
visual
Kinda like
database
Zelda,
thing.
Except, you know, animatronic murder themed. Like I said,
Wait,
bit
the
of
what?
a long shot, but admittedly it'd be a
The
pretty
toy animatronics,
interesting
like
gameplay
they
mechanic
help
that
Gregory
kinda
because like they
reminds us
have
stuff that we think we know about this
like
new
toys.
title, so just saying.
Hold on.
However, the
Criminal
biggest
database?
reveal came
Yeah.
with the last picture, where we see a shattered version of Glamrock Chica abandoned in what's labeled the sewer. And while that alone alludes to some darker sections of the game, it's how she's dismantled that I wanted to call attention to. Chica has no beak. And as anyone who's been on this 6-year ride alongside me might remember, Chica missing her beak in this series is a big deal. Way back in the days of FNaF 4, Scott went out of his way to draw our attention to Toy Chica missing her beak.
So, completely out of nowhere, Scott emailed me saying, clue. During the minigames in FNaF 4, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak?
Oh my gosh, and even in the asset, you see Chica's beak lying on the ground.
Wow, so many memories coming back from that one. Oh, that was such a cool stream and such a cool day. Anyway, the missing beak is a reference to two things. In FNaF 4, there's a tiny toy Chica with a beak that's lying on the ground, which itself itself is a reference to way back in FNaF 2, where the new version of Chica at the time, dubbed Toy Chica, would lose her beak when she went on the attack. So to see Glamrock Chica here missing her beak seems to be Scott and Steel Wool suggesting that she is none other than a reskinned version of the toy animatronic dating back to FNaF 2. And
Nope. That's a weird phrasing of the sentence. Does he elaborate? I want to hear if there's elaboration.
How do you
on
define
that.
a reskin in that context?
That's
How do you
tough.
define a
That's
reskin?
weird.
The closer
Let's hear
you
what's
look,
next.
The more this seems to be the case. Look at the similarities in the face shape, eye size, and hair feathers between Toy Chica and Glamrock
There's
Chica.
similar, yeah.
Same round
There's
head,
similarities.
Same slimmer body shape. Heck, if we're truly getting old school with it, let's count fingers and toes, friends. 4 fingers and 3 toes on Glamrock Chica. Just like the 4 fingers and 3 toes on Toy Chica, which, mind you, is not the same as every other iteration of Chica. Even the material that she's made out of appears to be the same. That hardened, glossy outer shell that would crack and shatter rather than rip or tear or mold like
Appears to be.
animatronics. Want even more proof? Remember how I said that Foxy isn't
You're
present
skirting
in
the
this
line,
game?
MatPat.
Well, you know the only animatronic without a
Getting
toy
close.
version? Foxy. It was true in FNaF 2, no toy Foxy. It was true in the FNaF 4 minigame.
No, because
Bonnie
Mangle was
Chica,
basically Toy Foxy. Okay, whatever.
Freddy, but no.
I mean,
Fox.
Mangle was kinda like
Here
fun
again,
That's okay,
these
that's
are
not-
indeed reskinned toy animatronics.
Reskinned
There's
is so
no
weird.
toy
What does he mean by
Follow the missing
reskin?
Foxy, my friend.
Reskinned is such a weird statement.
I think we skip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, reskinned is tough.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what's the timestamp?
7:46.
7:46. So that gave it some credit. Oh, that one you skip that video. It's just about graphics.
Yeah. Austin.
Oh, it's an Austin video.
Sorry, Austin.
Oh no, here we go again.
Is this also a 3 New Theories video?
He did this for a while.
Thought you could get revenge on me? Do you know who I am? I'm William.
Oh, yeah, I
Allen.
remember
I
this.
always
There
come
was this
back.
intro.
I am Golden Bonnie.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
He did get pretty creative with the intros, to be fair.
Yeah.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the wet springlock suit clamping down on your subscription feeds. And oh my gosh,
Yeah, you guys should totally subscribe to
finally,
Psychic.
After all that waiting, after being
Yes.
patient for so long, after all the delays, it has finally arrived. It is here. A brand new Freddy game just released where we finally get to go up
Oh, yeah,
against
Fury's
Fanny
Rage.
the Killer Bunny.
Oh,
Here
boy.
it is, Security Breach. Furry's Rage.
Oh,
Didn't
wait,
know it had a
the
subtitle.
Dreamcast, or like whatever
It's
it was
not
called.
Furry
The Dream
Rage,
Guy?
Furry's
He
on the
did.
attack. Oh,
Dream-
wait, sorry. Misread that title. It's
Whatever it was
Fury,
called.
Fury.
It was Dream
Rage.
something.
Very important distinction there. Well, anyway, let's fire this puppy up.
Let's see if they're ready for Freddy.
So never played this game.
I'm so good looking.
Not quite what I expected on multiple fronts. A game-long apology for all the delays with the real security breach.
They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me when they find out that I have to delay the game.
That's not what they're gonna kill you for, Scott.
You can tell that Scott's feeling a
Another
little
Scott appearance in the
guilty
game.
these days, huh? Also, apparently he sleeps in a fairy tale bed. Learned a lot about you with this one, Scott. Anyway, just
This is
because
not
the
Steve
official game is
Snodgrass,
still
right?
TBD doesn't mean that there's any less to theorize
Right.
about. We've got a new book, we've got secret bosses, and we've got a lot of pent-up theories.
I don't
behind
remember
the
that guy's
floodgates
name.
just waiting to pour out. So today,
Dreamgeist.
I'm doing another round
Yeah,
of
Dreamgeist.
FNaF theories. Some looking back to the past, some looking ahead towards the future, and some
Oh,
that are
boy.
so
Why?
out there that, well, you're gonna see when we get there. So open your
Okay.
minds, your hearts, and your hollow animatronic chest cavities reserved for the bodies of dead children,
boy.
because I'm shoving theories in everywhere. Theory number 1, we definitely play as Michael Afton in FNaF 3. In the newest Fast
Okay.
book,
Okay.
Gumdrop Angel,
This
released
is
at the beginning of
fine.
May, we as always have our 3
That's about
main
what we
horror
found.
novellas. The first is the title feature,
Yeah, I think so.
Gumdrop Angel.
If it's about what we found,
World
then
transforms
then
into
this
a giant
interpretation's
gummy
gonna be
bear
good.
pinata thing that gets eaten alive by a swarm of saliva-mouthed kids at a Freddy's birthday party. Talk about your hygiene concerns. This one became a whole
But he's
heck
gonna
of a
say
lot
it's a
scarier
parallel.
reading it in the aftermath of a global pandemic. But as you might imagine, not a whole lot of lore to be found in a story about a sentient gummy bear. Our second story, Sergio's Lucky Day, is all about Balloon Boy, or should I say Lucky Boy, a doll who's wearing a propeller hat and holding both a balloon and a sign that says, "I'm a lucky boy." In this story, our main character Sergio finds the doll and ends up buying a lottery ticket because of its advice. The next day, Sergio finds that he won himself
Yeah, I don't remember the exact
$600,000.
details of the story. So
That's great.
if there's some, oh yeah, this
because the doll
this clip.
does seem to offer good advice, encouraging Sergio to leave a job that he hates, leave a girlfriend that he hates, upgrade his life in small ways, all things that improve Sergio's existence. But as a result, Sergio becomes obsessed with the doll, asking it for advice on everything, including how he can look good for his big high school reunion. Lucky Boy suddenly takes the chance to turn evil and tells him to remove his ears, scalp himself, cut off his eyelids, chisel his lips, trim his nose, and remove and reuse other body parts to become taller. As you might imagine, Sergio makes a big impression at the reunion. Again, not a whole lot to say here since it seems so tangential to the character from the games. I'm assuming that this is going to end up being connected to the upcoming Book 9 story, The Puppet Carver, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
That was not true.
Assumption.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying skip. I'm just saying that he's wrong.
What we found, which
Okay.
is
Okay, here we go.
just a retelling of FNaF 3. Stop me if this one starts to sound familiar. A night security guard working at Fazbear Frights, a horror attraction themed around the murders and disappearances happening at the Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria franchise.
Yes, it's not called Fazbear's Frights.
Wait, hold on.
Sound familiar? A night
Cause
security
we
guard
caught him on
working
this
at
earlier.
Fazbear Frights, a horror.
Fazbear's Fright. It's Fazbear's
Fazbear.
Fright. It's
The books
Fazbear's
typo it. Dude, even the books typo it.
Hold on, wait.
Stop me if this one starts to sound familiar. A night security
Find
guard
something
working
more
at Fazbear
substantial.
Frights, a
If the
horror-
books typo it, I feel like you can't blame him though.
Find something more
Okay,
substantial.
but we
Books
caught him
typo
on
it all
that
the time.
earlier. We skipped a video for that earlier.
Dude, that's evil.
It is. It really is.
The day the crew brings in
Psychic's being really petty because he wants to get this moving as fast as he
Don't
can.
be petty.
We're 4 hours in.
4 hours in!
Gets roasted to death at the end of his shift. It is
Only.
really sad and also a really obvious parallel to the events of FNaF 3, right? But here's the thing. It
Parallel?
also really feels
Okay.
like it's meant to confirm for us that Michael Afton is who we play as in FNaF
Use
3.
use that term very
Years ago,
carefully.
I had a theory that Mike Afton is our player character in pretty much every game in the franchise. We see
Okay.
the name Mike on FNaF 1's paycheck. We see the name Mike again on the Monitor and Sister location. In fact, the player's guide for that game, the Freddy Files, practically confirms that part of the theory. So that's Mike appearing in 2 games, but what about FNaF 2
Freddy
and
Files.
3? The name Mike doesn't appear anywhere in either of them. Well, in FNaF 1, we know that Mike eventually gets fired for tampering with animatronics and his odor. Something that would happen if, you know, he was a rotting corpse walking around from restaurant to restaurant to free the souls of the dead kids trapped in the suits put there by
That's
his
if
father. So isn't it a
sister
little
location is
coincidental
before.
that Fritz Smith, our protagonist from FNaF 2, gets fired for the exact same reasons, tampering with the animatronics and odor. It's also why Michael would keep getting attacked. We
So
know
far, he
from
hasn't
Sister
said anything
Location that he
incorrect,
looks
but
Yeah.
just
the
like
reasoning
his dear
is.
old daddy.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
lastly, it's why Golden Freddy says it's me every time he appears. It's the brother's soul crying child trapped in the suit, recognizing and reaching out to his sibling Mike. But then, what about FNaF 3? When I first presented the theory, I thoughtfully omitted FNaF 3. It made sense to me from a narrative angle, but in terms of actual physical evidence, there wasn't a whole lot to point to outside of the hallucinations. Since the phantom animatronic jump scares in FNaF 3 were moments pulled from both FNaF 1 and 2, it implies that the person seeing them must have been present in both those locations. But beyond that, yeah, bupkiss. However, what we found may have just given us our missing piece. Our security guard Hudson in the story has a very tragic existence. His dad took his own life at an early age, and his mother got remarried to an abusive man named Lewis. And this guy is awful. Like, he is real bad. Eventually, we learn that Hudson seems to have burned his house down, killing this violent man in the process, and then repressing those memories. Fast forwarding back to the present day, as he's tormented by Springtrap, he hears his dad's voice coming from the suit. That, along with a former abusive teacher named Mr. Atkin, or Mr. Adkin, depending on which page you're talking about. I'm looking at you, proofreaders. You got some splaining to do. Anyway,
True.
Hudson kills his violent father in a fire. A father whose voice comes out of Springtrap, along with another person associated with childhood trauma and with a name suspiciously close to Afton. The security guard himself then dies in a fire.
I don't know about that one, but okay.
Contained pizza oven. To me, it sounds a heck of a lot like the journey of Mike, who would also be responsible for burning his Springtrap choked serial killer father to death at the end of FNaF 3 before he himself meets a fiery end in FNaF 6, also trapped inside of a small box.
Okay.
It's potentially the confirmation that I've been waiting on for years.
So we're getting into parallels.
Here's a small observation that didn't fit anywhere.
He hasn't said anything wrong yet.
How we're
Let's
pretty
see.
confident that Golden Freddy was possessed by two spirits, Crying Child and Cassidy, the vengeful spirit. Well, it seems like Scott has been hinting at that since FNaF 3. I couldn't believe it either, but take a look. Here's a photo of the bad ending from that game. Notice how the mask in the background, Golden Freddy, has two lights on in its eyes instead of just one like all the others. Each light would be representative of a spirit trapped in the suit. Shout out to Game Theorist subreddit user The Real Brofi for that one.
The Real Brofi.
Subject to Cassidy.
Which one are we watching?
Cassidy died in
Return to the Pit.
Recently, it was confirmed by Scott.
Cassidy died in the ball pit, huh?
Will end at number 11.
Wait, what?
A random number with the 12th mini book full of stories that didn't make the cut, acting as a bonus. Gotta admit, it's a bit of a shame because this whole time I was hoping they would get 76 more out of this thing, just so we could make a joke along the lines of, "Was that the right of 87?" Anyway, it means that we're.
We're heading there.
Specifically with the story of Detective Larson and the Stitch Raid, the overarching narrative that happens in the epilogue of each installment, and that's nothing to sneeze at, my friends. Is that idiom acceptable after 2020? Anyway, it's a big deal since this is the story that's historically had the biggest lore reveals. Most notably, the hints that led us to believe that Golden Freddy had two souls trapped inside of him instead of just one. And with only 3 epilogues left before the end of the series, this story needs to have itself a really big payoff. So when we last left our heroes, they had just battled a 15-foot trash rabbit called the Afton Amalgamation. By the end, Larson got infected with the glitch trap virus, and Jake, the remaining spirit inside the Stitch...
Was it the glitch trap virus?
What was the... Go back.
He was. They had just battled a 15-foot trash rabbit called the Afton Amalgamation. By the end, Larson got infected with the glitch trap virus.
No, that's not it. That's not. It's agony. Yeah, it's not agony. The glitch trap virus.
Yeah, it's not glitch trap. All right, 8:38.
Also, hi Jenny.
Hey Jen.
Hello.
Hello.
Here, I'll move everyone
Welcome
over
to the stream.
It's not.
Jen,
it's not glitch trap.
Psychic, you should get what I sent you.
Hold on, wait, I need to... What'd you say? Hold on, I need to quickly move everyone a little bit.
Jen's not purple.
Jen is not purple, but it's okay.
You must... No, you must be turned purple.
We must dip her in the grape juice. Alright, anyway, that is 8:38.
Yeah.
And we shall skip. Oh, this is the controversy one.
Oh yeah, this is the Scott.
Yeah, we skip it. We skip it.
All right.
Oh, another one of these.
Five Nights at Freddy's book drop. Let's see what's new to talk about in the world of FNaF. Readers beware, you're in for a scare.
Sea bodies.
Fazbear Entertainment unveils their most twisted creation yet.
I skipped the story, but okay.
Darkrooms reacted to this one, and Inky hadn't read Sea Bodies yet, and we tried to convince him that it was false.
Bonnie,
wait, you did what?
Small blue fish with rabbit ears. When Mott drinks a tainted
glass
of
Jen, that's
water,
awesome.
as they multiply inside his
I'll put it on for the next theory stream.
One clone
Alright.
made up of thousands
Wait, what's this video called? I'll just write it down.
3 new timeline theories.
That was me, alright.
Hello, Internet!
Welcome to Game Theory!
I skipped this story. I skipped Sea Bodies.
Petition to make me the host of Jeopardy yet. I just need about 80,000 more signatures to get to our goal. And whether or not you know or even care what Jeopardy is, just know that your signature on that petition is a way to help support me getting to live out a childhood dream of mine. Well, also just a huge vote of support to all of your favorite digital creators who often get overlooked.
Let's go.
10 seasons and staying as a top 5 most watched show for 3 straight.
Oh,
Psychic might have just lost the internet.
Maybe.
Wait,
people loved this thing. Anyway,
okay, no, it's
season
fine.
5,
It's fine.
episode 3, at the peak.
You scared me for a second.
We do a special series of episodes where the
It's
characters all
we're
take
back.
a trip
We're
to
back.
Hollywood, and the cool guy in the show, the Fonz,
so have fun.
Alright.
is challenged to test his
Just,
bravery by
kinda
jumping
conclude
over a
everything and let
shark
me know
on
what you
water
guys came to the
skis.
conclusion
And
of
as you probably guessed,
Aye,
he does
aye,
it
Jay.
with swim trunks and trademark leather jacket. It was a moment that was so ridiculous, so over the top, and so dumb that it single-handedly created the phrase that would forever after be used when a series loses all of its sense. At this point, FNaF, it's jumped all the sharks. Just a big ol' shark sandwich. Giant tower of sharks right there. The only thing that would make this more sharky would be if it suddenly introduced a shark animatronic. They haven't done
Hold
that
up.
yet, right?
At the time of this release, when this released, they had revealed the 12th Fazbear Fright book.
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
That?
What did he say?
It'd be crazy if FNaF revealed a shark animatronic.
But they did.
Well, it's just a joke.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep going. We'll keep going.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, there's still time. Those Bonnie Guppies.
At least with underscore, we're not being too hard. Like
you guys are all freaking evil.
Well, not me. I joined later.
I joined later. Rabbit guppies that steal your identity. A pink substance called Phasgoo that hunts you down and steals your identity. Animatronics that body swap you in order to steal your identity. Huh, there's a definite pattern in these stories, isn't there? Could animatronics stealing identities and humans not actually being themselves be somehow important to the lore of the series? Certainly seems like the books are beating that point over our heads. And honestly, this points to a larger trend here. For as crazy as these stories have gotten, and believe me, they've really gone off the rails at this point, there's definitely still merit in them from a lore-solving perspective. Because, as I'm about to show you, for every story about underwater rabbit guppies swimming around in your insides, there's another one or two that get you asking brand new questions about both the past and future of the franchise. So go ahead, take a break from eating your best friend that happened to fall into a vat of pizza sauce, something that yes, also kind of happened in one of these stories, and consider the following 3 theories ripped straight from the pages of the books. Theory number 1, Chica started as a mediocre.
No, just go. No, you know what? My grudge is coming out now.
358.
I don't even care to hear the part where like some bad evidence comes up. My grudge is here now.
Alright, we're skipping.
Step into
358.
Oh no, we got an ad. We're not sponsored. We're not sponsored.
Bit by bit, we've been working to solve security breach before its launch, and so far, I feel pretty darn good about what we've concluded.
Oh yeah, we're still pre-security breach era.
Trap and the dual nature of Annie seem all but confirmed. The repurposing of the toy animatronics still feels very much possible. Even some of my bigger swings have wound up being home runs. Huh! Well, that's explicit. Real quick, Music Man FNaF. There's a couple like evidence pieces or like loose threads that I keep in the back of my head and hold it until a point where it becomes useful. Music Man is one of those. So to suddenly see a character with 6 legs and clown gloves, this is the closest thing that connects. I would assume, because anything that usually has a lot of legs like this is able to climb walls and climb ceilings, I wouldn't be surprised to see this be attacking you from the ceiling or a wall.
3 weeks later.
Oh! I called it!
Music
Music
Man!
Villains, we've talked about the animatronics, we've talked about the plot.
Villain?
Today, with a month left before release, it's time to talk about how this whole thing is gonna end. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that critics describe as Vanny-tastic. Before we begin, a quick reminder that 1 week from today, Tuesday, November 30th, is our big and final charity live stream benefiting St. Jude.
Well, you want to skip ahead?
Biggest YouTube collaboration of the year.
This was the most successful one,
Steel
I think.
Wool Studio has been hyping up the upcoming release of FNaF Security Breach by releasing short clips of an old Freddy Fazbear cartoon called Freddy and Friends on Tour. These 4 uploads, styled like an old Hanna-Barbera cartoon like 1969 Scooby-Doo or 1958's Yogi Bear, have been a huge source of information about this upcoming game, with each one hiding a frame or 2 screenshot of an existing animatronic in the middle of the episode, as well as the more focused reveal of a new animatronic towards the end. So, hidden in the middle of episodes, you see glitches showcasing Chica, Roxy Wolf, Monty Gator.
She's been dipped in the grape juice, gamers.
But now with yellow eyes, and
Jen is now purple.
Which we later learned
I'm purple now.
Be the service bots that are wandering around the security.
It was a quick edit, so it's not the best, but
meanwhile, at the end of each video,
it's fine.
we had the
It'll
reveal
do.
of the Sun and Moon guy,
It's personally not
Evil
that bad.
Vanny,
It'll
and
do.
of course, Music Man.
Music
Man! Glitch Trap, who in the final video can be found by piecing together the upload's 20 purple and yellow glitches, kind of like a puzzle.
Yeah, this is what I was.
That was so cool.
Reveal that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Honestly, just a really smart callback because based on the YouTube description for these videos, these things are coming from the Fazbear Entertainment Archive.
Wait,
And what are we
FNaFy.
doing with
Matt literally admitted in a stream that he didn't read book 10. Wow.
these old tapes? We're assembling them. Just like we saw with FNaF VR, we're assembling the tapes, also assembled Glitch Trap. So, yet again, we assemble a series of tapes, the glitches get stronger, upload after upload, and boom, Gold Bunny make people go bye-bye. I don't know if they meant this intentionally or not, but still, cool detail. And then, just a couple weeks ago, the actual trailer came out and confirmed a lot of what we were seeing. There's all the animatronics, there's the creepy service bots, there's Music Man! We know basically everything that's in this game because we've seen basically everything that's been teased. Well, except for one thing. Through all the reveals and teasers and trailers, one thing remains a mystery. There is still one teased item that hasn't been revealed, and that is a tentacle monster. You heard that right. At the end of Fazbear and Friends episode 1, we get this, a sliding tentacle slithering
He
across
cannot
the
know
screen.
what that is.
No, it's a big deal because it's simultaneously the first thing they tease, but also the last thing that they're keeping secret. In fact, based on details from the trailer as well as new clues that have come to light in
I'm trying to remember what he said about
universe,
probably like
that is
Afton Monster or Nightmarian.
Sequence of this game. This one
Yeah.
is a biggie and feels like once again I am swinging for the fences.
This is gonna be
If it
Eleanor.
proves to be true. Well, let me tell you.
If he even says Eleanor or just baby.
Eleanor.
And speaking of things that get you more hyped than seeing your favorite reject animatronic make his triumphant return.
Skipping ahead.
Now then, let's talk tentacles. Across the series, there's only ever been one character associated with all
perfect
that's
spot
one
skip.
tentacles, and that is Nightmarion, the Nightmare Puppet, who came out as part of the Halloween update for FNaF 4 way back when I still had hopes that this series would end with 4 games. Oh, what a fool I was. And who we more recently saw in FNaF VR's Night Terrors minigame. This thing is like a hentacle that is just waiting to happen. Probably a hentacle that's already happened, to be honest, but I
Oh my gosh,
no.
man!
See a tentacle sliding across a staticky screen, immediately your mind is going to jump to this character. And from a story standpoint,
No,
this
it's
would
not.
also make some level of sense. I mean, William Afton is back in the form of Glitch Trap, so presumably the puppet, this protector of lost souls that stands opposed to him, would try
Keep
its best
going.
to come along for the ride
Okay.
too in an effort to thwart him once more.
Getting close to the red
Problem with all
line.
this, though,
Okay.
Yes.
Marion isn't canon. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's complicated.
okay,
Go figure. It's FNaF. Big
To say
surprise.
Nightmarian's not canon is okay.
Marion's original appearance in FNaF 4's Halloween
Kind of.
update is not
Kind of.
canon. Something confirmed by Scott a long time ago before that DLC launched. Its appearance in FNaF VR, on the other hand, is canon, but not in the way you think. This is because FNaF VR is itself a video game produced by Fazbear Entertainment. So Nightmarion in the world of FNaF is no better than Mario or Master Chief or a Slender Man. It's
I mean,
a
the
video game
plushies, but-
character, and as far as we know, that's it. It's not an actual active part of the real world lore in that universe. And you see, it's the lore that provides us another problem here. Canonically, the puppet is burned away. Its spirit is released in the fire that happens at the end of Pizzeria Simulator. And unlike
Crazy question. Crazy question. Pause. Hold it. Pause. By now, by when this video is dropped, has it been shown very clearly in the Stitch trade that the puppet mask is still kicking?
This is
Yes.
The
Yes,
story
it
is out.
absolutely has.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we've met our red line.
okay.
Oh.
Oh man, I was
Show
waiting
me.
for him to say
What
the
was the
tentacles were
timestamp?
like Nightmarion, and then we could skip.
Nah,
What
I
was the
think we've
timestamp?
met it. From
Alright.
William Afton's Glitch Trap to a lot of other things.
FNaF Goodbye Father 824.
I'll say 22. It was like slightly earlier, but
Yeah, just
I'll say
just hit yeah.
Okay.
After years of waiting, Five Nights at Freddy's
Don't
security
trust
breach is
Gregory.
finally
Don't trust
here.
Gregory.
And with it, we now have
Oh,
a
no.
Oh
to
boy!
discuss. What's the deal with Vanny therapy tapes? Why
Oh, is this the Gregory is the
location
villain
in
theory?
Pizzaplex? Who's the best
His
animatronic,
first
and why is it
security breach theory. Okay. Like after the
There are
game.
a lot of things to solve in this massive game as lore hides behind every pirate poster and inside every arcade cabinet. But the theory I have today goes to the heart of this game, addressing the one character that we spend a lot of time with but don't actually see all that much. And that's our main character of Security Breach, Gregory. Yep, in a franchise full of dead kids, I want to focus on the first ever living child we've seen in the main story of the games, except for in the Fruity Maze
Is this
minigame.
the video where he brings up Patient 46 or
Who
was that a
is
different one?
Gregory? What
Yeah.
is
I think that's this
Gregory?
one.
And why is he such a cold-hearted savage to Roxy and the rest of the
Is that-
animatronic gang?
Does he say that after the robot part or before?
Don't remember.
Alright.
Gregory is brutal. My friends, the answers to those questions will recontextualize everything that you thought you knew about this series. So let's begin. Hello, Internet. Welcome
Kind of
to
sick title
Game
screen,
Theory,
honestly.
the show that can't help but
Yeah.
stuff its face with FNAF lore like Chica stuffs
Game
her
Theory
face with
editing is
pizza
always
and garbage. I guess at this point it kind of applies to us too. Anyway, if you want to stuff your YouTube feed with FNAF videos, then hit
You should
that
subscribe to
button
the
right
Psychic
now.
channel. Subscribe to Psychic, because Psychic's awesome.
Art
Oh wait,
series
what's
into
up? What's
many
up?
unsolved mystery words into what is
Oh, hi, Matt. I'm
next.
Pat.
Stuff
Sorry, I
that,
didn't interrupt
quite
you.
frankly, I'm still working on piecing together. This is
Wait,
a
did we go forward?
game with lots
Yeah.
of places to hide things. But today, I want to focus on a mystery that I do feel like I have a pretty solid handle on. The relationship between Gregory and Glamrock Freddy. What's the deal with this random
Oh,
kid
the
and why is he another
the
animatronic?
Michael theory?
Is this
Oh,
Mike?
Help him. Like seriously, the
I
game
think
kicks off
so.
with this incredible
Yeah, I
cutscene.
think so,
Everyone
yeah.
is living their best 80s
Probably.
tastic lives on stage before Freddy suddenly glitches out and smash cut to Gregory just being there, I guess. It is one of the weirdest, most jarring intros to a game ever. And then from that point forward, we're just expected to assume that everything is perfectly normal, no explanations necessary. So I'm here to give you that explanation, because I strongly suspect that this boy is not a boy, and this robot is not a robot, and that the story of their relationship is one that's trying to make amends for one of the earliest and most pivotal
He hasn't
points from
technically
this
said it
entire
yet.
franchise. To begin, let's establish what
He's
we
nearing
do
the
know
red
about
line,
Gregory
not yet.
in order to piece together the rest. So what does
He
the
hasn't
game
crossed it
offer
just
us in
yet.
terms of his backstory? Nothing. First and foremost, we know that he's pretty much off the radar. At the start of the game, Freddy does a quick scan only to realize
Your guest profile is unknown to me.
Similarly, when security guard Vanessa is chatting it up with Freddy, we hear this part of their conversation.
That is great news. He can be returned to his parents.
He can't. Turns out, there's no record of him.
Clearly, Gregory is not a guest at the Pizzaplex. It also seems like he has nowhere else to go. In the game's bad ending, unlocked by just leaving the building at 6 a.m., we see Gregory winding up in an alleyway sleeping in a cardboard box. He appears to be homeless. He's an orphan. This then explains a few other things that we see around the Pizzaplex. In a couple of hidden locations around the building, we find little dens that are filled with drawings, plushies, and beds. The most notable one being the one behind the daycare center. Gregory seems to be living inside the Pizzaplex, which would explain his lack of a guest pass. We can't even be sure that his name is Gregory. In the game's opening scene, Gregory has no issues speaking to Freddy.
Will you shut up?
Who said that?
I did.
However, once Freddy asks him for his name, he stutters.
I'm Gregory.
Why would he stutter on his name when he was clearly fine answering everything else just seconds before? So, what? Is that it? Gregory's just some homeless kid that sets up shop in the Pizzaplex and happens to get wrapped up in Afton and Vanny's plans? Yeah, right. Of course not. Nothing in this franchise is ever an accident. Take a look at Gregory.
Wait, Afton
Notice
and Vanny.
Oh no!
Keep going. We need
brown
something
hair
new.
with a piece falling between his eyes. Shorts. Shirt with
We're
two
getting
stripes
close
across the middle.
anyways.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
Gregory
here we
is
go.
none other
Here it
than
is.
a crying child.
Okay.
Oh gosh! Oh, I just pulled out my headphones when I just leaned back. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm back. I can hear you.
443.
443.
443.
We did it.
Moving on to the
kids.
next one.
Family reunion is the next one.
What was?
Have you ever heard of Fortnite, Gregory?
No.
You need to floss. You need to floss, Gregory.
Well, this is embarrassing. I'm gonna let you guys have this one, and I'll see you next
Wait,
game.
what's this
Hold
video?
on, pause,
You'll
pause,
come
pause
back
it.
and, you know the bit.
What?
Go back
The
like a
secret
couple
episode.
seconds.
Well, this
He's not
is
flossing. He's just moving his arms side to side.
I mean, he's trying his best. He's trying his best.
His arm never goes behind him.
Just so you guys know, we are on the last 20 videos.
embarrassing.
Oh, there's still 20?
I don't know how much. I don't know how much longer I'll be here.
I always
We'll see.
come back.
It's
and,
okay.
You know the bit.
Did we just win?
No, we did not, superstar.
Whew, we're getting close.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's proud to pick
Only
the
20 to
nerdiest
go.
option available.
Anyone that picks
We've
Monty
went
Golf
through
is just
50 videos.
Woo! Gator Golf. Joke's on you, Mark. Fazcam is OP. Plus, being a nerd allowed me to discover the secret
I mean, it is.
daycare room and sister location room. So who's the nerd now?
Me. It's still me. Last time we dove into the time travel ball pit that is Five Nights at...
Oh.
Are you
a minute in? 1 minute in.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
not-
time travel ball pit counts, I guess.
It's not a time travel ball pit.
Yeah, you're right.
Thanks for coming in, Freddy. I heard you got some new eyes recently.
Golden
Just
Freddy
wanna check
security
to make
breach?
sure that
Oh,
they're all
no.
functioning before we send you back out there on the stage.
Oh, yeah, the
what
Cassidy
do you
thing.
see here?
That is my friend Bonnie. I is him.
Don't we all? Don't we all? How about this one?
It's me?
Interesting response with heavy lore implications. Gonna make a note of that one. All right. How about this last one?
Oh, that's the DJ, you know. DJ. No, hold on, don't help me. I have this. DJ.
Come on, Freddy. It's obviously
Music Man! Music Man!
Oh yeah, that's the remix.
Music Man! Music Man! Music Man! I called it!
Oh, well, flashing light warning, Jen.
I'm not looking.
Okay.
I learned my lesson last time I watched this.
Oh, okay. Okay, looks like we're
Hey,
good.
fellas.
We're good.
theory, where the
What's up?
I'm
boys?
gonna be dipping out. I gotta go run groceries.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for joining.
You have a fun time though, and don't be too evil with these.
I'll try my best.
I will try to keep
Alright.
psychic well.
Okay.
A huge
Leonard.
thank you to Doofix from the Game
See ya.
Theory subreddit for helping that meme
Yeah,
achieve
see ya.
its true final form, and for letting me use it as a part of this video. As I write this, his masterpiece only has 400 views, so let's blow that channel up. Link is in the top line of the description. You know what to say. Fill up those comments. Let me hear ya. Music Man! As the man said in the song,
Let's go! Let's go! Go! Go!
say what you will about Security Breach, and there's certainly a lot you can say about Security Breach. The fact that it launched this weird, unseen animatronic from Pizzeria Simulator into meme lord status is perhaps its greatest accomplishment. And speaking of other unseen animatronics, today's episode is actually a pair of mini-theories all about two animatronics that
Oh,
are
not again.
notably
Oh, no.
absent from this newest
I hate the
game.
mini-theory
Characters that have
episodes.
been with us since the very
They're like the
beginning
most
of the
half-baked
franchise,
ones.
whose 80s shoulder pads apparently weren't big enough for the final cut. And in a game that throws so much Freddy
Is this the
spaghetti
Elizabeth
against
one?
the lore
That's
war
Freddy
with
spaghetti.
sticks, what gets
No, it's not that one.
excluded from the game
Okay.
This one's about Bonnie and Golden Freddy.
What made the final
Or
cut.
Puppet.
So what are the mysteries surrounding these two animatronics? Can we solve the mysteries? And what do the solutions tell us about the lore of this new game?
Can't remember if it's
That,
about
my
Bonnie
little theorists, is what
and
we aim
Golden
to
Freddy
answer
or
today.
Bonnie and the
Missing
Puppet?
animatronic
Yeah.
number one, Glamrock Bonnie. We all
Yeah.
thought it was strange when the trailers first dropped and we saw our favorite animatronics in their new
This
80s
part should
get
be
up.
true,
Freddy,
unless he says
Chica,
something else
Foxy,
in between.
Kind of.
Yeah.
And no, that's an alligator. Yep, Montgomery Gator was in, and Bonnie the Bunny was out. At first, I thought this was just gonna be a repeat of Sister Location. Introduce some new characters, reintroduce some old ones with new looks, and, you know, just leave a couple out. But then, right outside of the daycare of Security Breach, we hear this.
There is no rabbit at the Mega Pizzaplex. Not anymore.
And that right there, my friends, is theory bait. Stick it on a fish hook and drop it in the water to reel me in. Clearly, this was more than just an arbitrary swapping of characters. There's a story here, a mystery to solve. Glamrock Bonnie did exist at some point here in the Pizzaplex and now doesn't. And the game continues to remind us of this mystery as we explore them all. While trying to decommission Chica, you have to venture into Bonnie Bowl. And while we're up there, Freddy says this.
I do not come up here anymore. I miss him.
We even get a collectible message from Roxy Raceway that talks about him. Quote, management report, the bowling alley needs a re-theme. While most of the Bonnie art was removed, kids keep asking, where's Bonnie? Do we have an officially approved response? So yeah, where is Bonnie? The kids want to know, and heck, I want to know what happened to everyone's favorite.
Ruin,
Well,
but
to answer that, we actually have to follow the other messages that we get in the
This one's
fast
pretty
launch.
easy.
Specifically, this security alert found behind a locked Monty gate in the game's opening service tunnel. Quote, security
Oh yeah,
report,
they actually
12:24
removed
a.m.
that
Bonnie
gate
is seen
up,
leaving
yeah,
his
like up the
green room in
stairs. I
Rockstar
remember.
Row heading east towards the atrium. 2:40 a.m., Bonnie enters the East Arcade. 4:12 a.m., Bonnie enters Monty Golf. Bonnie is wandering around the Pizzaplex and winds up in Monty Gator Golf. And see, this is an important detail because
I mean, yeah,
As we
after
see
Hell
both
Pointed
the
2, this
game
is
and the
basically
collectible
confirmed.
messages, Monty has a bit of a mean streak going on. He likes breaking things. He also has a bit of an ego. I don't know if you noticed, but the animatronics in this game are unusually human compared to the ones that we've seen previously. They have personality, emotions. We see Roxy crying in her room because we've managed to escape her.
We should have found him by now. It's not fair. I'm not a loser.
Chica is just hungry all the time, and Monty wants to be the star. He's looking for a way to rise to the role of leader of the band, singer in the spotlight. We know this thanks to hole number 9 of the Gator Golf minigame. Monty is center stage, and Freddy is left out in the dumpster. So when bass player Bonnie comes rolling into his domain late at night, Monty sees this as his opportunity to take him out and become the bass player himself. This is all fairly straightforward just from reading those collectible messages, but it does leave me
And that is confirmed.
Why did
Monty
Bonnie
defenders.
Golf in the first place? Well, what if someone led Bonnie there so he would get destroyed? Monty would get what he wants, a more prominent role in the band, and Bonnie would be quietly decommissioned and turned to scrap. Scrap that could then be used to
Bonnie
help rebuild
found
another
in
rabbit
the
that
golf
we're
area?
familiar
Not the
with.
golf,
One
the
that's
bowling
hiding
area
out
though?
in the
He was.
basement. Good
Yeah.
old Bird
Yeah.
Trap Afton. You want to know where Glamrock Bonnie is? Right
Oh.
there, right in front of your face.
Oh
No.
Oh.
No.
I said what's the timestamp?
5:42.
5:42. I said things too soon. Okay.
Yeah, Glamour Party does not become Bird Trap.
Nah.
Today, we end the
Oh, this is the
war.
post-it note
Today,
room.
we
Oh, okay.
solve FNaF. Wait, didn't we say this exact same thing 7 years ago?
Yes, you did. Trust me, I can confirm.
Wait, so it's FNaF the clue that almost solved everything. Okay.
Plain, boring merch. The kind that you buy, and sure, it looks cool, but it just sits schmilking, I mean covering the major mysteries of Security Breach. And you know what? I think I solved it. Or at least I think I've solved most of it. 7 years ago I made this video, The Clue That Solves Five Nights at Freddy's, where we put together all the pieces to support Dream Theory. The concept that the first 4 games of the series were all a collection of nightmares happening inside the mind of a child.
We watched
In
that
episode,
earlier.
there were
Not
lots
fully,
of
but
evidence, but ultimately the conclusion hinged on one key design detail, the alarm that brought each night to a close at 6 o'clock a.m. A grandfather clock for 3 games and a digital clock
Another
for
cool
number
Easter egg.
4. 3 games in the crying child's house where we see a grandfather clock, the 4th in a hospital right before he dies, which ironically enough is the one whose gameplay is happening in a recreation of the house. Oh, there's a reason this series is so difficult to talk about. Anyway, the reason I bring that video up is because today's theory works largely in the same way. Over the past few FNaF episodes, I've been trying to make heads or tails of Security Breach, pulling at what, to me, felt like the strongest thread. Gregory as the crying child reborn in a robot body. Him reuniting with his brother Michael in the form of Glamrock Freddy and his sister Elizabeth in the form of Vanessa. And we've covered a lot of evidence trying to support that claim. The character's design, colors, the ice cream, the
It's not
voice
true,
lines,
but-
the
this is the posted-
eyes, the satisfying
this is the
character
posted
arc
note
that
room
provides
one,
the
right?
game's 3-star ending.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot. There are 2 episodes that are jam-packed full of discussion around exactly this. But today, I finally have
Yeah, ooh, so
the
close,
clue
yeah.
that takes it from just a controversial theory to, at least in my mind, largely proven fact. Just like with the
No.
Dream Theory, is the one clue that is so specific,
That's not good
so
wording, I'll say that.
intentional that it
Let me check.
confirms that this was the main intent of the game. Until, of course, they decide to retcon
Ah, I got the
all
hiccups.
bad
No,
audience
oh, wait.
feedback to keep the franchise going.
Drink
for
lemon juice
7
upside
years.
down.
Sorry, guys, I hate to say it, but I think I'm unfortunately right this time. Gregory is a
Nuh-uh.
robot, and he's the
Okay.
crying child reborn.
Alright, he's not
4 minutes.
robot, and he's not the crying child reborn. 4 minutes in, let's skip.
3:59. Alright.
Would you look at that?
FNaF stopped.
Oh no!
Months without a
This is the fucking ARG one.
Oh.
Oh no!
episode. Feels like it's a brand new day for the channel.
The
There
damage
are
this
so
has
many
done.
games, new meta theories, even some classic science episodes thrown in. I'm happy, I'm healthy, life is good. And now, time to relax.
Why did they Photoshop his jaw so soft?
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
This is
Theory,
the ARG
show
one.
where old habits and old animatronics die hard. Today we're talking about the 12th and final installment of the Fazbear Frights book series, Felix the Shark. That's right, friends, the final book. until the next 3 come out later this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely beat the plugs!
Let's not think about that and instead focus on Felix. Now, this final book is special. Just like all the others, it too is a collection of 3 short, spooky stories vaguely connected to the wider FNaF lore. But where this one is different is that it's meant to be a collection of cut stories. As the official description reads, quote, stories that didn't make the cut for the first 11 books.
You can't get this book,
Didn't
yes,
appear in
like
numbers
separately,
1
right?
through 11,
You
but
can't.
still, they wound up getting published anyway as the 12th
Yeah,
one.
I can.
Is that such a big deal? In fact, because they're last, they're probably in the most important position of any of the stories. And while you might assume that they were cut because they were weaker or lesser than the 33 other Fazbear Frights that were produced, it's not really true. You cut the story about an animatronic shark, but you kept the one where a boy turns into a traffic sign.
Yeah, keep that play!
Dead body shot.
Absolutely keep that one in.
Kept tiny guppy
No,
bodies.
do not.
You cut a security guard named Mike going around collecting haunted FNaF memorabilia, and yet kept Fazgoo. The truth is, I don't know why these were cut. It could have been a quality thing. It could have been that they confused the lore, or maybe, just maybe, it could have been that they were intentionally designed to set up secret puzzles that we were meant to solve, and those puzzles never got fully realized. Spoiler alert, I think it might have been that last one. I believe that Scott was planning to use this final book as a launching point, the start of a real-world treasure hunt that would have required using the books, the games, even stuff like the coloring book in order to crack. I suspect that this was a riddle so far-reaching and so complex, it would have required the cooperation of FNaF theorists from across the globe. Today, I'm gonna explain the clues that led me to this conclusion, but more importantly, I'm gonna ask you for your help. You see, while I'm reasonably confident this thing was never finished,
Finish the sentence.
I can't be sure unless you all double check for me. A few years ago, I asked for all your help in solving the security logbook, and a day later, we discovered.
Say the words,
today,
ARG.
I'm gonna ask you for something similar. I'm gonna take you on a journey through some weird corners of FNaF lore and some loose threads that I see in this new book, and then I'm gonna ask you for the favor.
It's coming.
I need you to help me either solve this thing once and for all, or debunk it. And who knows? Maybe this is the push that we need to get the next major answer to the game's lore.
No.
Nope.
This is where MatPat completely misjudged his fans and didn't realize the majority of them were young and had never done something like this before.
Yep. All right, 257.
Also, why is this video still up? That's my question. Why is it still up?
Because I wanted him to say ARG, but he didn't. Okay, we're going to the next one. Got like, oh, we got an ad. We're not sponsored, especially not by the Army or the Space Force. Anyway.
At this point, we've solved every lingering mystery from Security Breach.
Okay, can we skip it there?
Wait, whoa. What did he say?
He said we solve every lingering mystery.
Every lingering mystery from Security Breach.
Yes.
Can we skip it?
That's okay.
3 seconds.
Okay, that's a new look. Yeah. Skip. Go ahead.
Oh, it's over! It is finally over! The thing that's been haunting me for over 2 years is finally dead and buried. The Fazbear Frights book series. 12 books, 36 stories, 2,912 pages. Yeah, you bet I counted each and every page of that thing. No more do I have to waste my nights reading page after
15 more, by the
after
way.
page of tepid, warmed-over horror for the tiniest scrap of lore. No more will I be forced to try and convince you that the books are important tools for solving the games, actually, guys. And no more
They
will I have
are.
to write the words Fazgoo WTF into my notes. I get to go back to being a gaming channel again. Unless, of course, I want to read these 7 Hello Neighbor books. Yeah, right. I guess all I have to do now is wait for
Aren't the
Security
Hello
Breach
Neighbor
DLC
books
to roll
really
out
bad?
No.
3 seconds is the new record, Haley. That was 3 seconds.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's basically book theory in disguise, because there's now another FNaF book series in existence. Oh, it physically hurts me to say that, but Tales from the Pizzaplex is a thing that apparently exists. The first book came out a month ago, and there are now 3 more due before the end of the year. How? How is it possible to write so many books? Scott, my dude, I appreciate the hustle, but maybe just spend a little less time on your literature empire and a little more time making a game with a cohesive narrative. Am I kidding? He just used the time to release more Funko Pops. You know, all those essential characters.
I'd buy that one. I would. No, wait. I would buy Glitter. I would buy that.
What?
It's more Funko Pops. You know, all those. I just
Glitch.
Regardless of my feelings about the books, one thing I will say is that they've led to some of our most important theories to
Wait,
date.
what's
so,
this video
despite
called?
my better
Right.
judgment, I read the
Afton's
new
Last
book, so you
Stand.
guys at home don't
Okay,
have to.
alright.
And I gotta say, I was surprised. This thing is a roller coaster ride. In this singular book, you have one emotional gut punch of a story that's probably the best in the entire FNaF series, one incredibly gruesome story where people are physically being ripped apart by
really.
Glamrock Bonnie, and one
We're skipping.
Wait, what?
Oh, it wasn't Glamrock Bonnie. It
gruesome
was the
story
mimic.
where
Wasn't
people
it?
are physically being
I
ripped
remember.
apart by Glamrock Bonnie. And
We're skipping. 203. 14
Wait, hold on.
theories
What did
remain.
actually happen in the epilogue, though?
That was
What
that
actually
was
happened
that
in
was
the
that
epilogue?
was the sort of the mimic.
Oh, okay. Why did
That-
he
that
say
was-
Glamrock Bonnie then?
Hello, guys. It is me.
Why did you say Enter?
no,
Why did you say
here we
Enter
go.
was such? Oh, Golden Freddy never existed.
Everything we thought we knew
Oh,
about FNaF
it's a video.
was a lie. That Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy were never possessed. That
Nope.
7 seconds.
8 seconds.
Alright. Alright.
All right, FNaF, you're gonna hate this.
This is the Elizabeth one.
We're watching this whole video. We're watching the whole
You're not
video.
gonna like this one, but I think we're right.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that started so many flame wars you'd think we were a pizzaplex. So right now I'm in the middle of re-examining every piece of FNaF lore the series has ever produced in order to construct a definitive timeline for the series. I suppose as definitive as
the
possible for the series, considering, you know, it's FNaF. That means
The
that
mayor.
me and Tom and head editor Dan are combing over every misleading teaser, every line of hidden
FNaF
website
timeline
source
is
code, every
gearing up
page
to
of the
be
novels
just like the
and
Zelda
their accompanying
timeline.
graphic novels,
Yeah.
and every questionable skit
Okay.
from FNaF AR from Big Chungus Springtrap to Statue of Liberty Chica. Because nothing says America quite like rebranding a national monument with a giant toga-wearing murder chicken shilling for pizza. And our forefathers wept. Anyway, since this is an absolutely massive quest, we've broken the timeline down into 3 core chunks. Foundations of Freddy's, the Afton era, and post-Purple Guy. Basically everything that happens post-Springtrap getting torched in FNaF 6. And while that timeline theory is still in the works, we've already made some discoveries. Some big and some small. And it's one of the bigger ones that brings us here today. You see, as we were rewatching all the cutscenes from FNaF 6, we heard this line from the completion ending of the game.
Thank you for your participation. There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
Oh sure, everyone remembers the whole "don't keep the devil waiting" bit
Oh, yeah,
during
this is
that
the
ending, but all of
LLC
us tend to forget
Yeah.
what comes after the fire. An acknowledgement that Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity. When Henry dies in that fire, the game makes it clear that the company dies with him. But
By the way, how many
it doesn't
videos
make
do
any
we have
sense
left?
knowing what we know
Like
now.
13?
In FNaF VR, AR,
Okay.
and
But the timeline's like 4
I
videos, and that's gonna go by really fast.
Still very much
Yeah.
running. In fact, the
I might be
company
able to
seems
stay for the whole
stronger
time.
than ever,
We'll see.
building a giant mega pizzaplex that towers over anything the company's ever done before. So what gives? A dissolved company can't be going around making new games, and they certainly aren't building new 80s
Bring up
inspired
Mrs. Afton.
animatronics.
I dare you.
All of it seems to imply that someone restarted the company between FNaF 6 and
No!
It was that single, simple observation, friends, that led us down a rabbit hole I believe may have solved another core part of Security Breach's endlessly
Is that a skip?
frustrating story. First, we wanted to prove to ourselves that this corporate restart was a real thing. Throughout the core gameplay of FNaF 6, if you buy
This is the
display
one where it says
animatronics
Mrs.
with a
Afton
high
restarted the
liability rating,
thing.
you get a chance
Restarted
to
the
experience
company.
a fun little mechanic known as being
Wait,
sued.
wait, was
You
it
go
this
through
one
these
or was it
lawsuits
time?
and
It was
decide
this
whether to pay
one.
a lawyer to fight for you or just
Oh.
pay the listed amount to settle the case. It's a fun, quirky gameplay mechanic that fits with the humor of the franchise. However, there's a detail within these lawsuits that's important. If you take a look at the names at the top of each lawsuit, you'll see that the defendant is listed as Fazbear Entertainment, Inc. Those last 3 letters are important. That I and C there means that Fazbear is an incorporated company. It means that Fazbear Entertainment has shareholders, people that
True.
own stocks within the company.
We see
There are
this
also 2
in
different
The
types of
Storyteller.
corporations, S Corps, which tend to be smaller, and C Corps, which tend to be bigger. Trust me, you don't really want to know any of that, nor do you need to know any of it for this theory. I just bring it up because it's knowledge that Steph and I have accumulated over the last decade of doing this work as business owners, and I just wanted it to be validated at some point point in my life. Anyway, useless business information aside, as we hear at the end of FNaF 6, Fazbear Entertainment Inc. has been dissolved.
Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
We can assume that Henry, in his final act before sacrificing his life, dissolved any and all ownership remaining in the company so it would die with him, which is why it's so weird that suddenly it's back. And not just back, but back in a completely new form. In Security Breach, if you check out the Balloon Boy arcade cabinet above the daycare, on the title screen you'll find that the copyright is now owned by a brand new company, Fazbear Entertainment.
So I kind of forgot to
LLC.
update.
Again, those
limited liability.
They stand for limited
I kind of forgot to update that. I think it's at 9.
It means that the owners of the
if I remember
business
correctly.
aren't shareholders, but rather one or a small group of individuals that can't be held responsible
Wait,
for
what?
the debts of the
Was that something wrong?
Wait, what?
What you were saying?
No.
What you guys were saying?
No, like I was. No, I was saying yes. Like I kind of forgot to update. Yes, like the my final FNaF theory counter. But I think it's at 9.
Okay.
Business. For instance, if the Fazbear business took out a small loan of $1 million but couldn't pay it back, the banks couldn't then approach Henry or William's personal money demanding repayment. LLC members also aren't usually responsible for the co-owner's negligence or wrongdoing, which again, knowing the history of this company is probably going to be a better business arrangement. Most importantly of all though, LLCs tend to be smaller, held by one or a few individuals rather than a collection of shareholders. And this actually explains a lot. If you go for the Afton ending of Security Breach, you go down the elevator only to discover the FNaF 6 pizzeria underneath the whole thing. Try explaining that decision to your shareholders. We're just gonna build our new mall on top of that old burnt down pizzeria. That'll rake in the big bucks. How about the fact that we get messages on the Faz Watch from building contractors concerned about building a giant mall over the equivalent of a sinkhole? Again, this doesn't feel like something you'd be able to do if the company had shareholders, but if the business is owned by a single individual, they could essentially do whatever they wanted. They don't have to answer to anyone. In short, there's strong evidence to suggest that someone has restarted the Fazbear brand under this new corporate entity. But who would do that? Why would they do that? Was I just chasing down a lead that didn't matter? No, because I wasn't the only one asking the question. In December of 2021, this book was released.
Freddy Files.
Ultimate
Oh,
Guide.
no.
Basically your one-stop
Oh,
shop
that's
for
not even-
anything
it's not even Freddy
important to the
Files. It's
franchise,
Ultimate Guide.
written by the man himself, Scott Cawthon, and only Scott Cawthon. This thing is robust.
The
It
inaccuracies.
contains every scrap of dialogue, every game mechanic, a summary of every Fazbear fright, and a description for practically every one of the nearly 150 characters introduced into the franchise. If it ain't in here, it probably ain't worth your brain space. And if the book explicitly calls something out, well, it's probably gonna be worth a look. And wouldn't you know it, but in the FNaF AR description of the Glitch Trap virus, we get this quote. The cease work order from the Fazbear Entertainment Office of Legal Affairs seems to indicate that the company at some point becomes aware of the problem and tries to stop it. That leaves one question. Just who is running the company? And it was here that I knew that I was onto something. The fact that the Ultimate Guide felt the need to point it out made me realize that this is absolutely something that we need to be solving. The clues are in place for us. It was now time for us to put it all back together. So let's figure out who's running the show over at the new improved
Oh boy,
Fazbear
here it
Entertainment
comes.
LLC, shall we? Well, let's consider what exactly that person is doing. First and foremost, they're building a brand new location over the remains of the old FNaF 6 location. That right there is a huge red flag. Why not just bulldoze the whole thing and build a new one? Unless, of course, they know what's down there. Because remember, underneath it all lies the heart and soul of this
Mr. Burroughs,
franchise,
no,
Afton. They
I
are
haven't kept up with
choosing
that
to
part.
build their new location on top of his literal gravesite. The head of this new Fazbear Entertainment LLC wants access to him. And as we see at the end of the game, it seems like their goal is to bring him back to his former glory. But just having access to Afton's body isn't enough. This person wants more. We know that the head of Fazbear Entertainment
no.
LLC has been actively taking an interest in
Yeah.
Vanessa becoming head of
But
security.
they're trying to put the
despite
stop to the virus, so
Yeah, so
this is completely contradictory.
yeah, I think we skip.
Okay, so what timestamp do we consider for this?
About 7:10.
7:10. All right.
All right, next one.
I've done it. I've solved FNaF. And the clue that brings it all together is this.
Don't you hate getting killed by obscure secondary characters?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today I'm just gonna get straight to the point. This episode was supposed to be our final timeline, but you know what? It's not quite there yet. I think we're gonna have it ready for next week. There's just a few wrinkles that we need to iron out about Elizabeth's death specifically, but otherwise, I feel really good about everything we've pieced together so far. That said, I wanted to put this episode up first regardless, because it dives into a section of the timeline that's likely gonna be controversial, which is also a bad thing because it's the beginning of the timeline. Nothing like starting off on the wrong foot, you know? So in order to head that one off at the pass, let's just start talking about it now, shall we? Last episode I brought up how the team and I have been tackling this whole timeline project. Basically that we've broken down everything into 3 key sections: the foundation of Freddy's, the Afton era, and post-Purple Guy. In that episode we dug hard into
We're all purple guys here.
trying to figure out the recent history of things like FNaF VR and Security Breach. But even trickier is the first chunk, the foundation of Freddy's. You see, at this point we all have a general basic knowledge of the games, right? Kids die, animatronics get possessed, all that good
With
stuff.
the first
But
timeline
here,
part, Travis says with the first timeline part, we just skipped the second where they mentioned the real dancing bear.
Go off of. Sure, there's a couple of lines from Phone Guy, maybe a sentence or two from the novels, but otherwise, it seems to be about it. How did William Afton and Henry Emily start working together? Were they...
That's not Henry!
God damn it.
Swear to God, it's not Henry.
Why?
132.
Why do you keep using that? There's other images. Why do you keep using that?
132.
God damn it.
Who is that again?
Today we end
That's Scott Coffin in FNaF World.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
The ultimate time.
Books, 11
Here we
games,
go.
8 whole years.
This is part 1.
Leading to this moment. The ultimate FNaF timeline is finally complete. The pieces are in place for us. Now,
If he says that one more time, I'm gonna lose my goddamn
tragedy,
mind.
jealousy,
Oh, it's
and
10. It's
loss
10.
back together. Hello, Internet!
Oh, wait, no, it's
Welcome
Final
to
Factory.
Game Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life. This one is big, my friends, and I gotta admit, kind of nervous. I haven't attempted
Wait, did he
a
say
timeline
Final
video on this
Factory?
franchise since 2018. Back in the days when
Okay,
Mike
so it's
was
10.
the crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNaF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is
Gregory's not a robot kid. Neither is Elizabeth.
55 seconds. 55.
55 seconds? Okay. Next one.
Okay, alright.
Hello, Internet! Welcome
The second
to
one seems to be the most solid
Theory,
video,
and
so
officially
maybe
page
we'll get through
7
something.
of the FNaF timeline script. Last time we covered the
I hope.
origins of Freddy's. We talked about William Afton's
Part 2.
childhood dream project of making a singing bear come to life, and then
Skip. 15 seconds in.
Wait, hold on. What did he say? What did he say?
Freddy's. We talked about William Afton's childhood dream project of
Oh,
making a
11
singing bear come to life,
12
and then
seconds. I'll give it 12.
12 seconds. Okay. Next one.
That's fine. I'll say 13. Yeah, 13 seconds.
We're not sponsored. We're still not sponsored.
My favorite FNaF theory.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game
Wait,
Theory and page 20 of our final FNaF timeline. This is getting ridiculous. Last time we covered William Afton's rise as a serial killer, how the loss of his young son in 1983 caused him to make one fateful promise that would ultimately serve as his driving force for decades.
Did Crying Child die first?
Oh. It's both 1983. Now, is it first? Okay, it's hotly debated. So, yeah, it's debatable. Yeah.
Fueled by grief and
Yeah, we'll keep
obsession,
going.
Afton would lose himself in work and drinks. One night in a fit of rage, he lashes out against Henry's young daughter Charlie, his first murder. This moment becomes the first domino to fall in a long sequence of events that ultimately destroys William's life and the lives of those around him. That one murder gives Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10
You know, for
children
something that's called the
across 2
ultimate
different
timeline,
pizzerias.
we've not even made it past a minute for any of the videos.
Yeah, wait, hold on, wait.
Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10 more children across 2 different pizzerias.
Nope, that's wrong. There were 11. There were six
like 10 more.
6 in time. No, 6 in Save Them, 5 in the MCI. Or, no, 6 in the MCI.
Wait, do we count 5 in MC or 6? Okay, wait.
Either way, it's either 11 or 12. But remember, in Save Them, there are 6 kids that are dead. So it's not 10.
Oh.
So part 3 of timeline, 43 seconds.
Still not past a minute, God.
Hello, Internet!
Come on,
Welcome
MatPat,
to
this is your
Game
ultimate
Theory.
timeline.
And the final
Please.
part of my FNaF timeline. And today, we're bringing our story to a close by talking about the most
Watch the
complicated
worst
and
part somehow
controversial
have the
part of
most
the
watchable
timeline. The part that I've been dreading most of all, the end. The moment where we're finally forced to come to some definitive and difficult answers trying to explain what the heck we were watching in Security Breach. The last 2 episodes have been about death. The death of Afton's family, the deaths of multiple children, the death of the franchise itself as Mike and Henry figuratively and
I think that's okay.
That's not Henry!
Is it not?
No, it's this guy!
Oh, no, I did not
Okay, to be fair, we don't have an image for Henry.
Yeah, we do.
No, we do.
Yeah, we do.
From the
By
game.
Graphic novels. Graphic novels.
Yeah, graphic novels
Yeah,
and
the
the Ultimate
graphic
Guide.
novel.
I didn't even
And the
know
Ultimate
this. I
Guide.
didn't even know this.
And the Ultimate
God damn
Guide.
it, MatPat, why?
You
MatPat,
don't have we
why?
don't have a pixelated version of Henry from the game.
Alright, 32 seconds.
MatPat, why? For all 4 of the Ultimate Timeline. Not
Hey, we're not fucking sponsored!
Or on your Freddy's app.
Freddy's!
Excuse me.
I'm losing my fucking mind! I can't do this anymore! How many are left?
What was that ad? What was this ad?
Oh, it's a thing about timeline. So we're on 67 out of 74. We're almost there.
Immerse yourself in a beautiful
Hashtag not spawn.
Hashtag not spawn, but this is a fun game.
Okay, what's the name of this? FNaF I solved right now.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Okay, this one is gonna be like a recap for the first time. So we're actually gonna see something. Maybe. I hope so. Okay.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where today
Oh, wait, was this a ruined
best
teaser?
of times, and it's the worst of times. I mean, on one hand, FNaF fans be eating good this month. There's books, there's a teaser for the movie, there's a trailer for Security Breach's Ruined
Okay,
DLC.
yeah.
Heck, there's even a
game
brand
is
new
not
FNaF VR sequel that literally got announced as I'm recording this episode. It is all super exciting stuff. I hope you're prepared to engorge yourself in lore like Chica consuming a pizza. It is literally the year of FNaF, which is fitting since it's 2023 and that's the year of FNaF 3. Also, probably FNaF 6.
It's also
Honestly,
the year of the
only
rabbit.
thing they're missing from this year is some sort of haunted
Wait,
attraction.
really?
But on
I
the other
believe so.
hand, there is chaos in the wider theorist community. Buried in this landslide of new material are a lot, and I mean a lot, of very significant lore drops
FNaF
that
6
feel
takes
usually
place last
explicit
year?
for this franchise. Hints to the origins of Henry, revelations about
Yes!
secret
Finally!
Finally!
Picture.
They finally did it!
Please.
Finally, the correct image. Secret AI is in control of the pizza place.
It only took 4 years. Finally.
explicit for this franchise.
Oh my
Hints
god.
to the origins of Henry.
It's Henry! Finally! God, finally!
Why does Henry have massive ears?
Patient 46. But here's the thing. No
Okay,
one
that's
can
true.
actually agree on what it's all trying to say. Everyone recognizes that there's been a lot of very important stuff that's being revealed lately. But every online FNaF theorist that I've seen...
Wait,
has taken
Origins of
a
Henry, where did that
with
come
a
from?
different solution.
No!
Wait, hold on. Wait, go back.
No, it's because of fucking Edwin. He thinks Edwin's a parallel to Henry.
Wait, no, go back once. What did he
Oh,
specifically
no.
say in that part? It depends on that. Hold on.
Missing from this year is some sort of haunted attraction. But on the other hand, there is chaos in the wider theorist community. Buried in this landslide of new material are a lot, and I mean a lot, of very significant lore drops that feel unusually explicit for this franchise. Hints to the origins of Henry.
Hints.
Okay, I'll let
Hints.
it slide. I'll let it slide.
Okay.
Solution to the puzzle.
We're good for now.
Normally, that's not a big issue. That is the beauty of theorizing, to reach your own conclusions, to make your own predictions, to come up with your own personal headcanons as part of the internet hive mind's attempts to work together and solve a common mystery. There are going to be people that you agree with and people that you don't, and you know what? It's great either way. Except this time, we kind of gotta sort of figure it out. What we're talking about today is some major stuff. Everything that's coming out right now feels like it's trying to guide us into what the plot of Security Breach was meant meant to be. And now with Ruin coming out in July and building off of that initial game, we've got a ticking clock demanding that we solve things, and quick. Our window is tight. So today I'm here to catch you up on all the major reveals and the ensuing controversies before throwing my purple hat into the ring on what I suspect it all means.
What did we talk about
bad
first?
news on
It
today's
depends.
episode, friends. Good news, I think we've been on the right track the entire time. Bad news, I don't think the wider FNaF
Oh, you know,
is gonna
okay.
agree with me. This one is gonna be a battle, so are you ready, theorists? It's time to eat pizza and theorize, and I'm all out of pizza. Okay, first let me catch you up on the big FNaF drama. Let me set the stage. It's April. All of Team Theorist over here has just finished slaving away on our massive timeline for the series. We've done it. We are on the beach, coconut drinks in our hands, eager to take a break from the franchise until Ruin's release later in the year. But nope. Scott had himself some other plans. He smacked those beverages clean out of our hands and released 3 new books: Submechanophobia, The Bobby Dots Conclusion, and Nexi. Now, normally that wouldn't be too much of a concern, right? Books tied to this franchise have been coming out for years. It's just part of the content treadmill at this point, and it's not like they tend to add a whole lot. Only one in like every 6 stories is even remotely lore relevant, and even that connection back to the game only exists if you squint at it. But
It's Henry.
no, friends, not this time. Across the 3 books, story after
the right
story
image.
after story seems to have significant lore implications. And not only that, they're also much more direct in the way that the information is presented, with characters and events mapping largely one for one onto characters and events from the games. If you're not in the habit of reading these,
Dude, look how
things,
massive his ears are.
Yeah.
why would you when I could just do the homework for you? What I'm talking about might
That's
be a
Henry.
bit confusing,
Yes,
so I'm just
yes.
going to explain by way of example. In GGY, one of the 4 stories that set the internet on fire, a young boy named Greg, with brown hair and big brown eyes, is a master hacker who's been reprogramming the animatronics at the Pizzaplex for evil deeds, including bumping off 3 school counselors that seem to be getting too close to the truth. He also has himself a habit of being really good at the Pizzaplex's arcade games, leaving behind his initials GGY at the top of the game's leaderboards. Now, compare that information to what we get in the games. There's a young boy named Gregory with brown hair and big brown eyes who seems to be Patient 46, a master hacker that's reprogramming the animatronics at the Pizzaplex for evil deeds, including bumping off 3 therapist characters that also seem to be getting too close to the truth.
Were there only 3? I remember there being 5.
Wait, really? I thought that was
I feel like there were 2 of them that were not like explicitly said to be killed, but one of the therapists said like 2 of them have gone missing.
FNaFy, is there only 3 therapists in the game?
He also has himself the habit.
Yeah,
I don't think it was 5, but
we'll keep playing until there were 5 and he killed 4 at the time. Yep, that's okay. Misinformation. Time to skip.
oh, I mean, it's a parallel, right? It's not saying it's the same, but
No, but it is the game time, like, because Tales games is pretty much
Wait.
confirmed.
yeah.
And even if it is a parallel, he is blatantly saying this information that there were only 3 killed when there were more than 3.
Maybe.
And the games are more therapists. Yep. Okay. We're skipping.
The day's finally here.
All right.
All right. AI Uprising.
Five
Ruin.
Nights at Freddy's Security Breach Ruin has arrived after a year and a half
The
in
Mimic!
making, which means that I've only got today. One final.
He's recapping the book story? No, but he paralleled it to the games where he said there was also 3 people that went missing when there were more.
Security breach once and for all before Ruin clarifies everything for us, or just adds even more layers of confusion on top. So can I?
Wait, what's the video called
give you
again?
the theory
AI
that
Uprising.
finally
Yeah,
pulls
AI
together
Uprising.
everything and unite the very fragmented fan base in time for the newest game release? Let's find out. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory! And you heard that intro right, the Ruin DLC is finally out. In fact, it just dropped today as I upload this video, which is kinda crazy to think about, because it means that we've spent the better part of 2 years trying to solve one game, and one game only, Security Breach. But all that time hasn't just been us spinning our wheels over and over again in Roxy Raceway, we've had ourselves some help. Kinda. Since the release of Security Breach, it's felt like the new Tales of the Pizzaplex books have been trying to offer us clues as—
Bro, why are you using that version of Haps? Come on.
Wait, what?
It's the one without the blue title.
Oh. Oh, it's fine. It's okay.
No, I'm not.
Maybe that was the only image you could find.
I'm not saying we skip, but it's the oldest version, and then they have all. It just looks wrong.
Security breach was trying to be, but those clues have been challenging for the community to interpret, to say the least. Mimics and
Why did they
tiger
change that,
rocks
though?
and Dr. Rabbits, the storyteller Edwin, GGY. The list has been huge, and even if you follow every detail of every book, it's still pretty darn confusing. But finally, with the release of this latest book, Tiger Rock, everything has come into focus.
It's this theory.
Get it. I
don't think I've seen this one.
Understand the story that
Oh,
modern
no.
FNaF as a whole has.
I have not seen this one.
But, you know, it's kind of
Psychic, we need to watch the
We're
whole
all on the same page as we
Wait,
try to
wait.
theorize moving
Which is
forward.
this one? I don't remember
theory,
this one.
I
Hold on.
suspect is the final key to the puzzle. The thing that's going
Please,
to help
let's
us
watch
all
this whole one
understand
through.
what the heck we're
No,
seeing
we gotta
in
skip
the
if you said
DLC
something wrong.
Oh,
forward.
I remember this. I remember this.
It
Oh
comes
no,
down
I remember
to
this.
one topic,
Oh, no.
AI. No, obviously AI has been the buzzword of 2020.
I remember this.
Talking
Okay.
about how powerful it is, fears about it taking our jobs, concerns about the ethics of it. If you read an article online, there's a chance
You gotta let us at least get to the point where Inky and I got into an argument about.
Geez, MatPat, you're using a lot of power. You wouldn't last 1 minute playing 2020 mode, which I totally beat on my first try, by the way.
There's a chance that those voices were produced by AI. But for all the talk about it, what exactly is AI? Basically, artificial intelligence is a machine's ability to think like a human. You feed the machine a bunch of data.
Honestly, chat, I would watch this all the way through, but I am running out of time of stuff I have to actually get done today, so I probably
learn
won't.
from it. It ingests all that information.
Maybe another
and makes
time.
decisions based on that data.
We won't watch the whole thing, but
Closely
yeah,
parallels the way
up
that we
to
learn. We also
like,
ingest data
an
from our
encryption.
environment and then use that data to make our decisions. And just like with a human, the more data that you're feeding into these things, the more sophisticated and well-rounded the responses become, and the more lifelike it seems. Well,
Psychic,
within
how much
reason.
more time do you have?
Problem with all of this. You have to be careful
probably
about the
30-ish
data
minutes.
that you're feeding it. If you aren't properly
Okay,
filtering
I think we can make.
information
I think we can do
ingested,
it.
making sure that it's factual
Yeah,
and
yeah.
unbiased, then bad things are going to start to happen. If I put in a bunch of misinformation, the responses I get back are just going to be wrong.
Oh, you don't
Makes
say
sense,
about
right? The computer
misinformation.
doesn't know any better. It only knows what we tell it. But things can actually get a lot worse than that. What if I put in a bunch of hateful opinions or biases? Well, that's exactly what you're going to get back. You're going to get a dark reflection of that data. And we saw that exact situation play out live in real time over on Twitch last year. Back in December of 2022, one of the big trends was an AI-generated show called Nothing Forever.
Nothing
The show is
Forever!
designed to
I
parody
loved
the
Nothing
old comedy
Forever.
series Seinfeld, with its dialogue and assets all being generated
Wait,
by
was
AI
this the
in
color
real
theory
time.
one?
ChatGPT for the scripts, DALL-E,
Say it
Stable
again?
Diffusion, a few others. And I gotta say,
Was
it
this the color
impressive.
theory
Not
one?
only was this
With
thing
like the
a
green and
pretty
purple?
accurate replica of the
Is that
classic
one?
series, but it was also
I'm
just
not
cool
sure.
to see how all these systems could work together to make something entirely
That's the one I was
brand new.
thinking,
But
but
then
I'm
one
not
day,
sure
GPT-3
if it's that
experienced
one then.
outages, prompting the creators to switch over to a different AI chat system, one that was less filtered, one that was less sophisticated with its
GPT-2.
ingested data. All of a sudden, the jokes the AI was making in the show became harmful and abusive. Characters started using slurs and making hateful jokes, and the show got suspended from Twitch. Bad data equals bad results. But then, how does this all apply to FNaF? Well, each new Tales of the Pizzaplex book has leaned more and more into AI. In The Mimic, we watch as Edwin, a close parallel to Henry from the games, makes an
He said parallel, not.
But he's not a parallel.
It's hardly debated. Do we skip?
He's only a parallel in the way that he is a guy who has a kid who makes robots.
I'll play it a bit longer, see if he says anything else.
AI program to help entertain his son while he's away at work. In The Storyteller, we watch as that same AI system gets installed and starts controlling the entirety of the Pizzaplex. In the epilogues, we watch as an AI program takes its ingested data too seriously, ripping the arms and legs off of people, wrongly assuming them to be robots. Bad data again, yielding bad results. And the newest story, The Monty Within, makes all of this crystal clear when a boy named Kane gives a presentation about the human brain. He proposes that the left hemisphere of the brain is essentially like a computer, an AI within every person. That AI is then responsible for all the negative self-talk and flaws that human beings have. Quote from the story, "My point is that AI can only use what it's given. When the AI has bad data, it can turn into something that's harmful to itself and to the systems around it." The actual theory that this guy's spouting is a little bit out there in terms of realism, but the fact that he specifically calls it the AI within, it's no coincidence. The new villain of FNaF is rogue AI, unpoliced and then unleashed, with us humans helplessly trying to pick up the pieces too late and getting ripped to shreds in the process. But obviously all that's just happening in the books. Nothing like this actually exists in the games, otherwise we'd be aware of it, right?
No.
Wait.
No.
This is before Ruin.
No.
I think he might be like, well, not like that kind of thing, okay?
Be aware of it, right? Right? It has been there and it's been under our noses the entire
Okay, yeah, it was like it was
knowledge of AI from the books and start to take a look back through the games. You can see Scott sowing the seeds for these ideas as far back as Help wanted. In fact, I actually called this very plot twist 4 years ago.
Then again, to call this character William would be missing a huge chunk of this game's story. This isn't William. It's no longer the same guy. He's now an AI replicating the behaviors of William.
To truly unpack what I'm talking about here, we have to actually rewind all the way back to FNaF VR and the origins of Glitch Trap. It's hard to remember this now, but when the happy waving bunny virus first filled our screens, there was a lot of confusion about what exactly he was. Was this the spirit of Afton manifesting within the code, or was he just a digital copy of Afton? We're told in the game that...
I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it. It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that. Looked pretty old. Somehow, though, there was usable code on some of it.
If you would like listen to the codes with Glitch Trap and me, there's a stream highlight that went up yesterday about it.
Circuit boards, but how exactly?
Hello, Inky.
Why did he show the old circuit boards?
Yes, we're still going.
Back then, possession.
Hi, Inky. We've been going for 5 hours.
Spirits infused into animatronic parts, and so for a long time, we just collectively settled on the idea that Afton had somehow managed to escape his purgatory of ultimate custom night by attaching a piece of his soul to a circuit board that was buried in
6 hours is my
he
longest.
was wearing. That circuit board then got scanned during the events of FNaF VR and AR, creating Glitch Trap, a virus that would then spread throughout Fazbear systems.
Hope you're feeling better, Inky.
The series moved on.
Wait, can you go back like 15 seconds?
Oh no, Inky, it's this theory.
Spring-lock suit that he was wearing. That circuit board then got scanned during the events of FNaF VR and AR, creating Glitch Trap, a virus that would then spread throughout Fazbear systems, eventually passing into Vanessa. The series moved on, and we all moved on with it. But
I would have enjoyed this with you, but sadly my own battle to face. Hey, it's alright, Inky. I hope you just feel better.
I'd be lying if I said
wait, Psychic, hold on. He said yes, like they scanned the old circuit board, so and from like that created Glitch Trap, but then like where does it mimic?
Oh yeah, that's wrong, cause the circuit board didn't come from his endoskeleton, I think, cause he got burned.
I think we should hear it one more time. Just to be sure.
Parts, and so for a long time we just collectively settled on the idea that Afton had somehow managed to escape his purgatory of ultimate custom night by attaching a piece of his soul to a circuit board that
okay, so no. Okay,
this is fine. Yeah, okay.
This is what he used to believe.
Yeah.
AR creating Glitch Trap, a virus that would then spread throughout Fazbear systems, eventually passing into Vanessa. The series moved on, and we all moved on with it. But I would be lying if I said that this was the cleanest solution out there. The solution implied that Fazbear Entertainment went to the burned down FNaF 6 pizzeria, found the spring-lock suit with Afton's dead body still inside,
Spring-lock's gonna have
and
microchips.
took out the circuit board to use. Somehow I'm not convinced that the workers would have been happy to continue their job when they pry open a suit and discover the remains of the company's founder inside. And yet, that was just the best that we had, because up to that point, that was largely the rules of the series. It was about the supernatural, not the sci-fi. It was possessions and ghosts, not rogue AI and technology on the fritz. Or at least, we didn't think the series was about that yet. But we were wrong. In FNaF World, take a look at the world map for me. It's messy, right?
This one.
It's hacked together with no transition.
Oh, yeah, the whole brain
it's
thing.
Complicated with all these
one of my favorite
pathways that have no rhyme or reason to that. And then also, just on a basic level, why is it so zoomed out like this? Say what you will about Scott Cawthon's game programming, but he should know enough to make a better, more usable map than this thing, right? Well, it's not a map. It's a diagram. It's a blueprint. A blueprint of the human brain. I know that sounds absolutely insane, but just take a look at this map. And now, take a look at this map. This map of the human brain. Notice all the parallels here. A long brainstem right here in the middle where Pinwheel Funhouse is, Deep Metal Mine and Black Tomb Yard. Two smaller rounded areas in the back matching the cerebellum and the occipital lobe. Two smaller rounded lobes in the back of the brain. Even the twisting nature of the game's various pathways act exactly like the brain. Our brain is full of wrinkles, the gyri or curves, and the sulci or grooves. It's built that way so we have as much surface area in there as possible, which allows for more neuronal connections to happen, thereby making us smarter. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this FNaF world map. That's also why it stays zoomed out the entire time, so we can see the silhouette. We can understand what Scott was actually going for.
As long as you just ignore this whole section down here.
Blob in front, it's either an eyeball or the frontal lobe. This, I suspect, was Afton's earliest experimentation with AI, with turning a robot brain into something truly intelligent, to try and put things back together like he promised his dad.
I mean, have you ever tried drawing a brain?
He's saying that Afton made FNaF World. No.
No. I don't think that's what he said. No, I think he's saying yeah. So he said like it was his first experimentation with the AI, but we don't. Huh?
It was Afton's
No, like
earliest
Afton and AI,
experimentation with
like
AI.
in
It
that
turned
sense,
a ro-
it's.
I don't think that's correct. I think we should skip.
You haven't got the main theory,
I
though.
don't think he was experimenting with AI in that sense. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
so
would
do we
make
skip?
sense,
Do we-
though.
836.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, can I tell you what the rest of the theory was?
Yeah.
What?
It's the theory that that the AI that's controlling the entire Pizzaplex, being Tiger Rock is a mix of the puppet and Baby.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. I remember. Oh, yeah. I remember. Okay.
And the green and the
this is after
blue,
Ruin.
or the green and the purple representing them.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, color theory. Yep. Okay, so this is after he played Ruin.
I didn't like the face he was making at me. Oh!
It's the mimic!
Got jump scared!
Wait, really?
The mimic.
Hello.
Wait, actually?
Yeah!
Jenny,
No,
no!
that is definitely the real deal.
I remember this intro. So.
Today we begin our journey to solve the most anticipated DLC of the year, Security Breach Ruin. Gotta admit, this DLC has been fantastic. Playing it really felt like Steel Wool learned from their mistakes. Gone is the open world that was big but empty. Gone is the brightly lit neon environments that stopped being scary. And gone are the insane glitches that made the game impossible to fully complete.
No.
Oh, hey.
Mhm,
Whoa! We are not where we were.
This definitely feels like we've skipped something. I think we broke the game.
I think I broke the game for like the
Yeah, he
third
skipped
time.
chapter 5.
Okay,
Alright.
maybe not all the glitches are gone, and just so happened to be on my first playthrough, I managed to skip an entire chapter that was filled with the most lore, but hey, consider that my contribution to the speedrunning community. You can call that one the failed lore hunter skip in my honor. It'll be my crowning achievement in the world of gaming. Just to make sure that we're all starting on the same page, in the game, we play as a new character
Alright, this is gonna be the
named
recap.
Cassie, a young girl that's been called to the Pizzaplex by her friend and my personal favorite, maybe definitely robot kid.
Okay, yeah, the Help
Gregory.
1 2 model is miles better.
He just called Gregory a robot kid.
Wait,
He said maybe!
hold on.
No,
He said
he said
maybe robot
maybe,
kid.
He said definitely.
No, go back.
By her friend and my personal favorite, maybe definitely robot kid.
Maybe
Maybe
definitely.
Definitely.
Maybe definitely.
He said maybe definitely.
no.
That is
Maybe
much
definitely.
different.
Okay.
Gregory.
All
Gregory
right.
tells us
Yeah,
through a
take-
Roxy talkie that he's trapped under the
It's closing the red line, but not
raceway.
quite.
It's
One staff bot jumps in
crossing the
later and we're
line.
handed a quote-unquote security
Almost crossing
mask.
the line.
That's meant to help us bypass certain puzzles while shutting down all the security nodes that are keeping Gregory locked down in the basement. But this, my friends, is not just any mask. This is Vanny's mask, the one that
Me and Jed
Nope.
are just like.
That is
Nope,
not
Vanny.
that's
to save
different.
That's a different
It's-
mask.
Wait, go back.
It's modeled off Vanny, but it's a different
Wait,
mask.
It's not Vanny's mask. It's a Vanny
But
mask.
this, my friends, is not just any mask. This is Vanny's mask.
Vanny's. Saying it belonged to her. No, that's not right.
It was one of Vanny's masks, right? It was
No.
one of them.
No, because it was not right.
Isn't that the wait? Hold on. Isn't
There are
that the
two
mask we
Vanny
get in
masks.
Dreadbear? Hold on.
Yeah,
Yeah. It is.
yeah. Vanny's mask is when you get in Dreadbear.
Yes, that is the Vanny's mask that we get in Dreadbear, but it's not the mask of the suit.
You could say, yeah. So you could say like there were like two masks.
Yeah.
It was the
Like, this is
mask
one.
And he's
given
saying it's
to
the other
Vanny.
one. He's saying it's the other mask when it's not.
He says it. He
No, no,
says
no.
it's the mask given to Vanny, not the mask that is part of the suit she wears.
He hasn't said it yet.
This one isn't. Okay, we'll keep
It's the
playing.
one that Vanessa wore throughout the entirety of Security Breach.
No.
Okay, now we go. Now we
Yeah.
go.
No.
We're at 202.
Dude,
Just no.
Pat, I was rooting for you.
He's,
I was
no,
rooting
like actually,
for
no.
you.
How many more do we have?
No, like
This one plus 3 more. We're almost there.
we're
This
almost
episode
at the
is
finish
sponsored
line.
by Delta Force. Let's talk
yeah,
about
like I've been
Eclipse,
noticing
Sun and
for this
Moon
entire
daycare
stream,
attendant. Whatever
yeah,
you
for this
call
entire
him, I
stream,
have
me
one
and Jen
question
have just
for
been
ya. Why?
trying to
Why
save
is he
MatPat
here?
as much as possible.
He was randomly introduced in Security Breach, and sure, he managed to deliver one of the hardest, scariest parts of that game, but really ask yourself, what or
Wait, what's
who
this video
is
called?
this thing? In a
This
series
is
that doesn't do
Bonnie's Haunted
coincidences,
Past.
one already full of a core
Oh boy.
What was on screen just there? Hold on.
is this thing? In a series that doesn't do coincidences, one already full of a core band of animatronics with old and new faces, as well as deep cut returns like the Music Man, why introduce a completely random character completely disconnected from everything else? Honestly, I wasn't
it's a new
sure, and I
character.
didn't really
Yeah,
talk
it's a
about him
character.
in my theories for Security Breach, but it definitely bugged me in the back of my mind. And now, here he is again in Ruin, and not only is he back, he's got more collectibles than literally any other character. 4 masks,
got two
2
personalities, of
pinatas,
course,
2
yeah.
plushies, and 2 golden plushies. Which is especially strange when main characters like Roxy and Chica only have like 1 or 2 items tops. What is the deal with this thing? Well,
It's
give him a
popular.
nice close-up look. And now, watch the clip of the Mimic from the end of the game. You see anything interesting?
Oh yeah, the
It's
teeth thing.
Oh
the
no!
teeth are the same, each one individually attached and able to articulate
can-
itself.
okay, I
Eclipse, in
kinda see
some
this.
way, is related to the Mimic. And
Can we skip now? It's different.
They're
in
a
this.
similar
He said-
style.
He said
They're,
some way. He said
Yeah.
in some way. He hasn't
They're-
specified how.
they're a similar
I don't think this is
style.
good.
They're not the
knowing how old the
same.
Mimic is, step aside there, Chica. Eclipse.
If he says
was the
it convincingly,
first.
then
He
maybe.
has truly seen everything.
What? Okay.
Okay, I don't know about that one.
Hello,
I don't know about that
Internet.
one.
Welcome to game.
So Eclipse was the first animatronic? Really? Is that where we're going?
No! The first animatronic in the Security Breach area.
Theory, a show that has valid theories, no eggs required.
We'll let it go
My
for now. We'll let
theory
it go.
is the valid theory. MatPat can suck an egg.
This one's for you, Mark.
Last time, we started digging deep into the ruins of Security Breach's DLC, where we started to chip away at this game's mountain of mysteries. In the process, we were able to come to a few solid conclusions. First, that Princess Quest was the canon ending, meaning
Yep.
Vanessa was ultimately
that's
freed
true.
from the control of Glitch Trap, and everyone celebrated the
Yes.
victory by eating oddly symbolic ice creams on a hill. That also meant that this headless Freddy with the word prototype on his foot, it was indeed Gregory's Freddy. But
Okay.
perhaps the
Yes.
biggest twist
Yes.
of all was that underneath the rubble, underneath the Pizzaplex in FNaF 6, hid the one and only Circus Baby's Pizza World. This
What? No.
Okay, yeah, I've seen this a lot in theories. Okay, I see the whole costume connection, but like I don't think it was a restaurant or like anything like that.
Well, okay.
It's up to interpretation.
There is like some strange stuff going on in the location underneath the Pizzaplex. That
You could say it's
being
connected to like the rental service, but the
Yeah.
Pizza World restaurant, not really. It's a bit of a loose connection. Okay,
Victory
okay.
Games
Since
says
this is
skip
like
it.
no. This is like hotly debated. I think this is fine for now.
All
It's, like,
right,
very hotly
I'll let
debated.
it ride.
This revelation was
I don't think this is
huge.
outright
Not
wrong.
only did it suggest that Circus Babies has been around since some of the earliest days of the franchise, but I think it also reveals what the true purpose of Ruin is. This game isn't about looking at the future of the franchise. Instead, it's all about the past. I believe that Ruin is trying to tie up the loose ends from parts of the franchise we
Okay,
left
that might
forgotten.
actually be a
That
skip.
way,
Hold
we
on.
can move forward with later games. And so today, we're
Scott-
going to be diving in.
Okay,
is he
Scott
talking
has-
about? Is he talking about the costumes from Ruin?
not yet. No. He's saying it's like Ruin was supposed to like tell us about the Boston stuff. Even though Scott has himself specified that games games will look towards the future, while we should use.
Yeah,
the
I'm not so. Do you guys want me to let it ride?
It's up to you guys. I don't.
Oh, you think so? I don't know. I don't know enough about this
Okay, hold on.
specific situation.
Chad, what do you think?
FNaF says even if this
chat.
location is under the Pizzaplex, this location is the rental service, not Pizza World.
Yeah. But yeah.
Victory
yeah,
Games
Chad,
says
what do
skip
you
it.
think? No, hold on. I want to see what Chad says. Just.
All right. Well, while
can't get
that
into
happens,
it.
I'll let it ride out a bit. I'll let it ride a bit.
Into that past, because that history is going to be the key to understanding Mixes, Sun and Moon, the truth behind Glamrock Bonnie, and even our new protagonist, Cassie. So hold on to your nearest handrail, theorists. This elevator is taking a one-way trip straight to the first floor. Or should I say we're taking a trip straight to the first lore? I could say that, but I probably
was so
shouldn't.
bad.
So
Yeah, it was really bad.
Anyway, let's start off by talking about our new protagonist, Cassie. Even though we spend
FNaF
a
used
whole
to
game
skip.
with her, we ultimately don't.
What was the timestamp?
Her.
It was about. It was like 2:30.
Wait.
Also like 2:26.
What caused you to skip? I wasn't paying attention.
So
it was calling the Circus Beast world, and then him saying like ruins about looking back at the past.
Franchise we
Okay.
left forgotten.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we know what those costumes were yet?
Oh! It's this one!
Welcome to Game
Wait,
What
is this one?
We're gonna be doing
This is the personality test one.
Talking about FNaF.
Oh boy.
A little mix up.
Wait, what's
today.
the video
We're
called
sitting
again?
on the couch.
Sorry,
And let me
Why
tell
you hate my
have
theories?
I got a theory for you.
Oh.
It is a theory that you are absolutely guaranteed to hate.
Okay.
Get your pitchforks ready.
We'll skip this one because it's not really a FNAF one. It's.
Oh, we're
Wait,
skipping. Okay.
go to the section where yeah.
I went down the line of FNAF theorists.
Evan! Ozone! It's Evan and Ozone!
Evan, Ozone, ID, demuted. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay.
And then later on, where is it? She shows him off again somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. I don't exactly remember when. I think I have to pull up a precise seeking for that, but I don't remember.
Alright, anyway, we're skipping.
I saw that. I saw where it was, but you skipped right past it.
Oh, I did?
It's okay. Yeah, it's a little further, slower. There. Oh wait, no, that was the books.
Yeah, just it's fine. Just yeah. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Alright.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. See you on the
Help me
flip
solve
side.
the impossible. I hope it's not another ARG.
Okay, we got.
I called it. I totally
two.
called it.
This one and one more.
I told you that the purple guy was the phone guy, and now here we are. William Afton, our killer, is
Wait,
on the
one
phone
thing.
saying,
Can you
"See
pause
on the
for 1
flip
sec?
side," just like.
I kind of okay. Wait. Yeah. So technically speaking, yeah. So like, there's also a FNAF theory on film theory, right? So are we counting that? Or
It's all the FNAF game theories.
okay. All right.
Phone guy did all those years ago. Finally, I've been vindicated.
But why they have different
Hello,
voices
Internet.
then?
Welcome to Game Theory, the show where every victory is bittersweet. You see, while I should be super happy that I just had one of my oldest FNAF theories confirmed, instead I'm feeling haunted by the unsolved mysteries of the past. Let me explain.
He thinks that the movie
series, I feel like
confirms
we have a
that.
really
I think it's more of a joke. I don't think he actually believes that phone.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Because my
Yes,
thought
okay.
was is that they rolled those two characters together into one for the sake of time
Right,
in
yeah.
the movie.
Or even like as like
Okay,
a
yeah.
reference.
story. We know
Yeah.
the broad strokes, we know the general timeline. The few big lingering questions that we've struggled with are starting to come into focus. Where's the placement of sister location? Well, the most recent games and books have hinted
The
at
ultimate
its connection
diamond
to
was
the
such a
Fredbear.
disappointment.
What's the origins
There's
of
no
Fazbear?
video reach.
Hold on. Wait. Go back.
Games and
Hold on.
books have hinted at its connection to the Fredbear era. What's the
I think phone guy is Scott Cawthon.
Wait.
origins of Fazbear?
Connections of what? We need to go back further.
Lingering
Okay,
questions
yeah.
that we've struggled with are starting to come into focus. Where's the placement of sister location? Well, the most recent games and books have hinted at its connection to the Fredbear era. What's the origins of
Have
Fazbear?
they though?
Maybe.
Okay.
Well, the
This
books
is-
seem to be giving
this is
us
debated,
more and
this is
more
fine.
hints pointing at the early days of William and Henry's working relationship. What was the deal with FNAF 4? Literally, the final tale of the Pizzaplex all but spells it out for us. All of those are probably theories best saved
Yeah.
for a later date, but today I wanted to focus on something else. The clues that we've all completely missed. The times when this franchise has explicitly tried to tell us something and we've utterly failed to pick up on what it's been laying down. And let me be clear, I'm not talking about me overanalyzing some minor detail of the game world. I'm talking about very clear puzzles that were very obviously set up by the game makers for us to solve that we've been unable to do anything with. And the reason I'm calling it out now is because they're starting to add up.
Oh, this is
In my
the tally
estimation,
marks,
There have been no
right?
less than 4 of these sorts of major puzzle moments. At least 3 of them are connected, and it's been going on for the better part of 6 years. So now that we're all done fangirling over Doug's apps,
I finally got my appetizer.
Yay!
Woo! 2 drops and adds a whole new layer
Doug.
of mysteries to solve. I wanted to take a minute to stop and see if now, finally,
I'm in
we
a
were
Doug
able to
fan
solve
club
these
server.
mysteries.
I know.
The pieces are in place for us.
Wait, really?
The question is,
Yeah, I invited Jay to it.
the first one.
You invited me to, I just didn't accept
so
because I
it's not a
forgot.
surprise to see me bringing it up here.
Oh.
The tally marks codes that we found hidden throughout FNaF Ruin. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, in the newest game, right before you reach
the tally
Bonnie
marks.
Bowl, there's a corridor with a number of real doors, as well as several.
I don't think
blocked-off
anyone's
AR
still
doors.
gotten an
If you
answer
walk
to
through
this,
one of the real life
honestly.
doors, you'll find a room full of baby plushies. This is already a bit weird because the game makes it a point to call out the fact that baby should not be here. Specifically with the AR plush baby toy where the description reads, quote, "What's she doing here?" The answer, we suspect, is that the Pizzaplex, sister location, the FNaF 6 location, and the FNaF 4 house are all practically built on top of each other. Or at the very least exist
More or
as
less.
one connected series of buildings.
Yes.
We go into the basement of the Pizzaplex only to find the FNaF 6 location. In a secret ending of Ruin, we see a version of sister location Scooper deactivating the Mimic. And in one of the final Tales of the Pizzaplex stories, we read about how the FNaF 4 house is connected to Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals. So really, to answer Cassie's question, the baby plushies are here because they all share a connected history. A history that is gradually being excavated layer by layer underneath the Pizzaplex. Anyway, in this room, the dolls laugh at you, and then, when you turn around, they disappear. Nothing all that surprising. But what is surprising is what remains in the left-hand corner right where the plushies sat. You'll find a chair turned to face the corner and a sequence of tally marks carved into the wall. And these aren't just random markings either. They're specifically in groups of 2s, 4s, and 5s. And they're grouped in such a way to suggest words, or at the very least, separate letters. Now, that alone would be weird, but an even bigger, clearer display of tally marks appears again about an hour later into the game. After completing Bonnie Bowl, you enter Bonnie's green room behind the bowling alley. Not only does this area show us the special relationship that existed between Freddy and Bonnie,
Yeah!
on the wall over
We love Gay Freddy.
Staff bot is another code, much larger and much more organized than the one that we just saw before. And once again, all the tally marks here are specifically grouped into 2s, 4s, and 5s. No 1s or 3s in sight. They are obviously meant to be connected. They're obviously trying to tell us something, but we are obviously not getting the message. So what can we do? Well, the first answer is to try a substitution cipher. Tally up the numbers and swap in the appropriate letters. Notice though that the tally marks are weirdly spaced out, which led a bunch of us to believe that we're supposed to be using those spaces to define each letter, adding up the numbers that aren't separated by the space. So the top line there is going to be 4, then a space, then 544, which would add up to 13. It's a pretty darn self-explanatory system here. Doing that for the whole thing gives us a code of 4, 13, 6, 19, 4, 17, 7, 4, 16, 10, 8, 7, 27, 19. Which, if you do a standard number to letter conversion, gives you this. DM, FS,
I guess A.
Q, G, yeah. You know what, I'm just gonna leave it there. Clearly, this isn't working. It's just a bunch of random letters. You'll also notice that there's a 27 in that number mix, which should have been our first red flag, considering that, you know, there's only 26 letters in the English alphabet. But Reddit user T-Girl Lunara wasn't deterred. Because the alphabet doesn't have 27 letters, they instead took it a step further and tried the whole thing as a shift cipher. A shift cipher is similar to a Caesar cipher, but instead of the numbers converting into standard letters like A1, B2, C3, etc., you instead mix up or shift the order in some way. So now, for instance, A is 7, B is 8, C is 9, and so on. Normally in a Caesar cipher, the alphabet then loops back around, so if A was 7, Z would then equal 6, but in a shift cipher, that doesn't happen. The numbers just carry on as is. So in this case, if A equals 7, then Z would equal 32. For this particular instance, T-Girl Lunara put A equaling 4, which meant that 27 was now X, and gave us the
Yeah, because A is like A and I.
Damaged XP. Not a lot of lore significance with that one. But I did want to continue down that path. So we tried hundreds of different shift and Caesar ciphers. They all came out as absolute gibberish. We also tried just unscrambling the words. Maybe there was another arrangement in there that would give us a more cohesive answer, but yet again, more gibberish. Another solution was presented by user Smartfella Fartsmella.
Oh my god.
But this time they didn't do it by adding up the numbers in each group, but instead the numbers in each column. Again, notice the odd spacing of all these tally marks. It can't be a coincidence, right? The first column contains a 4 and a 5, so that would be 9. The second is just the 2, next up is 5, so on and so forth down the line. Ending up with this code. 9, 2, 5, 9, 13, 7, 10, 8, 21, 16, 20, 14, 17, 8, 2, 5, 4, 4. This felt promising to me, because unlike last time, we only had numbers that fell within the alphabet. So converting all of these numbers into letters, we got ourselves the following. I, B, Imga, Jup, bed. We once again went through with all the classic Caesar ciphers and word unscramblers.
Beige
and all that
mud.
stuff, but once again, wound up with nothing. Back to the drawing board for the third time. An anonymous poster uploaded this onto Imager, and the same point was later brought to my attention by Reddit user NoRate. Basically, what they pointed out was that the tally marks in the corner of Baby's room make a 5x5 grid. A grid that, when rotated or flipped, can map perfectly onto the tally code that we see on the wall of Bonnie Bowl. NoRate actually took this information and pointed out the fact that the main grid arrangement seems to line up with something known as a Polybius cipher, which uses a 5x5 grid of letters to scramble or unscramble codes. Basically, a number code like 53 would mean that you go along the top to 5 and then down 3, and boom, that right there is the letter for your phrase. And while it certainly seems promising at first, sadly the method also came up short. With only 2s, 4s, and 5s as the tally marks, the grid wasn't really giving us any information.
We might get a longer episode.
Anything. We needed an entire alphabet in here, not just a few random tally marks. The same held true for another famous 5x5 grid cipher, the Playfair cipher, which requires a code.
This might finally be the theory that we have to wash in
feel
full.
like we were actually starting to make some level of progress here? Yes, absolutely. But did any of it yield us any results? No. But here's where things get really interesting. This isn't the first time FNaF has stumped us with tally marks. Rewind backwards 6 years, my friends, to the release of the Freddy Fazbear Security Logbook, home to my two oldest and greatest nemeses, the Foxy Grid and the Dabbing Chica. For those of you who haven't been a part of the community for that long, let me quickly tell you that this seemingly innocent children's workbook was pivotal for decoding FNaF 4, for giving us the name of Cassidy, for frustrating us to no end with seemingly unsolvable number puzzles. The most notorious of them all was the Foxy Grid, a numeric grid with a hidden alphabet written into its squares, a grid that we still haven't figured out the use of to this very day. You ever read Moby Dick? At least are you familiar with the story about how Captain Ahab's obsessed with killing this giant white whale? This right here, this Foxy Grid, that is my white whale. This thing haunts my nightmares. This grid keeps me up at night, which honestly are two very contradictory effects of this one grid on my sleep habits, but that is how infuriating this thing is. I am convinced that this grid will eventually give us the name of the crying child. I just don't know how yet. Anyway, one of the other clues that never really got a proper use out of this thing were a series of tally marks that were found throughout the book. The fact that they're in red pen tells us that they were written by Mike. Other than that, we don't really know anything about what they were trying to say to us, and so they've lingered on in the back of my brain for over half a decade. Why am I bringing them up now? Well, I wondered if there was a possible connection between these two sets of tally marks. You know, besides them just being tally marks. And guess what I found? Groups of 4s and 5s only. Yet again, we find ourselves with a collection of tally marks carrying over the same specific sets of numbers. Are they connected, or is this just a random coincidence? Not really sure, but the fact that tally marks keep getting brought up and also keep stumping us, that's just a wee bit infuriating. And yet the games still aren't done with this puzzle. You see, the tally marks are connected to yet another part of the franchise, Security Breach. Back during my playthrough of the original Security Breach, this room in the daycare section really caught my attention.
I'm noticing that 2, 4, and 5 are different, which is weird. As someone who has dealt with a lot of codes and ARGs and things, that feels suspicious.
2, 4, and 5. 2 years before Ruin, some element, some essence of this tally code was still kicking around. But now the numbers were being matched with colors. And so Reddit user Map7594 took those tally marks
significance
and
of those
colors
three,
to create a sort of paint by numbers graphic, which I absolutely adore as a possible solution, though I absolutely hate the fact that it didn't seem to produce anything. Let me know down in the comments. Do you see anything here? Because to me, all I'm seeing here is me getting depressed. So maybe we just take a break from trying to decode these
things. Like a guy dancing
around these tallies to get a sense
in front of an orange car.
As I mentioned, in the security logbook, we know it's Mike, based on the red pen and the signature at the front of the book. But what about in Ruin? Well, in the baby plush room, we have, obviously enough, baby. Not that shocking. But what's especially important to note here is that they're not all baby. See, half the plushies are normal baby, and the other half are scrap baby. What's the big difference? Well, besides the obvious scrap metal plates on their bodies, there's one thing that alternates depending on the version. Something that's been important to baby since the very beginning. Her eye color. The regular baby plushies have blue eyes, while Scrap Baby has green eyes, showing the two sides of baby before and after Elizabeth's
Why is one of them blue?
Because blue was baby's eyes before she got possessed.
One step further, they noticed that
No.
Baby and Scrap Baby plushies
The clothing is blue. One of them is yellow.
Right eye from baby and the green left eye.
So the reason they're blue and yellow is because that's how they differentiated them in Help 1 and 2.
That is a compelling detail because it directly matches up to the evil entity that we've been battling against throughout the entire
Really?
game, the Mimic. You see, in
Please,
the story Tiger Rock,
no
the Mimic
more
AI
color
program
theory.
takes the form of the
Please,
digital
I
entity
really want to
Tiger
see what the
Rock. Tiger
cipher
animatronic
means.
has a green left eye and a blue right eye. Is this confirming
no.
for us that the Mimic AI and Baby are somehow one and the same? Or maybe that the Mimic has two souls or entities
It's a
that
question.
learn from, just like how
It's a
Baby
question.
books
Question.
children in one, Elizabeth and Charlie. Not really sure, but that right there, that is a massive revelation that feels super important to solving the mystery. Or at
It's
least
the
it did,
scholar
until I
theory.
dug a bit more and
Stop.
found out that the Scrap Baby plushies also sometimes have their left eye missing. It is still
Yeah.
a very cool, compelling connection that I'm not willing to fully discount yet. It's just not as consistent as I would have liked as far as evidence goes. The chair, meanwhile, looks like a disciplinary measure. A bad child that was put into timeout, forced to face into a corner and scratching away at the wall to count the hours or days out of boredom. Since this is a room full of ghostly baby plushies, it stands to reason that the punished child here could have been Elizabeth. Obviously not physically here in this room of the Pizzaplex, but with this scene recreating a recurring moment from her past in some ghostly
Do we
spectral
skip
way.
that?
We know Afton wasn't really the
Well,
greatest
he's-
dad to her. Maybe
he's
this
not
right here
saying
is
that
a
it's
glimpse of this
definite.
parenting style.
Maybe
As for the
saying
tally
it's
marks in
an
Bonnie's
assumption.
green room, the font is the same, so they were likely carved by the same person. But honestly, that's
Like,
where
it's a
the
possibility,
similarities
but-
end. These marks appear in AR land, as opposed to Babies, which are in the real world. This implies that
Okay,
they were
he's
made
saying
on-
that those are made by babies. Which
Wait. Go back once. Well, hold on.
appear in AR land, as opposed to Babies, which are in the real world. This
No, he's talking about Baby's
No.
room. The room with the babies.
implies that
He's talking about the
maybe
connection. He's talking about the
Bonnie's
connection.
marks either had
Okay.
the
He didn't say
mask
this
at some
baby made
point, or is connected to the digital network that's running the Pizzaplex. Bonnie's marks are also higher up on the wall, as opposed to Baby's, which are at floor level, easily reachable by a small child. So then, why these two rooms specifically? Well, a few things come to mind. If Baby is, in fact, connected in some way to the Mimic, and or the neural network that runs the Pizzaplex, we can guess that Bonnie is too. When we deactivate the wet floor bots around the Pizzaplex, we also end up deactivating Bonnie. So that connection into the wider Pizzaplex interface may be important here. We
Well,
also
all the
know that
animatronics are
Baby
connected to
and
the
Bonnie
interface.
are quote-unquote missing from the Pizzaplex. Baby isn't supposed to be here, according to that AR description, and Bonnie was decommissioned from the complex. Again, they're obviously loose threads, but in a puzzle with no clear answer that somehow connects two very random, historically unrelated characters like Bonnie and Baby, every small detail here is absolutely worth considering. But that's more than enough talk about tally marks. Let me remind you of yet another numerical code that was just blatantly given to us by the devs that us as a community have been largely unable to solve. Remember those Mylar balloons that I was just freaking out about in Superstar Daycare? Well, they have themselves yet another appearance right here. On
69!
the Security Breaches Monty
Oh my God!
Nice.
cabinet. On this
Nice.
Balloon Boy themed hole, we get this.
3192. That's suspicious.
A handful of numbered balloons. In reality, the number sequence is actually a lot longer. 6369553192. The fact that
How
these
much
are
more episodes?
numbers
It's
gave
this
off
one
the
and
game
one
made me
more.
wonder whether this code was the score they had to get in
Yeah.
the game. Except there are 10 numbers and
I
only
need to go
9
to sleep
holes.
soon.
So when does simple math ever stop the internet?
I need to call my
User
girlfriend back. I just saw that I missed a phone
0000
call
tried
from
a number
her.
of different combinations to see whether they could activate anything. Sadly, nothing. Then
You have your
released the
priorities
new
straight.
Monty Gator
FNaF
Golf
over your
arcade
girlfriend.
cabinet, so people like Yusuf 0808 tried again using this exact same code and still wound up with nothing. Here's the thing though, both of these games have been data mined to heck and back. If this code was meant to unlock something inside of Monty Gator Golf, we'd have heard about it already, which leads me to believe that it's something actually outside of the game. Much like I suspected with the tally marks, it's not about activating some hidden ending,
Oh, yeah,
it's about
could be
giving
talking
us
about
a
the
code,
book.
a cipher, a phrase that'll tell us something about the wider world. We just haven't figured out how to use it yet. I've tried converting the letters, ciphers, you name it, I just keep coming up empty-handed. One of our writers even suggested trying hex codes to see if there might be something there. At first it looked positive. The last 6 numbers actually produce a purple that matches the Aftons that we know and love so much, but it's not an exact match, nor does the first half of the numbers amount to anything meaningful. Maybe the fact that these are Mylar balloons connected to the multicolored Mylar balloons in the daycare, which then also connects them back to the tally mark puzzle, or maybe I'm just desperately looking for answers where there are no answers to be had. Now, for all of these
If only he would say
puzzles,
something
I was able to
definitive,
find
then we
at
could
least a
skip
couple of
this.
people discussing them online,
Yeah.
in Discords, forums, Reddit posts, what have you. But for this last one, nothing. Or at
Matt's
least
being very
practically
careful
nothing.
with
I could
this
find
one.
only 2 posts total, which is exactly why I wanted to raise some awareness about it here, because to me, this seems like a massive clue that largely got overlooked during the wave of reveals that happened throughout Ruin. Early on in the game, we have a chance to revisit the daycare attendant's room. This room is nothing new to a FNaF theorist. It was the one that we were able to unlock in Security Breach by photographing random characters throughout the game world. Inside of it, we were able to find the glitchy Balloon World arcade arcade cabinet, a lost relic to a seemingly incomplete path inside the game. So when the room showed up again in Ruin, I wanted to pay extra attention. On the surface, the room seems largely the same, just a bit messier than before. Boxes of stuff, clothing hanging from the wall, some post-it notes scattered around, but then by putting on the Vanny mask, everything resets to normal. The room basically goes back to the way that it was, cleaner, more organized. Nothing all that noteworthy, until of course you start talking about the notes. Those are worthy. All of a sudden on a blank wall, we get ourselves a 3x3 grid of post-it notes. What is it with Steel Wool games and post-it note lore? I mean, if I had a nickel for every time Steel Wool used post-it notes to hint at lore, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. The 9
said the
post-its
line!
we're dealing with are as follows. One that says groceries with butter written 3 times. There's a collection of dots, a scribble, footprints, hearts and pizza, lightning bolt, sun and hill, stars and a microphone, and a selection of candy. As usual, my first thought was to jump into a cipher. Immediately, you see how some of these post-its can relate to numbers. We have 2 feet, 4 stars, 7 dots, 3 butters, 3 lightning bolts. Felt like a really solid place to start, but obviously it wasn't going to be perfect. We have a pizza post-it, but are we counting the 2 slices of pizza, the 4 hearts, or both? What about that squiggle? What's that stand for? Nothing? How about the hill in the sun? Is this meant to be FNaF 6's graveyard hill, so maybe we're counting gravestones? Or is this more likely counting the number of rays coming off the sun? Overall, converting the post-its to numbers wasn't really given the cleanest solutions, but it did feel like a step in the right direction. From there, when you look up how to solve 3x3 ciphers, the number one solution that pops up is the hill cipher. Now when it comes to codes, a hill cipher is pretty darn complex, but overall the key to deciphering one is a matrix, a table of numbers. And if you're using the English alphabet with its 26 letters, you're gonna need yourself a 3x3 matrix. Or let's just say a 3x3 grid of post-it notes. The numbers in the matrix represent the shifts that you're gonna have to apply to each letter of the alphabet. To encode a message using a hill cipher, you first convert the message into numbers. You can do this by assigning each letter of the alphabet a number from 0 to 25. For instance, A would be 0, B would be 1, and so on. Next, you multiply each letter of the message by the corresponding matrix. For example, if the first letter of your message is A, you would multiply it by the first row of the matrix. If the second letter of the message is B, you would multiply it by the second row of the matrix. The result is a new number which you can then convert back into a letter, giving you the encoded message. To decode, you just do the same in reverse. For instance, if I had this message, hello, how are you? With this matrix, 321110201, my encoded message would look a little something like this. I'm not even gonna try. Like I said, it's a pretty complex way of encoding something, but let's be honest with ourselves, when has FNaF ever not been complex? And after the wall code from Security Breach got broken in a day,
Psychic, how much longer of this video is left?
That's a bit harder, some with a bit more lasting power. So
about 5 minutes, but we have a new record for longest time.
There's just one problem. What exactly are we decoding? Sure, we have ourselves a rough matrix.
He hasn't said anything definitive.
Letter sequence that we're trying to put through it. The balloons, the tally marks. I ran them both through a few variations of my own matrix. 3 for butters, 7 for dots, 2 for footprints, 4 hearts, etc., etc. But ultimately, I wound up with nothing to show for the whole thing. Again, it felt like we were getting close to a methodology, but I was just missing some crucial step in the process. So I tried a completely different approach. Rather than ciphers, did this collection of images mean something to me? The candy to me looked very similar to the drawings that we saw in the original post-it room from Security Breach. Same goes with the pizzas. The lightning bolts are designed similarly to the charging stations found throughout the Pizzaplex, as well as the bolt of lightning on Glamrock Freddy's chest. Notice the flat tops on the lightning bolts, which makes them distinctly different from other lightning bolts that we've seen across the series, like the controlled shock button from Sister Location. The microphone and stars reminds me of Freddy and the gang. This group of 7 dots, certainly vague, but the number 7 has shown up before in both FNaF VR and the post-it room of Security Breach. Usually it represents the 7 victims, 5 missing children, Charlie, and the crying child. 7 dots, 7 graves. You've got the hill in the sun, which is reminiscent of the hill during the Afton and Princess Quest endings, and the butters were obvious references to Sister Location's exotic butters.
Exotic butters.
Overall, all the post-its seem to relate in at least a small tangential way to Michael Afton. Man, he really is becoming like his dad, always coming back to our theories. Reddit user Pikmin King X posted about these 9 drawings and drew all of them back to 2 very important games. Sister Location.
This is mostly just covering theories by other people and like, not really going into anything definitive. So yeah, it's
overanalyzing the video.
All over the place. In advertisements for Lally's Lollies, gumball machines we can buy for the franchise, but the most important one of all, of course, is Candy Cadet, who actually winds up back in Ruin. The lightning bolts
Lally's Lollies.
Lally.
Yeah.
Power up that you collect in the Fruity Maze minigame. Or
live Lally reaction
to the lightning bolt on Glamrock Freddy's chest, an animatronic who many have theorized, myself included, has the soul of Michael Afton.
Can I skip now?
Oh, we only have 3 minutes left.
Hold on. Just go back 10 seconds. I just want to make sure if we can skip this.
The Fruity Maze minigame. Or, like I said, they can
Okay.
relate to the lightning bolt on Glamrock Freddy's chest, an animatronic who many have theorized, myself included, has the soul of Michael.
Many have
Huffman
theorized,
but he is
including
theorized.
himself. He is theorized. Does he still believe it?
He is riding the line so tightly.
The stars and microphone call back to the 4 main rock star animatronics. Freddy, who holds the microphone, along with Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. The Sunny Hill, well, that's
He's
the
theorized
iconic
it in the
FNaF
past.
6 gravestone ending, with all 5 of the
He's riding the line so tightly.
That, he'd be familiar with the 7th victim, his younger brother, the crying child, so if
He's-
that's what
he's
these
1
7 dots
millimeter
represent,
away.
he'd understand that symbolism. Mike also has a strong love of pizza, as in the security logbook, he literally says it's the only reason to apply for the job, with hearts on the other pages that look similar to the ones that are on the post-its over here. Then there's the footprints. In true classic FNaF
Really?
fashion, Pikmin King X points out that these are 3
Three
different
toes.
and they're
3
almost
toes.
identical to the ones that we see in the other FNaF 6 minigame, Midnight Motor.
He's got the toes.
3-toed footprints outside of a broken window, where Michael's either the escapee who broke out of that window or the one sitting on the couch watching TV. The only thing
Again, not
unaccounted
anything
for here
definitive.
are the
Okay.
sandwich lines, but to me, that could just represent Ennard, or the Tangle, or whatever robot spaghetti this franchise wants to throw at the wall at this point. Could this mean that Michael might in fact be alive? That he's living inside the Pizzaplex trying to finish the job that he started? Maybe that's the entire reason the sister location
Still
room
not
exists in
definitive.
the Pizzaplex in the first place. Maybe it's him talking to the recreation of his younger brother. Maybe he learned the language of the mimic that his father used to
Wait, go
communicate
back,
with
go
the
back.
monster that killed
Hold on. I might have found something. Hold on.
entire reason the
Okay.
sister location room exists in the Pizzaplex in the first place. Maybe it's him talking to the recreation of his younger
Okay,
brother.
maybe.
Oh,
We have
It's not
2
definitive.
minutes. We have
It's not
2
definitive.
minutes.
We are getting so caught up on semantics.
It's so close. It's so
learned the
close.
language of the mimic that his father used to communicate with the monster that killed his sister, like we predicted in a previous theory.
Okay, no.
No.
What language of the mimic? No.
I cannot let
Just
that
no.
slide. We're skipping the video.
No.
But we got 22:31.
Oh,
Wait,
we got
no,
so
no,
close to finishing the
Earlier.
video.
I'll say 22, 26.
Have we
I'll say 22,
finished
26.
any videos yet?
No, we have not.
Oh.
Will this last one be the one? The final video?
For my
Was-
business because of its
what was the name of the
scope
video?
for
Hold on.
functionality.
Not
let's get-
sponsored.
Not sponsored. A fragmented,
Fragmented
memory.
Fragmented memory.
25 minutes.
MatPat, you were so close.
There once was a boy covered in scars.
Yeah, we have a new
Ashamed of his scars,
record.
he refused to look in a mirror. This lasted for so long. He eventually forgot they were ever there. Years passed until one day, this boy would come to the edge of a dark forest. There he saw a rabbit. He followed the rabbit as it scampered through the woods. They went
Why is this-
and around trees
This sounds like the fanfic I wrote like 3 years ago. Or actually, no, 6 years ago. Jesus.
Plucked the flower to give to his daughter, but upon touching it, she died. For the flower was poisonous, and the man returned to the forest to play.
What?
Hello,
Okay.
Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. the
Welcome
show
to
that
Game
encourages
Theory.
You to be mask off. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to conclude the year of FNaF. With Tales
And the
from
video of
FNaF
FNaF.
releasing every 2 months, the Ruined DLC released back in July,
It's on
and the
Help Wanted
FNaF
2,
movie
right?
happening in October, 2023 really did feel like the classic
Wait,
days of
wait,
FNaF
when was
all
this
over
posted?
again,
When
where there
was
was
this
a new release happening every few months. And to end the year of FNaF on an insanely high
3
note,
weeks ago.
Google decided to pull one final trick
Okay,
out of
so
the
this
Scott
is
Cawthon
after Help Wanted
playbook.
2.
They
Alright.
released a second game within 6 months of Ruin, the completely unexpected but very exciting sequel to FNaF VR Help Wanted. And let me tell you, they couldn't have released a more perfect game at a more perfect time. Because at a moment of peak frustration with the fanbase, when Foxy Stans and Bonnie Bros had all collectively thrown up their hands in desperation, this game swooped in to deliver the answers that they so desperately needed. If the narrative of FNaF is kind of like a cracked piece of pavement constantly on the verge of crumbling into dust, this game was the cement filling in the crevices, patching patching up all the holes in the narrative just enough to give the whole thing a solid foundation again, at least for another couple of months. And I really do mean that. Not since FNaF 6 has there been a Freddy's game so determined to tie up loose ends and deliver answers to the lingering questions that have been piling up in the background. Basically, Help Wanted 2 single-handedly put a close on one major story arc, while also opening the door to another, a next generation. It's an ending and a beginning.
Really?
One, depicting a cycle of violence that shows that you're never truly out of the woods.
That's pretty. Okay, not yet.
In short,
Not yet. I
probably
don't think
the
that's
single
enough.
most important game release in the last 6 years for this franchise. So today, we're gonna solve this game together to see what it's trying
I'm
to
feeling
tell us,
sleepy,
where
but
it's
I'm
pointing
also
the
having to pay
series
so much
moving
attention to
forward.
this.
So grab your Faz wrenches and get ready to step into madness, theorists. Today, finally, we're gonna see what lies behind the mask.
This is
As
the
the
last
last
one.
moments, we're welcomed in as a new employee of the pizzeria.
Okay, this is the recap.
Fazbear
Okay.
Entertainment is offering a new on-the-job
I'll try to stay awake.
training session for a future
Yeah, me too.
And after that short intro, we're immediately thrust into a pizzeria hub world full of training minigames.
I have totally
Although
never
Loki
fallen
cheers us
asleep on
forward from
stream
his
as a
little
co-host.
gesture in the
That has
corner.
not happened.
But very quickly, one question starts to rear its ugly head. Who are we? Who are we playing as? Throughout the various mini-missions that we're presented with, one line that we hear repeated over and over again is, what makes you so special? 3 separate characters all bring it up. Moon, Baby, even Mystic Hippo.
What makes you so special?
What makes you so special?
What makes you so special?
Considering everyone keeps asking us, we should probably have ourselves an answer ready for them, right? Well, we get a solid idea of who we might be thanks to plenty of explicit clues that are sprinkled throughout the game. First and foremost, we know that we're a Faz technician. Midway through the game, you unlock a Faz wrench that allows you to access a secret back area of the pizzeria. In that back room, there's a glowing tower that should look familiar to anyone who played through the Ruin DLC earlier this year, an inhibitor. Back in that game, these devices stopped you from being able to remove your AR-enabled Vanny mask. But that's silly, why would that matter here? It's not like we're wearing a mask. Or are we? Sure enough, deactivating the tower allows you to reach up and remove
This was a
the
cool
AR
twist in the
mask
game.
that's been stuck to your face.
Remember when
since
Psychic
you
figured
first
this out?
booted up the game.
And I didn't even
Suddenly,
have
the entire time you've been inside the derelict
I didn't even have the camera on. I was on the
and this
intermission
isn't
screen.
just any Ruin pizzeria, it's the FNaF 6 location, complete with a recharge station and a Freddy spaghetti hole front and center. Not only is this just a fantastic
Wait, what's the blob there?
mid-game twist that completely
I don't think it's supposed to be,
recontextualizes
but
everything that you thought you knew about this game world, but it also helps confirm who we are and why we're down here. You see, us having a Vanny mask, it's weird, right? Like, who are we? Why would we have something like this in our possession? Well, it has to do with our job. In Ruin, Helpy tells us that these AR masks were worn to help technicians navigate through the destroyed Pizzaplex. Now, when I first saw that in the game, I was convinced that it was a trick just to get us to wear the mask and teach us the mechanics of this new game. But here we are in Help Wanted 2 in a destroyed Pizzaplex wearing a Vanny mask, and right there on the wall is a poster telling staff members to make sure they remove the mask at the end of the day. It proves that what Helpy was saying, at least in this moment, wasn't a trick. The mask is in fact a real tool that's used by Fazbear technicians, for as strange of a
Okay.
concept as that is. So, we're a technician for the restaurant, sure.
So
That's
far,
not
so
the
good.
only thing we know. Our next clue comes in the form of the Faz wrench. Midway through the game, you unlock this tool which allows you access to the back area of the pizzeria. Upon unlocking it, the Mystic Hippo Carney booth says that the key is familiar to us.
Look at Mr. Gumball.
It's familiar to you.
So we know that we're someone who's used this tool in the past. Immediately, that should bring to mind one person, Cassie's dad. Earlier this year in the Security
Yes.
Breach Ruin DLC, we were introduced to a young girl named Cassie, who goes on a mission to rescue her friend Gregory from the destroyed remains of the derelict Pizzaplex. Along the way, she too obtains a Faz wrench and says this.
A
The same
Faz
one?
wrench. It's just like my dad's.
It's a pretty explicit connection there, and that's not all. In the Fazzer Blast arcade games and Help Wanted 2, we repeatedly hear the Carney say this.
Now, you look like you got kids. Win a prize for the little one.
So we're a Faz
True.
Tech who also happens to be a parent. Cassie's dad is literally the only character we know who truly fits the bill. But so what? What's the big deal if we're playing as Cassie's dad? It's not all that interesting. And you heard what Moon said.
What makes you so special?
We're special in some way. And let me just make this perfectly clear. All dads are special, okay? They have very important roles in their kids' lives. That's something that makes him
This
very
is-
special. At least in my
MatPat,
book. But obviously we're talking
it's past
about
5
joys of
a.m. for
parental
me. Okay, this is not
responsibility,
the time
not
for
what
this.
these characters are referring to. In a theory that I posted a couple
All-nighter
months ago,
watching
I
Game
proposed that
Theory.
Cassie's dad wasn't just any technician. Instead, he was none other than the Bonnie bro from FNaF 4. You know, the kid that wears the Bonnie mask and helps
It is
his
debated.
his crying brother
It's
to
not
death.
wrong.
We know From the ruins item
It's
descriptions that
debated, yeah,
Cassie's
it's
dad's
debated.
favorite character was Bonnie. In that game, we were also able to collect both an old school Foxy and Bonnie mask, which was an odd detail when you consider that there were no other OG animatronic masks present like Freddy or Chica, that seemed to be referencing the masks that both Michael Afton and Bonnie Bro were wearing on that fateful day in 1983. Those details, coupled with a few other things, led us to the whole Bonnie Bro conclusion. But now that the full game's out, it certainly seems definitive that our theory was right. You see, towards the end of Help Wanted 2, we're given the chance to light fires next to the gravestones of some very familiar missing children. Light them in a specific order, and you unlock a secret chest. A chest that contains none other than that old Bonnie mask. When you collect it, we see the text,
It's
"This
not the
looks
same one,
familiar."
but-
It also unlocks an
it's not the
achievement
same
called
mask.
Lost Luggage. This right here, this was our mask. It was one that we thought
This
was
is the
lost to
animatronic
time.
face.
One worn during that horrific accident of 1983. Speaking of that date, in order to find the game's secret ending, we have to unlock 6 creepy voodoo doll plushies, each one hidden behind very explicit in-game actions. In one, you go to Sister Location's private room and type in a very specific date. I bet you can guess what it is: 1983. And that year just keeps coming up. Multiple minigames take place during Fall Fest, which, in the previous VR Games DLC, was specifically called out as being in
Fall Fest
1983.
83.
That is why we're considered
Yes.
special, because we were part of that fateful day. Because by killing the crying child, we sent William on a murderous rampage. It's a memory that we, as
That's debated. It's debated.
Bonnie Bro tried to repress. And
It's
that's
debated.
not just me speculating.
MatPat!
We know that Bonnie Bro has been actively trying to avoid these memories based on mystic
Getting
hippo-
closer
Matt
to
Pat
the
saying
lies.
allegedly to prevent you from skipping the
Also, when
video.
we collect one of the first
Exactly.
secret voodoo
He's
plushies,
learned.
We get a trophy in game whose description reads, "Retrieve a memory."
Yes,
Basically,
remember
by
Jeremy,
playing
yes,
this
it's
game and
actually a
getting
good
these secret objects, we're forcing ourselves to confront
Like-
memories that we've
like
buried
even for Help
deep in
Wanted
our
Jeremy.
psyche. We're come to terms with the trauma of our past. We're accepting it as something that happened that cannot be changed, only atoned for. Which then brings us to the game's
Wait, so is that
ending.
saying
If you
that
play
crying
through the game
child is
normally just by
Jeremy, or that
completing
we
the
are
various
Jeremy?
minigames
I'm
helping
confused.
tasks you with, you eventually, by playing this game and getting
Wait,
these
what?
secret objects, we're forcing ourselves to confront memories
says,
that we've buried deep in our
"Remember
psyche.
Jeremy."
We're come to terms with
Yeah.
this.
Do you remember?
It's also why when we collect one of the first secret voodoo plushies, we get a trophy in-game whose description reads, "Retrieve a memory." Basically, by playing this game and getting these secret objects, we're forcing ourselves
Yeah,
to
remember
confront
Jeremy,
memories
yeah.
that we've buried.
He didn't say it though.
If you play through the game normally just by
he
completing
didn't say
the
it,
various minigames Helpy tasks you with, you eventually unlock the 6 members of the Faz Force, the FNaF universe version of the Transformers, because let's face it, at this point, FNaF has literally
Yes.
parodied every IP known to mankind. Once you complete the collection, the lights flicker and suddenly a charging station appears, which opens up to reveal the hand of our dear friend Glitch Trap. Another flash, suddenly the nightmare staff bots appear, attacking you. Glitch Trap has won. He's tricked us. He's used Cassie's dad's love of collectibles against him. Much like the tapes in Help Wanted 1, these action figures contained parts of him, his memories, his essence. By gathering them all together, we've once again made Glitch Trap whole. With Princess Quest
Is that really what happens?
Wait.
Well,
Go back a
okay.
bit, one sec. Go back a bit.
like the tapes in Help Wanted 1, these action figures contained parts of him, his memories, his essence. By gathering them all together, we've once again made Glitch Trap whole.
No.
Kind of.
Okay, but then why is
It's
he
not a-
not?
it's not- it's
Why
not a
doesn't he
whole,
show up until after we collect all the?
Princess Quest
I
and
disagree.
Canada
Okay.
That's the
security
no.
breach,
No.
it
I'm
means that
saying
Glitch Trap
yes. Like
lost
once
his
you collect them,
older
yes. Like
Vanessa.
only then he's able to show up, right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're in a sense kind of like bringing him together. I guess
He
that's what
needed
he's saying.
himself a new helper, so he lured us in, last human employee
close,
remaining,
but-
and got us to put the pieces back together to reawaken him. The cycle once again repeats. That's why we see him reaching out of the charging station, just like during the burn trap ending. He has enough strength to reawaken, to take control, and it's only then that the staff bots show up to kill us. But things aren't quite done yet. After our death, we change perspective into the eyes of a staff bot, and not just any staff bot. Specifically, we're looking through the eyes of the one who tells Cassie to take a mask at the beginning of Security Breach Ruin.
Psychic, how long is
The
this
one
video?
with bunny ears.
We're almost at 6 hours.
System. Our consciousness is now
No,
part
no,
of
like
this
how long
map
is
box.
the-
We're trapped
this
inside
one?
of it, forced to
Series
execute
15 more
it.
minutes
See,
if
the
we don't
ultimate
skip.
Oh
irony
my
is the
God.
mask that we were using to try and stop Glitch Trap becomes the mask that we now give our daughter as map bots. This is then what results in her getting that occipital implant. This is how Helpy gets into her mind, and this is eventually how the mimic gets free. To me, the way that you get this ending, it's highly symbolic. symbolic. By not accepting our past, by ignoring and repressing the scars of our past actions, by not unlocking all those memory plushies, we've passed our mistakes forward. And in the process, we managed to doom
This is
our
debated,
own daughter.
so-
Bonnie Bro didn't just ruin the life of one child, he wound up ruining two. Our actions have, in short, single-handedly prompted the events of ruin. But hold on, I just kind of glossed over a big detail there. We're attacked by a bunch of corrupted staff bots, and then suddenly we're in MatPat? How? It's kind of a big leap there, you know? Well, at first, I thought that we were just scanned into the system. The Mimic AI scanned our brains while we were wearing the Vanny mask, and boom, we're now stuck as part of the AI program running the whole Pizzaplex. But looking closer at the details, I think there's actually another explanation here. When you look at the MatBot through the Vanny mask in Ruin, it looks different from all the other staff bots that you encounter in the game. It looks
yeah, it has
more
veins.
organic. You can actually see what appears to be a brain stuffed inside of its head.
Kind
Compare
of,
that
yeah.
to how every other staff bot looks under that same AR lens, and it's completely different. Why would that be, though? Well, it would appear as though our brain, or at the very least our organic matter, was stuffed inside of these robotic suits. It's part of what's powering this particular bot. But again, I ask, why? This seems to be such a random detail. Until you remember what a computer brain would be learning from studying Afton's behavior. Afton stuffs his victims into animatronic suits. That's what he did during the missing children's incident. It's what we see Glitchtrap doing at the end of Help Wanted 1, and apparently it's what he did to Bonnie Bro. He stuffed him into MatBot here. For a while, there's been a lot of confusion about the true nature of Glitchtrap. Is it a virus? Is it Afton in the Mimic AI? Was Burntrap the Mimic? It's largely been left unclear. But now I actually think this ending is trying to give us an answer. In the books, they make it explicitly clear that there are at least two mimics threatening the Pizzaplex. First,
No. There are not two mimics.
So what's he gonna say? What's he gonna say?
there's a physical mimic that's buried down in the
he's
basement
saying
that
there's, like, two
physically
different
walks
versions.
around and is able to kill
Oh!
people. Then there's the
And then it's the
second version,
AI.
a more general
Yeah.
AI program that's eventually able to get installed to run the entirety of the Pizzaplex and is able to control and
You almost
corrupt all
got him, Psychic,
animatronics that work
but not
there.
quite.
Is this confusing? Yeah. Is it frustrating? Most definitely.
Yes.
But I also now see what they were going for with
Almost.
the storyline. Remember how an AI works? You train it by feeding it situational data, and the data that goes in directly influences how it's going to behave moving forward. There's even an example of this with the Endo Daycare minigame in Help Wanted 2. You're teaching an AI program how to behave. Good data going in gives you good behavior. Bad data going in gives you chaotic behavior. In the books, we see the basement AI being trained up with a simple code. Rip off all the arms and legs of things that look humanoid. And it does this over and over again in epilogue after epilogue to each and every one of our teenage protagonists. The data that the basement AI was trained up on was simple and it was non-specific. But like a good program, it did exactly what it was told. Ripped off all those limbs. Now compare that to the Pizzaplex AI. This was trained using a lot more data. It was told to copy the behavior of actual humans, and so it learned coded languages. It learned a wider series of gestures and behaviors. It learned how to play games and hang up clothing. It was far more sophisticated. So by having two different versions of the Mimic in the books, what we're really seeing are different
MatPat,
ways
it's a
that
good
an
thing
AI
that you're
can be
getting better
trained
at
up
this,
and
but I
how
wanna
the
sleep.
behavior spins off of that. So how's that all apply to the games? Well, in Ruin, there's a key moment on the catwalks of Monty Gator Golf that show two entities working together, but also acting separately, as they're able to
Yeah,
argue
this-
against each other. Helpy says, I took care of the situation, to which the Mimic responds, they're cut from the same cloth. They both started as the Mimic program, but they've evolved in different ways. And based on all of that, I
Yeah.
suspect that the Mimic Cassie runs from at the end of Ruin is a parallel for the book's basement AI.
Can I skip now?
Yeah, it's not. I think
There
that's it,
is
yeah.
nothing there. That is the end of the playlist.
Hold on, 1 sec. Can we just go back 10 seconds just to be sure? Just to be sure.
I actually
I
skip the.
I just
wait.
want to
Navi, skip the physical mimic. Learned all the things in the mimic story, not just the mimic AI and the storyteller. True.
That the Mimic Cassie runs from at the end of Ruin is a parallel
Wait,
for the
whoa,
book's
whoa.
basement AI, a simpler, older system.
Yeah, no. That's it. He said parallels, and that's where it ends.
Woo! We finished
so
the
what's the timestamp?
stream.
What's the timestamp?
1408.
1408.
All right, so the longest video was the last one before this one, right?
I'll post the list.
No, it was two before this one.
Oh
I'll
my
post the whole
gosh.
list.
Wait,
One sec.
where's Souls?
Oh.
Why is it on the screen? Hold on, wait a minute.
All right, I actually have to go.
So
Before
do
you
I.
go, just take a look at the list. I'm gonna post it. Just hold
All
on.
right, I'll take a
Before you
look at
go.
the list. I really have to go to the bathroom, so.
Soul jump scare.
What?
All right. Well, Thank you everybody for watching the stream. The longest video we got was like 28 minutes or 22 minutes.
Oh, we were so close to the end. We have 2 minutes left.
Psychic, it's
On
in
that
general.
one.
Check it right now. Check it right now. It's in general.
Oh, it's so long. Alright. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, see you later.
Alright. Thank you so much for watching this, everybody. I got stuff to do. We all got stuff to do. We just watched every FNaF Game 3, but we skipped the memo to something incorrect. What a stream!
Before you end. Yeah. So the longest was 22 minutes and 28 seconds.
The shortest
was 3 seconds.
3 seconds. Thank you
We made
so
progress,
much for watching this stream, everybody. I'm tired. We've been going for 6 hours. I'm gonna see you guys later.
I gotta sleep.
Good night, everybody, and farewell.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Yep. So you see everyone.